Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs. Welcome back to Warui Deshou. We're a bad anime podcast, but sometimes that can be halfway decent, in my opinion. I'm Shadon, of course, and joining me as always is the Subtle Doctor, my fellow partner in crime.
Pew pew. Those are two gunshots whizzing past your earbudded ears, listener. Fired from a gigantic, heavy, massive, yet somehow also broken revolver. Hello, everyone. I hope all of you out there are doing well and are safe and just happy that you're happy and that all is going well. And if you're not happy, hopefully this podcast can provide you some relief or some entertainment. Shadon, are you doing well?
I'm doing much better than I was recently. I was suffering from a little disease called COVID-19. Thanks a bunch. It was not fun. I did not enjoy it very much, to be quite honest. But thankfully, I am now pretty much 100%, give or take one, back to normal. My lateral flows are clear. I don't seem to have any really lasting symptoms. So yeah, the virus has been evicted from my body. May it never return. Thank solid goodness. Years I got away without having caught that. 2 solid years. And then literally I go out drinking on April Fool's Day and I get the April Fool's gift that keeps on giving for an entire week.
Hey, you know you got it on April Fool's? Sweet Jesus.
I'm 99% confident I did. I don't know from who, but I'm 99% certain that's what happened. So yeah, can we just ban April Fools forever?
We can. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement. There is for the little good and joy that comes out of it. I feel that so much more bullshit comes out of it. So I'm all for just jettisoning this holiday, opening the old airlock and letting it go. Much like happened to a certain space crew of Project Seeds.
Whoops.
Well, a couple members anyway. A couple members.
Yeah. I mean, there's the episode where Vash hesitates for a long time if he wants to kill someone. I would not hesitate to plug April Fools full of bullets and just keep shooting until the clip empties. And all you hear is the rattling of my revolver. The click, 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 because there's no bullets left. Like, crap. Well,
you had a bounty on your head and COVID. It finally came to collect.
Yeah. It did win, though. So eat shit, COVID. But yeah, that is one of the reasons that we've delayed this podcast. Something we've been threatening to do for a long time, I think, but we finally agreed to after we finished doing Street Fighter, the movie. And I, of course, was suffering from the disease of COVID-19, but you, in turn, if I'm not mistaken, were suffering from the disease of Maiden Zero.
Yeah, that's right. I was gonna. If you didn't bring this up, I was gonna bring it up. That you had your illness, and I've had mine. I've not managed to kick mine. I'm still in the throes of Elden Ring. No longer maidenless. Haven't been maidenless in quite some time, but still devoting what free time I have had, much to the detriment of my previous streaming schedule. Sorry out there that I promise that I will get back to it, but Elden Ring just... It has me in its grip, man. I can't really, So I was slacking on getting caught up on rewatching Trigun for the umpteenth time for this show, which I wanted to do. I mean, I probably could have. Well, you know what? I say that. I was almost going to say I probably could have done it from memory, but actually, and something I think we're going to talk about, I think a lot. I forgot a lot of different details and my emotional reaction to some of it, and the way that my brain cataloged it and categorized a lot of things that happened in it. Very, very different than the last time I watched it, which was admittedly a long time ago.
Yes, agreed. I am in a similar boat, and let this podcast be an object lesson for you, would-be listener. You can watch something, and you can probably have a strong reaction or even a positive reaction at the time, but come back to it in a couple of years and just see how you feel. Like, that's the one of the things that happens about, when you like grow up even as an adult, like, I first watched Trigun in 2013. It was one of the first anime series I watched in full when I really started getting into anime. I actually bought it on DVD. And I really liked it at the time. And no surprises, I still really like it now. But the reasons why I like it and my reactions to it, as Doc has rightly noted, have changed and evolved over that time period. I look at it with different eyes now, with different wisdom. Well, we'll let the wisdom bit, be up for debate here. I'm sure we can start a Twitter poll on that at some point. Does Shads have wisdom? I'm not so sure on that. Beer, definitely, but never mind. Anyway,
I was going to say, is wisdom a brand of alcohol over there?
It bloody well should be.
You might have some in that case.
Ironically named though, because the more you drink of it, the less wise you are. But well, that's just booze in general, isn't it? But yeah, I do have a lot to say about my own reactions to Trigun, like both when I was younger and now, and how that's different. We're gonna have 1,000,001 things to talk about, but I think we're both on the same page in that we're uniformly positive on it, which is very good. I think it's been a while since we've done. Well, actually, no, I tell a lie. We did Princess 2, so we were rather enjoyed. But I think it's been a while that we've done something that we've both already seen and we've now revisited and still rather like. Yeah, lots to discuss, lots to talk about. So we're going to go through our usual structure for podcasts, which is we're going to talk about our non-spoilery thoughts of the show. We're going to give a brief plot synopsis, of course, as well as to what's going on. We will then answer some Discord and Twitter questions. We'll give talking points on the show itself, of which there will be plenty. Many mind bullets, many thought bullets will be fired this day. I'm going to unleash an entire clip on this show, because there's a lot to discuss. And then, of course, we will wrap up summarily. Now, one thing I should clarify at the top of this pod, though, we are covering the show that was released in 1998, produced by Madhouse. We are not going to be covering the movie Badlands Rumble or any. It might be movies. I just want to say movies or movie.
Just the one.
Know.
Just the one.
Just the one. Yeah, we're not going to be covering that.
Weirdly enough, I think that's like a 2010. Yeah,
you'd be right.
Well, I mean, just bizarre. That.
I mean. We're still getting Erica 7 movies even now. Although, from what I've heard, those movies really, they're like a retcon car crash. So yeah, be careful what you wish for when you get follow-up content. I mean, it's not exactly on the level of Madoka Magica Rebellion, I suppose. But
well, yeah, I mean just not only the gap in time, right? But like, I don't think that this show lit the world on fire in Japan. I could be totally wrong about that, but I don't think the anime did super well. I mean, certainly over here in the West, it was a huge hit.
Yeah, I think Trigun at one point must have surely been on the Toonami block when that was for going strong.
Yeah,
you do say, like, I'm going to note this for a talking point later, and this is just purely observation, and there's no definitive facts on this, but I'm actually of the opinion, I think Trigun is responsible, or at least it happened at the same time, as a number of storytelling trends in a lot of extremely popular Japanese media that then came over to the West as well. Principally, things like Metal Gear Solid, and also, I would say, Devil May Cry. I feel fairly confident that while I won't go so far as to say, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, I won't go so far as to say that Trigun, like, if it never existed, we wouldn't have had either of those things, for reasons I'll get into when we get to talking points. But it can't have surely, like, escaped the minds of, say, Hideo Kojima and, I cannot remember the name of the creator of Devil May Cry.
It's Dante.
It's the guy who did...
Dante made it.
What... Yeah, he willed himself into existence. Video game. Yes. Although when I say Devil May Cry, I suppose I should really clarify and say more specifically Devil May Cry 3. But getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, I'm just going to leave that in.
And Gungrave. How could you leave out? We've never gotten Gungrave.
I've never played Gungrave, so
you're not missing much. I can tell you that. It's especially if you went back and played it today. Even back when it came out, it wasn't very special. It'd just be a really odd sort of thing if you revisited it today. However, the anime adaptation, I think, is quite good. and connected to this by the original creator. So that gets my recommendation. It's a different kind of thing than Trigun, but if you read the synopsis and you're interested, it's funny that you mentioned like how Trigun, that you have this theory that of its kind of legacy and influence. I think that the opportunity, whatever opportunity it was afforded to be a property that had the influence it had and the legacy it did, like, I don't want to say it's like totally about luck or anything, because I think obviously the show is excellent. But I think the fact that it came out when it did was huge for it, because at that particular time in the late 90s, the West was so ready for it. Like, anime was really beginning to get a lot of kind of alt culture, underground steam. Like, it was gathering a lot of momentum. The change to DVD format. And we didn't get the show in 98. We got the show like a couple years later, as was the normal kind of custom back then. But
yes,
turn of the millennium, DVD was a thing. Anime was a thing. Your Suncoast Video, your Best Buy lined with anime. It was becoming popular. People were buying it. It was starting to catch on. Toonami was a big deal by then, thanks to Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, Gundam. And so here you have this story, Trigun, whose like aesthetic and a lot of its kind of core values thematically really lined up with a lot of the things we like over here. Westerns, sci-fi, a lot of mystery. Not a ton of, certainly not a lot of 2022 contemporary anime tropes. And
yeah, I know Vash is a likable protagonist.
I know, right? He has a personality.
He's not a dickhead.
Yeah. There's a lot of like sort of Christian stuff that you can read into Trigun. And so I think like that just sort of, I don't know, it really came out at the perfect time to be popular over here. And it came at like, I also feel like it sort of was part of, you know how disaster movies come, there's never just one of them in Hollywood. There's always like for every, Deep Impact, you have Armageddon, and
unfortunately,
you have your Dante's Inferno, and you have your other volcano movie coming out around the same time. So like right around this time in 1998, 99, you have what I think are three broadly similar kind of Western sci-fi stories that to a greater or lesser degree, like really combine those two flavors. And so
I wonder which one you're going to mention.
You sort of have your sci-fi spaghetti westerns, right? You have Trigun, you have your Cowboy Bebops, which are connected, not just in that way; they're connected musically in a very deep way.
Some thematic as well, I would say.
And then you have your Outlaw Star.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of which, of course, were huge, gigantic, massive hits over here. Bebop sort of towering over the other two, but they were all popular to some degree or other over here. And I don't know, I just think it's all interesting, all the context in which Trigun emerged to a very sort of ready and waiting and receptive anime fandom over here.
Yeah. Like those two that you mentioned, and particularly Bebop, I think that without getting too ahead of ourselves again on talking points, one of the other things in Trigun's favour that, to me at least, probably made it a success, and also was one of the reasons I picked up as one of the first anime I ever watched, is it's very accessible. Like, there are, like, the anime visual tropes, like Vash in particular goes through all sorts of curious, like, facial expressions, including one where he's very Bishonen.
Oh, they're very good.
They're all, they're all good. Like, you have all those elements, but it's not otherwise really all that steeped in what I would say is anime obtuseness. Like, it's a Western in space. That's a pretty accessible concept. And I'd say overall that the show is rather... It's simple, but it's very, very effective at what it does. And I think that's in its favour. So, again, we're going to go through all this later. But yeah, you're absolutely right in asserting that its success in the West, it's certainly been quite notable. I say it was one of the first I ever watched, and I was like really taken with it when I watched it.
And yet,
by the way, oh, go on.
I was going to say, and yet, I think for as white hot as the Trigun flame burned at the time, for whatever reason, and we can maybe get into this as we proceed, but for whatever reason, I don't think it has kind of endured. Like, the people aren't burning the candle for it in the way that they still are for Cowboy Bebop. And I don't know about Outlaw Star. I actually have no idea how people kind of feel about that one today. But I feel like the Trigun kind of fandom has fallen off, and that may be, I don't know, that could be for a lot of different reasons that we could talk about later. But what do you think about that? Do you agree?
I agree, and I think I have a feeling as to why. Which is not the fault, I would say, of the material itself.
People are fools.
There's also that. There's also that, admittedly, yes.
I just want to be like the Gilbert Gottfried on Hollywood Squares. You fool! Screaming at people.
Rest in peace, Gilbert Gottfried.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Rest in peace. Other notable things we should probably bring about Trigun, though. This was the, if I'm not mistaken, the very first voice acting role in the dub for Johnny Young Bosch.
Is it?
Johnny Young Bosch? Yeah, I think so.
Wow. What a man. Wow. He rode this one. What a huge get for him. Wow. Go ahead.
So if you don't know who Johnny Young Bosch is, again, could be wrong on this being his first voice acting it, but I'm fairly confident it is, or at least his first major one. But prior to that, he was actually the Black Power Ranger on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Well, he wasn't the very first one. That was Zack, played by, I can't remember his name. But anyway, Johnny Young Bosch played the Black Power Ranger Adam, who was there from between, I think, season 1. It was season 1. It was like partway through season 1 when he arrived in to replace Zack, who was leaving for the Peace Conference, never to be seen again. Peace Conference is just a synonym for, like, you know, black hole. He's just gone forever. But anyway, he was the actor who played the Black Ranger on that, and then he left halfway through Power Rangers Turbo, which was the 4th season of the show. He returned briefly in a guest star role where he was playing his same character again in Power Rangers in Space, and he was actually then back on in Power Rangers Operation Overdrive. I'm bringing this up to this all like his live action stuff, but he is most famously known these days as a voice actor for anime. I mean, he's done a shit ton of roles, not least of which being that he's the canon voice of Yu Narakami in the various Persona adaptations, the ones where he actually speaks for more than 5 minutes. But yeah, he got his start, as I understand it, playing Vash. And
you're right. According to Wikipedia, he made his voice acting debut as Vash the Stampede.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. I associate him as much, if not more, with video games than I do anime. Also knowing he's had some enormously huge roles in anime, like Vash the Stampede, Lelouch in Code Geass, which was like just enormous. He's been in Durarara. The main character in Bleach as well, right? Ichigo. It seemed like for a while, like he was getting just the most like plumb roles, and honestly, like from what I've heard, like you know me, Shadon. I'm not a huge dub guy overall, but really I have a huge soft spot for this dub, Trigun. And I think he like absolutely crushed it as Vash the Stampede. I mean, he really embodied the essence of that character. Like he absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree on that. For a first time role, he really does.
Yeah.
I mean, this was the cursed 90s era of dubs as well, where a good dub was very, very rare. And I will admit, the dubbing of Trigun does suffer in places. I'm going to explain why later, but I think that Bosch nails like both the histrionic comedic element like side of Vash really well, but he also
Yes.
handles like the more like emotional, like raw side of him equally well also.
Yeah,
So,
he was my answering machine. If you remember what those were in college, I recorded the part where Vash introduces himself to Wolfwood with the long fake name. Valentinez, Igahara, all the whatever. Like,
yeah,
it was people hated it as well. So.
Yeah, fun trivia fact that ties back into Devil May Cry 3 of all things though. Johnny Young Bosch is not the only Power Ranger to have become a noted voice actor. I don't remember the guy's name, but he plays Eric, the Quantum Ranger in Time Force. He went on to voice Virgil in Devil May Cry 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Which just makes it unfortunate that Knives is not voiced by, well, he wouldn't have been voiced by him at that point anyway, but that just feels like such a missed opportunity to have a Power Rangers reunion in Trigun. Because I think he would have done a great job voicing Knives with Virgil's voice, but maybe that would have made it a bit too obvious. But anyway, just an amusing little coincidence there that I find funny. Anyway, we have been dancing around talking points for a little bit, but we do have other things we need to go through first.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll start at the beginning because I've been told historically the beginning is a good place to start. Doc, would you be willing to go through a quick plot summary that's spoiler-free?
Well, I definitely will. Do you want to talk about our history, our personal history with the show yet, or should we do that later? What do you think?
I've already gone through it really, and I watched it in 2013, and I had a reaction to the show that is very different to how it is now. But for me to explain that in detail involves me talking about the ending, so I'm going to save that.
Okay. All right. Well, so then I'll talk about mine, and then we can do summary and creatives. So which means I'm going to be talking for a long time. So Shadon, feel free to interrupt me at any and all points you feel necessary.
Absolutely. I'm going to put my glasses on with the two eyes on the front, even though this is being recorded by Discord and you can't see me. I'm kidding, of course.
So kind of impossible for me to state, really, how important this show was for me as a teenager, as a 17-year-old. I believe that's when I first saw it, like around 2001 or so, when it was all already out. I borrowed the VHS copies from my best friend at the time.
Wow.
And yeah, my brother bought it on DVD later, but I watched those VHS tapes so many times that when I eventually gave them back to my friend, he put them in, he was like, yo, like the color has degraded.
If ever there was a moment for tracking control, that was it.
I know. It's like, you have really put these through their paces. And I was like, yes. Because I watched it. And then when I had never seen anything like it at the time. Like, it was so instrumental for me in anime fandom, right? Like, I, of course, came into things through Dragon Ball Z and Gundam Wing, which I've talked about. Seen a few other things here and there on the Sci-Fi Channel, but not since DBZ had I seen anything really that I felt I could sink my teeth into emotionally. And I mean, this show just hit me like a ton of bricks. And I am going to be like, everything I say about the show, I mean, there's definitely going to be the rose tinted glasses of nostalgia. Like, so please understand that. I'm going to try to talk about the show in a way that's like, hey, would a first time viewer enjoy this or that about it? But it's really, really hard because, I mean, this show just affected me so deeply. Like, I was a pretty angsty teenager, pretty edgy kind of guy. And this show definitely, like, after seeing it through, I definitely had to like lay in bed and be depressed for like a couple days. But it's also like, I mean, it offers, I think, a lot of hope. And in the character of Vash the Stampede, this really kind of incredible, principled human being, despite him not being a human being, a real human being that, while of course being flawed and tragic, I think was incredibly admirable. And just gave me so much to think about, like not just him, but Nicholas Wolfwood and kind of the nature of the world and the way things happen. And I have a really different take on the world of Trigun now than I did back then. But if
I may just add something for context, by the way.
Sure.
From my understanding, like the 90s, particularly the early 90s, which Trigun isn't a part of because it was released in Japan in 1998, although the manga was from the 1993, if I recall. But that earlier
95,
part,
I think.
Okay, 95. But that earlier part, that was like the era of the ultra-violent OVA with all the protagonists, like all the male protagonists who are just bellends, basically. Am I right? Like that's the perception. Maybe that's a stereotype, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's
a lot. It feels like.
That was definitely like the marketing, like a lot of what we're getting, like the manga video style, OAV or anime film. That was a lot of what we were getting, and a lot of what was pushed on anime fans. Even through stuff like Ghost in the Shell that was not featuring a lot of bellends, but it was a manga video thing originally, and all the trailers and stuff on it were like, look at this other violent, cool shit,
Yeah, look at all this intense action in a film that is ponderously slow and philosophical in nature. Although, that's person for what I'm about to say, which is, in context, therefore, Trigun feels almost like a kind of a miracle, like an antidote to all of that sort of stuff, because in a way, it is very explicitly a rejection of the omnicidal nature of that kind of, those kind of works of fiction where it is just about the protagonist killing en masse with no thought whatsoever. One of the reasons I love this show so much, it is very explicitly pro-thinking. I know that sounds daft when I say it like that, but I'll explain later and it'll make sense.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. And, it's funny that like around this time, I think the anime came out a little bit earlier in Japan, but like we were getting around the same time as Trigun, the Rurouni Kenshin TV series. And, famously the protagonist of that is very much a like peace-loving, death-avoiding character, very much like Vash the Stampede.
If only that applied to the creator of that franchise. Wow, wow.
Yeah, we can leave aside the manga author, the mangaka for now.
Everyone else should as well. Leave him aside.
I agree. Yes, let's set him aside forever.
Dump him in the countryside.
He should go to the peace conference for real. Do the black.
I just
hole.
chuck him in the sea.
Yeah, right. But anyway, I mean, I adored the show. I showed this show to like everybody that I knew at the time. At the time, I was a good practicing Christian, and as a teenager, and so like everybody in our youth group that I thought would be amenable to this kind of thing, even people that I knew that didn't like Dragon Ball, it's like, yo, we need to watch this, and I would watch it with them. It wasn't the kind of thing where I wanted to let them borrow it and then walk away. It was like, we're watching this together. We spend the weekend watching the whole thing, and I did that a number of times. So I think it's either this or the Rurouni Kenshin anime that I have seen like the most times. Like I saw this, I can't tell you how many times I've seen Trigun all the way through. And it has been up to this point, the English dub, for this particular viewing, because those VHS tapes were only in English dub, and I didn't have it on DVD till much later. And at that point I was just a fan of the dub, but this time I watched it in Japanese just for something different. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fun, I think, to think about and talk about with you how our viewpoints on things have evolved over time. And I haven't seen the
Yes.
show in a long, long time. As much as I watched it before, I haven't seen it for probably close to 20 years. I saw it probably last in my early 20s at some point. And I'm approaching 40, so it's been a while.
Well, funnily enough, the show itself is also a bit about aging and how we grow up over time. You know, even people who are, by every definition, incredibly old,
I know,
still have things that they can learn.
Right? It's true. I can't believe how old this show is, by the way. Like, I've always thought of this thing as this fresh new thing, you know, because it was fresh and new, like so fresh at the time I saw it, and anime in general was so new and interesting. That it's like now 25 years old, basically. It's just like, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's older now than I was when I watched it.
Oh, every time I hear something like that, where it's like it's now been more years since X and Y or whatever, I just, if you've ever seen that Metal Gear Solid gif of like Snake's face just aging instantly, that's me. I'm just there like, oh. Well, I'm funnily enough, like that thing you're saying about it, like feeling fresh and all that, but also it being old. I think that's going to tie into my answer to your question about why it doesn't seem that there's much ongoing, like, how should I say, fandom, or like it doesn't seem to be in the anime pop culture zeitgeist, even though it absolutely deserves a place there. Yeah. Maybe we're wrong on this, Amelie. Maybe we just haven't seen it, but
I guess I feel like it's not lauded as like a classic of the era, that in a way that I feel like other things are, whether or not they, you know, maybe some of them were at the time, maybe like the world has come around on certain stuff, like I don't know, like Macross 7. You know,
I mean, if I had to pick a show that I would say that I would compare Trigun to in terms of it was from around the same period, but has done what Trigun hasn't, in that it's persisted in the popular consciousness, despite some similarities with its morality, and also just having or rather an opposite element of it, which is a different target audience. I'm thinking of Sailor Moon, and yet Sailor Moon, that still gets all the fandom, which is good because it's a great series. But to me, like, Trigun feels like it has, you know, the kind of some similar moral elements to here and there. It's got a lot of iconic elements to it. It's got lovable characters, all that sort of stuff. But it just hasn't achieved what Sailor Moon has. And I'm building up here to later when I'm going to explain why. But just have a think as we're going along, would-be listener. Why is Sailor Moon still popular, whereas Trigun isn't, despite the fact that Trigun does a lot of things Sailor Moon does? By which I'm saying, what does it not do? Just think about that.
Yeah. I think, well, yes, we'll think about it. We'll talk about it together later. Okay. So the summary then. I'll be brief and non-spoilery. And what we'll talk about is mainly stuff that's revealed initially, because the show is one of those. I wouldn't call it like an in media res kind of like storytelling thing, because you're not plopped into the middle of a particular event. But I feel like you are you're plopped into the middle of a world with an important person, and slowly the show kind of unravels who that person is and their origin and why he's so important and interesting.
Yeah, a really good part of all this is how we have two characters who you'll no doubt introduce us to in a moment, who are positioned to basically be like us, the audience. Now, they're not completely blind to what's happening in the world. They know about like the planet they live on and all that, but they meet Vash for the first time, and they have between them both the reactions that different audience members might have, which is a fantastic way of introducing us to Vash in an organic way. I'm not going to get ahead of myself just yet because I really do want to talk about the structure of the first few episodes and how magnificent it is.
Oh
but I'm going to instead pass it back to you,
sure,
Doc. So please lay it on us.
Okay, so the story takes place on the fictional planet of, I believe it's called Gunsmoke, although we never hear that in the anime. I think that's what the manga has called it. But basically, it is it's a desert planet. The Wild West is the order of the day, like both environmentally, aesthetically, behaviorally, morally. Like that's where humanity seems to be. And we are kind of introduced to these two ladies, Meryl Streif and Millie Thompson, who work for the Bernardelli Insurance Society. And they are trying to track down a particular outlaw who has a bounty on his head for $60 billion double dollars. And it is, yes, Vash the Stampede. And they are tracking him down in order to try and prevent future property damages, because Vash has a huge and inflated reputation, not undeserved, but just a notoriety and infamy for being incredibly destructive. And for if he shows up in your town, there is a really good chance that your town could be reduced to rubble. Because
if I may,
go ahead.
If I may mention, here's how I think a character would describe Vash in the opening episodes. They would say that he drinks the blood of children. Right. They would say that he is an omnicidal maniac who, like, he would probably literally take a puppy and fire it out of a cannon at the puppy's owner. There is no cruelty that is beneath him. There is no person or thing he will not harm. He commits destruction for destruction's sake. He is just the worst tyrant in human history. Hence the name of the humanoid typhoon, because he is a force of nature. Just get the fuck out of the way, or he will kill you.
Exactly. So this is what most people think of him, and no, very few people early on, if anyone, knows Vash the Stampede by sight. He's just this rumored individual, and early on, Millie and Meryl are trying to track him down and get descriptions of him, and they conflict, and so they sort of end up thinking that a couple different individuals throughout the first handful of episodes are Vash the Stampede, because they get different descriptions of he's a huge man with a mohawk, or he's a horrible womanizer, or he has a long red coat, and he has this kind of gun or weapon. And so they follow all these leads to try to track him down. Well, while they're following these leads, they run into this other individual, a tall, skinny, blonde-haired fellow in a red duster. And he is an incredibly silly man who loves donuts, and who also has a large revolver that he does not really use very much until episode 5. I believe that's the first time he actually fires his weapon.
You are correct.
And they run into him, and he really frustrates Meryl quite a bit because of his nature. But they end up kind of together. He's always around where they follow these rumors of to where Vash the Stampede is. And it turns out, of course, as you likely know, listener, that silly tall man with the revolver is in fact Vash the Stampede. And how can this be? How can his reputation be reconciled with what we see, what Meryl sees right in front of her eyes? And this is part of an initial kind of hurdle she has to get over. And we meet Vash and we learn kind of what, I don't want to say what makes him tick, because we sort of don't learn that for a while, but we see how he relates to other people, and we see like in some ways what makes him tick. We sort of see that he's a good-hearted fellow, who does not enjoy killing other people. And we kind of follow his adventures for a while, and eventually there are lots of twists and turns. The story goes places that, if you've never seen it, are probably quite shocking in terms of like the origin of Vash the Stampede and just who this person is and why the things that he's associated with, all the destruction and everything, why those things tend to happen in his vicinity and around him. Like, that gets pretty shocking. And famously, and I think a point of a lot of friction for a lot of people with the show is around episode 12, called Diablo. The show, which has been up to that point kind of inching from the sort of almost totally comedic, inching its way toward the dramatic, takes a really hard turn into very heavy emotional drama. And very a lot of like consequential violence. I don't want to say like gore or whatever, because I don't think it's very gory, but like very brutal and traumatic, I think, for a lot of viewers, violence and death. Not for its own sake necessarily, but the show wants to has something to say about and around all of this. But that's just kind of a fair warning. That's one of the content warnings I would give, is that there's a lot of death, and it happens on screen, and it happens to gunfire. It's not limited to big burly dudes. Like, kids get shot.
Yep.
And there's a lot of like raw grieving and trauma to the character. The characters deal with it in a way that's not just like, oh, well, we're going to shrug this off. Like, we see them hurt. We see them ache for the loss of life and for the cruelty of the world. And it's such a different, by the end, tonally, it's such a different kind of show. But I don't think that that's to the show's detriment, personally.
No, I would add as well, just to say that the show is fun. It is fun throughout. The tone, it doesn't completely go like ultra dark, super serious all the time. There are moments of humor in it. And indeed, some of those moments of humor in the dark, after the darkest moments, and some particularly traumatic events that Vash goes through, are to point out to us that, hey, he's going to be okay. Like, it's not just for fun. It's also to point out that, hey, he'll be all right. And indeed, one might argue that the reason that Vash is such a goofball is perhaps a coping mechanism of his own for everything that's happened in his past.
Sure.
So it never stops being fun.
The ratio.
When I say as a whole, yeah. It. But the thing is, as well, I would also say that all of what the second half of the show is about is seeded, no pun intended, given the name of the seed ship, by all of the episodes that come prior to that.
Sure.
Even the very first one. And I'm going to talk about that later, but I mean, if I had to put like a stamp on what I would say Trigun is about, if I had to like say and point to like a giant big Ben-Hur style, title for what it is about, like I did with Macross Delta, where I said it was about legacies and expectations.
Right.
In Trigun, this would be the use of power.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a big theme. I think it's abuse, to me, is like a really big thing throughout it, which this is sort of a thing I didn't really catch when I was a kid, because I didn't really know a lot about that kind of thing. But having a lot more life experience, like familial abuse and gaslighting is just an enormous part of this show. And Vash is being gaslit and being emotionally abused. And that could be this is another content warning. The final content warning I'll say is like, there's some really kind of unfortunate, like, shrugging of the shoulders to things like groping of ladies. Like the show can be very like het in a bad way, in this sort of way. Like, oh, these scamps play it off for humor, right?
I will. I'll add to this that I like Trigun a lot. I think it's a fantastic show, but boy, howdy, does it have some of the unfortunate baggage of how the 90s handled this kind of material, how like 90s fiction was done, because it doesn't handle its women characters very well. Now, I don't mean to... I'm getting ahead of things here again. Yeah. I don't mean to say like that... I'm not saying it's shit like that just literally came out last week, Skeleton Knight in Another World, where a woman is literally being sexually assaulted in the opening scene of the show for no good reason.
No.
It's not that kind of thing where sexual assault happens just because the writers are unimaginative dickheads and misogynistic wankers. But beyond what you've just said about the groping element, which beyond just being like superfluous, also kind of doesn't make any sense for Vash as a character. The show also struggles to give some of its women characters stuff to do that feels meaningful.
Oh yeah,
particularly in the back half of the show.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I think we have the same thoughts, honestly, about one of the characters. I think one of them. Well, we'll talk about this soon. I think one of them does enough for me to be like, okay, here is an agent in the world, but the other one is very much like not that. So there's the warnings. I don't know, to tie up the summary.
I can tie up for you with a cheeky recommendation, which is this. There's another franchise that Trigun also bears a lot of similarities to, I would say, particularly the abuse element that you mentioned, but also the exercising of power.
Mm-hmm.
If you like Berserk, you will like this.
Oh yeah, no, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah.
I would say Berserk shares a lot of elements with
another late 90s production.
Yes,
this is why I say, listen, I've been on record. I think there is a lot of people that talk about the golden age of anime from like 82 to 1995 or whatever. Give me the 90s. Give me 93, 94 to 1999. To me, that's like where I think where the good stuff is. That's where my favorite stuff is.
Yeah, I mean, we got Sailor Moon, we got Berserk, we got Trigun, we got Bebop. There's a lot of great stuff from that time period.
Evangelion.
Bubblegum Crisis, I think, was in the early 90s as well.
It was, yeah. Macross Plus, excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, we joke and we laugh about, like, the ultra-violent, like, Doom Megalopolis bullshit OVA period of the early 90s, but there's always gems. You just need to get past the stereotyping, and Trigun definitely still counts, despite the fact that it does have some flaws, which we'll get into soon. But, yeah, I suppose that kind of nicely segues onto us giving
recommendations.
Free source.
Yeah,
so,
we haven't talked about the creatives or whatever, but
Masahiro Naito.
Right. Yeah, we only talked about Naito being the mangaka. Oh, so you said the exercise of power as a theme. I said abuse. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the sanctity of human life, and the show has just I don't think it beats you over the head with it, but it just has a very strong point of view about that, or at least some of the characters do. But I think it also, I mean, it has some stuff about that's sort of tied to that. I think everything can almost be tied to that about about forgiveness and about repentance and starting over, which some of that, I think there's some of that I think is that rings a little bit hollow today, because I think that we can look at Rim's, some of her thinking and be like, well, that's nice for you in a sort of post-capitalist space society. to think in certain ways, but that's not necessarily possible for us. But I do think there's a lot to say, of course, on, like I said, the sanctity of human life, but also about how, like, I think by the end of the show, like, like, I don't think the show ends on this super dogmatic note. I do think there's it's a hopeful note, but it's also a sort of like encouraging independent thought and looking beyond the things that we've inherited to move forward, because times change and people change, and perhaps the things that we live by and have lived by and grown up with and inherited ought to evolve and change as well. So I think that's definitely in there too.
Yes, absolutely.
And also donuts,
so,
and how good they are.
Oh, donuts are amazing. I had one before, actually. It was very nice. Right, so summary. I'm going to put on my best Tim Rogers voice for this, and it will not be the last time I use the Tim Rogers voice, powerful as it is, to get a point across in this podcast. But Trigun is simply about power, but is simply excellent.
Very good. Welcome back to video games. Yeah. Hello. The hello always kills me every time. Yeah. So, well, before we get too deep into our recommendations, we're bouncing all over the place. I think this is because we're just eager to talk about this thing that we really like.
Oh yeah.
I briefly will highlight some of the people involved with the project. Like you said, we already talked about Yasuhiro Naito, who is the mangaka. Name, by the way. I know, super. And it's not Naito like Naito. It's like Night, and then OW, Naito. So he made the manga. The original manga ran in Tokuma Shoten, which shut down when Trigun was 3 volumes in. And so then it shifted to Shonen, was that Gahosha? Yeah, Gahosha. And it became sort of published over here anyway as, well, no, that's not true. I'm sorry. So this original Trigun manga in those 2 publications ran from April 95 to January 97. But then in October 97 through March 2007,
a
sort of sequel, Trigun Maximum, ran in Young King Comics and Young King Hours. And over here, both of those manga are published by Dark Horse. There's 14 volumes of Trigun Maximum, only 3 of the original Trigun. And it's my understanding that the Madhouse TV show that we're about to talk about was created with only 2 volumes of the original manga that were out. And those, I've read those 2 volumes, admittedly, a long time ago. And the show was based on those 2 volumes alone, not the final volume and not Trigun Maximum. So theoretically, if you wanted to just continue the story of Vash The Stampede, you could just pick up Trigun Maximum and go for it. Which I have not done.
It is, it's striking though, like how complete the anime is as a story though, like that for it to then go on for so many volumes afterwards. But we do have a question that specifically asks about that, and I do have some thoughts on the fact that it does continue after what seems like a natural endpoint.
Okay,
so
we will get to
stay tuned.
We will get to that. So like I said, the 26 episode anime aired from April to September 1998 and was directed by Satoshi Nishimura. And Nishimura directed a couple of other things of note. You may have heard of Hajime no Ippo, Ippo's First Step, the incredibly well-loved boxing manga and anime. So he directed, I think every iteration of that, although I'm not 100% sure. The show that only James Beckett and I really like, Karakuri Circus. He directed that. He has directed. Oh, no one's heard of that show. Of course, the Trigun Badlands Rumble movie, but also Ushio and Tora, 1 and 2. Though some really interesting, like kind of, they're modern. The anime adaptations are modern, but it's an old Shadon anime. So it's really interesting that Nishimura directed those. And I think that's all. He's been involved in other things in terms of like in-betweening, but those are the big directorial roles. We also have the head writer, right? The one person who oversees the entire writing project. We've talked about this person before, Shadon.
Yeah, I know who you're going to mention.
Yosuke Kuroda. He's
Before he had the brain rot.
Man, I know. He's written cool stuff. Wrote Big Wind-Up, in addition to Trigun. Head writer for the Gungrave TV series. Worked on the scripts for Honey and Clover, was the head writer for Honey and Clover 2. A very different sort of thing than all those other shows we're talking about, which are action heavy. Those are very much like college slice of life shows. Those two shows similar to Trigun, though, in that like in their day, boy, were they popular, but boy, has modern anime fandom forgotten about Honey and Clover. But like in the late aughts, everybody knew Honey and Clover. Head writer for like 5 seasons worth of My Hero Academia adaptation. Did some Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam 00. Was the head writer for the second both seasons of that. And also,
you'd be dancing around this real hard. I could hear you. No. I could hear you shifting.
Tenchi Muyo, GXP.
You don't want to mention it. You don't want to bring it up. Talking about it is like, talking about it is like summoning it from the bowels of hell. Speak not the name of the devil, lest he appear in front of you.
Another boxing show that less people like, but that I love, Ring Nikakuro.
Say it. Say it.
Phantom, Requiem of the Phantom. Motherfucking the writer for that show. And
you know what makes me laugh? I know that I don't think I observed this at the time we did Phantom, but by the logic of that show and what Kuroda himself said, from what I recall you telling us at the time, about how crime always pays and all that.
This is Yellow. Our friend Yellow Redfield talked about that.
Yes, yeah. Yellow. Shouts to Yellow for pointing that out. Like, by that logic, both Vash and Knives should have died at the end of this show.
Mm-hmm.
It's just what happened. I will always wonder. I'll always be fascinated by how you get to that point,
because that was an adaptation that changed as well. It's not like that follows, Gen Urobuchi's visual novel to a T or anything.
Yeah, it was a visual novel where they came with a completely new route, and it was worse than all of the outcomes that were already in there.
So bad.
I hope to God that Yosuke Kuroda never adapts a fucking Type Moon visual novel. Oh boy.
Sweet
fucking
Jesus.
Hell.
Also, this is a weird note. So Kuroda was the head writer and did the screenplay for an OAV called Puni Puni Poemi. But why that's significant is he is also a voice actor in Puni Puni Poemi playing Yosuke Kuroda. So he did a Stephen King and wrote himself into this OAV and played a
Nick Cage doing the Nick Cage in Massive Talent to use more recent reference.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Yosuke Kuroda. I write in very confusing moral messages into my shows sometimes.
Good Lord.
Crime doesn't pay unless you're in a hot tub, in which case it does.
The character designer, the person who took the Yasuhiro Naito's manga designs and adapted them for the anime, so that like the animators could have something in particular to animate and that would match the director's kind of vision and style, is Takahiro Yoshimatsu. And Yoshimatsu also designed the characters for a show that I enjoy, but I don't know if a lot of other people who are not dyed-in-the-wool giant robot people will like it. Dan Cougar, Super Beast Machine God, from the 80s. Desert.
Dan Cougar.
Dash.
I know that's Japanese. I know that's Japanese, so it's not like an actual name, but I couldn't help but hear it as a name, and I thought it was like the name of like some Playboy character.
Dan Cougar.
Dan Cougar, like, is out on the prowl for some honey.
Oh, sweet Lord. Yeah. Dan Cougar. Did the character designs for Desert Punk, for a bunch of Cyber Formula Future GPX shows, which like had their day in the sun on Cartoon Network, but I was never like, I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm kind of unfair to, I think, racing anime, just because racing is not my bag, but so many like sports and like, like baking or whatever, like anime is about these real life pursuits that I don't care about, but it's great. But for some reason I never gave racing anime a fair shake. So that's my bad.
Are you telling me you wouldn't be up for an initial D anime if it exists? The Eurobeat? No?
Well, it does exist, and I have never seen it. Yeah, I've never got into it. That one, though, was just like the cars looked like shit.
Well, if I might be honest, I've seen what I think is an initial D arcade cabinet, and the character designs are...
They're really something, aren't they? they're definitely not appealing.
Newgrounds feels like a deep cut to Newgrounds specifically.
Newgrounds, no, for sure. Like, and back then, I mean, when Initial D was coming out, and Cyber Formula, that was back in the day where if something came out and I didn't like the character designs, I was like, hard pass. I picked my anime in different ways than I do now. My sort of selection mechanisms are very different. Hunter x Hunter.
Trigun does have very good character designs.
It does. It's great. And I think you can look at Hunter x Hunter 2011 and see, oh yeah, this is the same character designer as Trigun for sure. Katakuri Circus, which we mentioned, same character designer, same director. He was also chief animation director for that show. Kiba, a really sort of unknown shonen show that I thought was interesting. Granzort was a guest character designer for Granzort, which is a cool robot show. An anime adaptation of Les Miserables. All kinds of stuff. Character designer for Ninja Scroll, the TV series. I didn't know that. That's wild.
Ooh.
One of my favorite names for an anime, Nyanpire, the vampire cat. Characters. Overlord. The Overlord is another one where you could just look at Overlord and be like, yeah, that's the Trigun person. So yeah. Takahiro Yoshimatsu, prolific, and I think you can look at his stuff and be like, okay, yes, I see this. Want to give a quick shout out to Norio Wakamoto because since you watched it dubbed, you will not know he played a very bit part, the most bit of all parts. Do you remember? We brought up episode 5 earlier. Do you remember the Nebraska family?
Yes.
Do you remember Gosef, or do they call him Joseph in the dub?
Is he the scientist dude with the giant cigar?
The large foreheaded, super big,
Oh, he's the other one,
and he just gets to grunt as Norio Wakamoto. And it's great. It's fantastic.
And somehow it's probably a better performance than when he appeared as that character in Crystal Triangle. I'll never get tired of reminding you of that. The anime that also stars Gabe Newell.
I forgot
Not even
about
joking.
Anime Game New. Holy shit. God. All right, one last person I'm going to mention, and I have to mention this person because he is like such a huge reason, I think, a big part of what I like about the show. We haven't talked about it yet. The music. The music to this show is incredible. I don't know if you feel the same way about it, but like, to me, I mean, it is like some of my most favorite and most memorable anime music. Like these little earworms, like I have not forgotten them in the multiple decades it's been since I've seen the show. Still remember them. You know, that friend I talked about that I borrowed the tapes from, we, in one of our trips to, this was, God, this is a long time ago, but when we went to like music stores, physical locations that had, vinyl or another like import CDs and stuff. I remember we were just so jazzed when we found the first Donuts, which was like there's two Trigun soundtracks, the first and second Donuts. And we found the first Donuts in a record shop in Mobile, Alabama, which was rad. And we played the shit out of it. So I should mention this person's name because the music was performed by a lot of different people, but the guitar and the compositions were done by Sunio Imahori. And I mentioned earlier that Cowboy Bebop and Trigun were musically connected. And this is a show, again, Cowboy Bebop is so lauded for its music, and rightfully so. It's a fantastic score. But Sunio Imahori was the lead guitarist for a little band called the Seatbelts, who performed all of the Cowboy Bebop music that Yoko Kanno composed. And so there's a commonality. And it's not as sort of the music much like the show Trigun itself compared to Cowboy Bebop. Like the scope of Cowboy Bebop is so huge, and like the ensemble, the musical ensemble, and like the kinds of music and the influences it draws on, like it just feels so much bigger. But like the scope is drastically reduced for Trigun. I think it's like a lot more kind of a personal tale, and the music is reduced in scope, but like, man, the melodies are just kick ass. Like they are so good, from like the lighthearted stuff to the rollicking battle music to that incredible tense electronic piece that plays whenever Legato is around. It's only just a few notes that like do 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 do, and then the like the crushing kind of drums. I mean, I just think it's all and like the music that plays only one time in the show, 0 Hour, whenever Vash is getting ready for his final confrontation with Knives. Amazing. I love it. Studio Imahori will forever know this man because of Trigun. And certainly like his work in Cowboy Bebop and other places. Like he worked with Yoko Kanno doing the Wolf's Rain music. He played guitar for that. He worked on the Hajime no Ippo music, did the Gungrave music as well. But holy cow, I think the Trigun soundtracks to me are like just such an achievement and I don't know if you love them as much as I do. How do you feel about them?
I like them, but I probably won't remember much of them, to be honest, but that's just me, admittedly. I mean, the opening theme, HT, Humanoid Typhoon, is a banger.
I thought it was Hard Target. Is it Humanoid Typhoon?
It could be Hard Target. That was just my assumption because I thought it just made too much sense that, like, given that was the acronym. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, it's a banger. It's perfect for the music. The ending is also really good as well. Like, it's got that kind of how best to describe it? Like a Middle Eastern vibe to it, where like as it fits the desert environment of much of the show. It works really well. So yeah, I like the opening and the ending, especially. The rest of it I like, but
the ending might be my lead. I love the ending too, but it's I have to say by the second half of the show, especially those last 6 episodes, I can't I can't even watch the OP because it's so dissonant from what's happening in the show. I mean, like from like what happens to Brad and like what happens to Zazie and Wolfwood and like the way people are reacting to it. And then and Vash is like grabbing a sandwich out of the air with his mouth. And I'm just like, okay, I can't. I mean, it might be nice if you need a break from all that, but if you need a break, you just walk away. I think totally.
Yeah, what they should have done is what they did in another Johnny Young Bosch voiced anime, which is the first Persona 4 anime, a thing that I always point to, where on the episodes where serious shit happens, the immediate episode is followed by having no OP, it's just a title card, or the ending is absent. Mm-hmm. And so they use the extra minute to do other stuff with the story. By the way, speaking of music, can we talk about the music that plays over the next episode preview? And the fact that between that and Johnny Young Bosch's narration, it makes me feel like I'm watching an episode of Scrubs.
I love that. I love that guitar. It's so good. It's great.
And then he's like, but everyone has a rivet. Everyone has a song inside their heart. Something like that. It just sounds like JD's talking about time in Sacred Heart. That's all I can think of every time I hear it.
Man, I didn't watch those this time. I forgot about that. Wow. You're so right. Like, that's such a, yeah. Wow. It is a really funny.
Will we get Vash and Wolfwood doing a version of Guy Love?
I hope so.
Considering that Vash and Wolfwood have more chemistry than Vash and Meryl, hint to the thing that I'm going to bitch about later.
Oh, it's true. You can't. But that's all I have to say about the creative team. I think everybody involved did such a great job, and we're going to talk more about adaptational choices more specifically in a minute. But yeah, like you people made a classic. I didn't talk about any of the Seiyu, but we'd be here forever if we talked about it. And I think we talked about the dub. The dub is great. I love the English dub. I love the Japanese audio track. I think you can't go wrong either way. I think the characters, I mean, they all just hit major and minor. There's one character, very minor character. I thought the Zazie the Beast performance in Japanese, I liked far better than the English dub performance. Doesn't he have like a weird accent? Like, yeah, it's me, Zazie the Beast. Like, doesn't he do that whole thing?
Are you trying to do some Gilbert Gottfried shit now as well?
not on purpose.
I don't really recall his accent all that strongly. We're going to talk more about the dub in a bit because we have a specific question about substances dubs when it comes to Trigun. I will note that for my part, I watched this in the dub, and I'm going to say no more for now until we get to that question. But yeah, I didn't watch it sub this time around. I've only ever really watched this show dubbed. Right. Anyway, with the creators behind us, do we want to give a quick, non-Tim Rogers version of our non-spoilery thoughts? Okay. So, joking aside, I do think Trigun is a simple story, but I think that it is one that makes excellent use of what it has in order to tell its story and get its themes across. I still think it holds up, at least in terms of the storytelling. Like, the actual ideas that are on display here feel as refreshing to me now as they did when I first watched the show in 2013, and as refreshing as they were back in the time when the show actually first aired, all for basically the same reason, because I utterly fucking despise anime protagonist wankers who are just like, kill everyone, all women are bitches and belongs to me, that sort of stuff, And this show opens very explicitly by portraying Vash as that kind of person, and then deconstructs that perception of him, and then shows, hey, you can do the thing that I always say, why not both? You can be a badass and you can give a shit about people, which is something that some people don't seem to understand, mystifyingly enough. But anyway, grouchiness aside on my part, I do think that the show's thematic core still holds up really, really well. If anything, I like it more now than I did when I was younger, because I had some objections to the ending that have now disappeared thanks to me being older and wiser. The wiser part, again, is up for debate. I'll leave that to our audience to decide. However, it's not flawless. Without getting too much into it, the second half of the show really struggles with giving some of its characters things to do that are meaningful. I think it's immaculately structured up until the halfway point, particularly of how it utilizes those characters. But after that point, it stops dead.
You're talking about Meryl specifically.
Meryl and Millie. Meryl totally to a greater degree, but Millie I would include in that as well. Additionally, there are some pacing issues here and there. I'll talk about it specifically, but the flashback episode that's about the Seed ship in particular, it really should have been a two-parter.
I know. I remember it being a two-parter. Like that was my memory of it, and I can't believe I was seeing it. I was like, "Wow, they did all this in one go."
Yeah, that I think was a mistake in my opinion, because I think that all needed a lot more fleshing out.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the show's approach to its female characters, as I mentioned before, it's not grotesque. It just doesn't seem to give them as much to do as the male characters in general. And there are the groping elements that you mentioned, which, look, I'm not going to be all SJW here and say groping, blah, 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 blah. I'm not that kind of person. I mean,
that's not a deal breaker, but
it's
easily it could be there and could not be there. I mean, and the show would not suffer.
Yeah, there's the thing is though, like the groping stuff, like, and also what Vash does and his attitude towards women, it doesn't do favors for his character and seems very odd. Like, okay, we're gonna have the sanctity of all life thing going on, but then he acts this way.
I know, and it's like,
again, I'm not saying you never.
Well, it's like it's a thing that his character brushes off, and the show brushes off as you talked about him being so goofy as sort of a coping mechanism, and it's sort of being the surface layer on top of the things he's really feeling. And like the fact that it sort of puts the groping in the category of scampy, rascally comic silliness that can just be easily brushed off, I think is an unfortunate choice. And it makes me
see also what happens with
go ahead.
See also what happens with Dominique the Cyclops.
Oh, that's what I mean. That's one of the big things that I definitely that scene that I mean, and like those, and it's not happening all the time. I think there are just like a small handful of like 2, 3, 4 instances where it made me think. Today in 2022, it made me go like, oh my God, how must my female friends that I showed this to when I was 17, 18 years old, like, how must they have thought of this? Like, I didn't even. I was so ignorant, and back then it's like I didn't even know enough to know that I should feel maybe embarrassed about this. I felt embarrassment for my past self that I didn't even address.
I'll get into it more in talking points, but it also doesn't make any sense in the context of the show and Vash's incredibly impressionable nature. I'll explain why when we get to that, but that ties into my issue with that recap episode. But overall, I think that it still holds up really well. I think it has meaningful things to say about morality, about the use of power, and also, interesting enough, the non-use of power, simply just not doing anything with it at all. And it has a more nuanced take on that than I think I originally gave it credit for. It makes good. I mean, even the Christian elements in it, like with Wolfwood and all the that stuff, like that's utilized well in my opinion. The other thing, however, I would say that holds this show
really
back
funny jokes. Really funny jokes. The Wolfwoods.
No.
Anyway, go ahead. Okay, what holds it back?
The other thing, it's the animation.
Yeah.
And also specifically the visual design. And I'm going to elaborate more on this again in talking points. This ties into what I said to you about why the show seems to have not had the lasting appeal it should have done versus, say, Sailor Moon. This is where I was planting the ideas in your head about this.
I think that's a little bit overstated. I mean, I remember hearing, to me, it's overstated. I remember hearing people talk about it when they, did their retrospectives of Trigun 20 years after the fact or whatever. And I hadn't seen it in over a decade. And I was like, oh man, I bet it did age really shittily. And then watching it this time, I'm like, I don't know. I guess I just watched a lot of old anime. It just totally did not strike me as this like barely animated or incredibly shittily animated thing.
Oh
You know?
no! Oh no! But I don't think it's bad, but I think it lacks staying power.
It's dated, no doubt, but it's just like this is just a thing
visually.
you have to like accept, meet it where it is back in 1998.
Yeah, I'm referring more to its lasting impact and why it seems to have faded.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I'll expand on that later. But yeah, overall, it's a very, very easy recommend. It still holds up. It's still a lot of fun. When the action is good, it's actually really good. It has an incredibly creative rogues gallery, which ties into my comparison between this and Metal Gear Solid, because the Gung-ho Guns do bear some structural like similarity to the idea of the fox head. Now, granted, some people are going to start screaming and telling me like, well, Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 were out well before Trigun was, and they had their own like, units of like wacky super soldiers. But I'm just saying there's a lot of commonality here, like, and if you like that sort of stuff, you'll love it here. There's a dude, I think is it a dude? I'm not sure, like the sniper. I can't remember the sniper's name. The long shot.
Yeah, Kane the long shot.
Kane the long shot. Yeah. Kane the long shot. That sniper rifle of his is as long as my street. It's ridiculous.
Oh, we need to play a game.
We
need to play a game. And that game is...
What's the game?
Without looking, how many Gung-ho Guns can you name?
Monad the Gale, sorry, I mean to say. Legato, of course.
Sure.
You can count him as a blue Gung-ho Gun. Zazie the Beast. Dominique the Cyclops. What's the whaler? What's his first name again? I can't remember.
I don't think there is a whaler.
The jazz guy.
You meant whale in that sense. Yes. That'd be Mid Valley, the Horn Freak.
That was it. The Horn
Terrible
Freak.
name.
Yes, you're right.
but a cool character.
There's the Lee Van Cleef revolver ocelot looking puppet master dude.
Luanov.
I can't remember his name. Yes. Oh god, they all have wonky names. I can remember what they all look like. I just can't remember all their names without cheating. And of course, there is another Gung-ho Gun, but I'm not going to name him because that's technically spoilers.
Okay, all right. Let me see if I can do the rest, or I'll try to do them, and I might have some overlap with you. I'm going to try to do them in order of appearance without looking. Okay, Moan of the Gale. Legato technically, Legato Blue Summers, but I sort of don't count him because he's not a something the something. And almost all of them have that nomenclature. So Mona of the Gale, Dominique the Cyclops, the one and only Gung-ho Gun does not follow the nomenclature because he's so shitty. E.g. mine, Ride the Blade.
Oh yes,
Who has the greatest line in the dub? What is this? Twisted Christian Science. This is one of my favorite things ever.
You know what I love about Riding the Blade, by the way, just to interrupt. He has the best answer in the world to someone mocking him for bringing a sword to a gunfight.
The sword gun.
His sword is actually a secret gun.
Yes. By the way, we should say the Gung-ho Guns are kind of become the main antagonistic force to Vash the Stampede in the second half of the show. So Luanov the Puppet Master, Gray the Nine Lives, Kane the Long Shot, Zazie the Beast, Mid Valley the Horn Freak, Chapel the Evergreen. I think that's it. Did I miss anyone?
You missed one, but it's a spoiler.
Well, I mean, I sort of already said them, but we'll leave that.
Did you though?
We'll leave that.
Did you though? I don't think you did.
We'll leave that.
But we'll
get to that anyway. Yeah, the Gung-ho Guns are great. Definitely an access point for, I think you said like Metal Gear people, also comic book people, I think really get into like, oh, here's a stable of villains.
If you like a good rogues gallery, the ones in Trigun are fantastic. You'll not get bored. I mean, for what you'd think like based on the name of just like Gung-ho Guns, they have a wonderful stable of powers and abilities that make things fresh.
And you know how garbage my memory is, and I could name them all because they're so memorable, and I've seen the show a lot of times. Okay, so your recommendations, are you any more to say, or are you passing the mic?
No, I'm going to pass the mic over to you, my friend.
I think the show is an absolute classic. And I think it should be watched at least once by everyone. Like I do, it'll be a lot of old anime, like you're going to have to come to terms with the way that the animation has aged. But I think to make up for that, I think the character designs are spot on, like we said. There's a lot of really engaging action, some fantastic comedy. I mean, I laugh so much at this show still. And it's just incredibly great silliness and visual gags. And I think like the facial expressions and stuff are so good. Like there's so many moments in this show where another character looks into the eyes of one of the protagonists and thinks, "Oh fuck. Well, I'm not gonna do anything. I better back off." And you see, but you can see it in their eyes, whether or not they have kind of a sort of otherworldly glow or other kind of aggressive or ethereal qualities. Like so much, I think, is gotten across by flourishes like that in the visual design. That I think that the show does hold up for me, and I think the music is great, like I said. But yeah, I think the character Vash The Stampede is an iconic. I think again, you gotta see Vash's story once. And I think I'm like you. Like I think it still feels pretty fresh and pretty alive. I don't think it's this thing like, oh well, we've seen this before a million times, and now it's not fresh anymore. That it's not 1998. I mean, I just think the issues that the show wants us to think about are just human questions that we'll always be thinking about, and so we won't get tired of pondering them.
Yeah, I mean that's part of why the ending now works for me as an adult versus whereas it didn't when I was a younger adult. But I mean, I'm also, as I say, just like we need more Vash the Stampedes in fiction in general. Because again, I must protest this. Like this was something, just a slight anecdote here, just a tangent. But I remember once discussing Guilty Gear with someone, and they said that Sol, the lead character from that, who in himself shares a lot of similarities with Vash, as it turns out, both in terms of like actual character attributes and lingering trauma and such.
They can smell the game. They said like they can both smell the game.
I mean, I think Vash would agree that what Knives is doing is bullshit blazing. Anyway,
yeah.
Anyway, they mentioned this person I was discussing it with. Like they said, like with a recent story turn, that they thought Sol was getting soft, and they just wanted him to be like, you know, the dude who punches people and sets them on fire. And I hate that attitude because it seems to preclude the possibility that people can be badasses while also being decent individuals. And Vash has and still is always been like the answer to that viewpoint because he is both. Like, make no mistake, like he is a softie and he doesn't want to hurt people, but you really do get the impression in this show that if he wanted to live up to his name, to live up to his reputation, he could. He is that dangerous. He does many amazing badass things. Like the first time he fires bullets in episode 5 to deflect the attack of one of the criminals, like the what were they called again? I can't remember.
In episode 1?
5.
Oh, the Nebraska family.
The Nebraska family, yeah. Like when the older Nebraska, like the Norio Wakamoto Nebraska dude launches an attack, like he fires some precision bullets to stop him. Yep. So yeah, he does some badass stuff. And I really just want to put it out there. I'm so tired of people being like, you have to be a cold motherfucker to be a badass. I'm like, no, you don't. You absolutely don't. Yeah. Sol is a badass, and you know he's also like got a little bit of a soft side for him, although he never admit it. I mean, the game in question that had this story change that caused this person to respond as such also has Sol riding a nuclear missile. He jumps onto a nuclear missile and rides it by punching into it to hold onto it with no special equipment.
Vash Pele kicks an RPG.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Vash could do that. Actually,
I didn't ride a missile, but
oh no, you're right. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Whenever a random ordinary citizen fires a bazooka at a rocket-propelled grenade, he Pele kicks it into the ceiling. Incredible.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Vash to me is like such a treasure, and I mean, you know, you talked about the villains. Wolfwood, incredible character.
Oh yes, Wolfwood is amazing.
I think there's a lot you could say for Millie. I think she's really the best person in the show. She's not really given a lot to work with, but there are a few significant morsels. And there's a really great minor characters that are so memorable that they've populated this, dry, arid planet with, like the Nebraska family and Frank Marlin and, the rest of these, the rest of these people. And, that's to say nothing of the main antagonist, which we can't really get into without spoiling much. And we'll talk about that soon. But, I think perhaps if you were older when you're coming to it for the first time than I was, like, it will not strike you in exactly the same way. Like, it won't be as much of a revelation. But I still think, as Shadon puts it, like, you'll get something out of it. And hell, I mean, there's new things I got out of it this time at 38. So I think that there's a lot there. And I mean, we'll talk about the pacing. I actually think the pacing is quite excellent. Emotionally. I think, I mean, there's a recap episode, of course, but this is like, you can hardly blame Trigun solely for that. I mean, this is a product of like television anime.
It's a well executed recap episode. Like
not the worst.
Stuff is in there for an actual purpose. Yeah, it's got a purpose behind it.
So I love it. I think you should definitely see it.
Yeah. If I had one other thing I'd say to our audience, just as a general note, take this as a note. Like, if you have a classic show that you're really fond of, maybe go back and watch it again if you've not seen it in a while. See it with fresh eyes. You might not like it as much, admittedly. That's just the nature of things. We sometimes grow out of stuff that we used to enjoy when we were younger. Unless you're, someone on Reddit, I suppose, but never mind. But the point being, rather, is that you can probably find an engaging exercise just to compare your view now versus how it was back then. I certainly do. Like, I realise that I've actually grown a little bit as a critic because I realise that Trigun has so much more to it than I originally gave it credit for, even though I liked it as much as I did back in the day. So yeah, that's certainly worth knowing.
Also, don't do what I did,
right.
I would say. I mean, or perhaps be warned, do at your own risk. Don't watch like the last 10 episodes in one day. I mean, that's heavy shit, especially like the last 6 or 7 are just monumentally, like when viewing all of that at one time. I mean, that's a lot of human suffering that you're going to be exposed to in very kind of an unflinching way. And it's tough. I mean, it's tough. It was an emotional watch. It reminded me a little bit of watching a whole bunch of the back half of Evangelion. I mean, just so heavy and weighty, and there's just a lot of despair that the show is so kind of open about, that it can be tough, especially if you've only seen the Badlands Rumble film, or you've only seen the first few episodes. You're like, Trigun. Yeah, I can binge this. I would say don't binge it if you can help it.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, take the show at pace. Do it like, one or two episodes at a time, and just let it soak in. I think that's especially true given that there are like plot threads that happen where time passes.
Yeah.
And this is something that I said, for example, with 86 that happened earlier this year, where by a quirk of the production, the events of one episode, because it then took 3 months for the next one to come around, were allowed to simmer in my mind a lot more rather than, immediate next episode. Like without going too much into spoilers, there's an event in the show where Vash disappears for a little bit and then reemerges. And I think that event would have more impact if you allowed some time for the event, for the triggering point of that to soak in a little bit before jumping into the next one.
And it should tell you, something if you have listened to this podcast for a long time. I normally hate episodes like that. I despise when the main character retreats for an episode or two, has amnesia a lot of the time. sort of disguises himself, goes away, and then has to be pulled back onto the critical path of the narrative. Like, it's one of those things that you get it, you know, when you're considering them as people or whatever, but just as a story, I'm like, can we please get on with it? This is really just, I feel like wasting my time. But the way that it's done here, I mean, I think is fantastic, and it just makes so much emotional sense, and I think is in some ways looking after the viewer too. And yeah, so I think even that stuff that I normally hate is done so well here.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's move on then, in that case, to answering questions first and foremost of a questioning nature. People are firing their thought bullets at us, and we're going to fire some back.
Does this mean that we've entered the spoiler zone?
Yep.
Spoiler zone.
Abandon all hope. Spoiler zone. You have entered a realm not of privacy nor secrets, but of truth. Or something like that. I'll sharpen that up for the future. Just imagine I've just suddenly started being in black and white, and I'm smoking a cigarette, and I've got the Rod Serling voice. Or basically, I am Rod Serling. That would make this podcast so much better.
I disagree.
Well, I mean, it's Rod Serling delivering Twilight Zone. Let me tell you about this man who wandered the desert for 100+ years. He believed he was damned to fail. Like, I can go on anyway. Right, okay, so we're going to move firstly on to questions from our wonderful Discord members. And if you're thinking to yourself, you know what? I like being in Discords. I'd like to be in that particular Discord where I can ask questions of these two charming gentlemen. How do I do that? Well, pop yourself over to ko-fi.com/Warui Deshou, buy us a ko-fi or a coffee. I will use it for alcohol. I think Doc will probably spend it more responsibly. But in any event, if you want to help support us, please do it that way. And we'll grant you access to our Discord, where you can join in on such things as discussions about currently airing anime, general like life and politics.
Elden Ring.
We do Elden Ring. Yeah, there's a lot of Elden Ring discussion right now. By the way, side note, I can't get past the fact that Elden Ring sounds like a disease that 70-year-old men suffer. I'm sorry. But
rolling my eyes.
I had a bad case of the Elden Ring. I had a bad case of the Elden Ring last night. Oh. Anyway, moving on. So if you want discussions about Elden Ring, amongst other things, and all sorts of other good stuff with a wonderful community, do feel free to check that out. And that will, of course, allow you to ask questions. So we're going to go straight into said questions. And we have two initially from Johnny Rackham. And the first one goes like this. Calling back to one of your earlier episodes, what similarities and contrasts in writing, tone, symbolism, and visuals do you notice between John Woo's The Killer and this show in regards to characters like Wolfwood and others, particularly episode 23, Paradise? Feel free to compare other characters or episodes if you like as well. Right. Oh boy, that's a big one to start with.
While I think about this, can we take a short break?
Yes. Okay, to answer Rackham's question, I've dredged my memory and I've recalled something that I said on the Killer podcast. You should definitely check that out, by the way, and check out John Woo's The Killer in general, because it's a phenomenal film. But I think it's pertinent to Trigun as well. Now, just to recap, without going into spoilers for The Killer so much, because this is not the Killer cast, nor you should also watch it, of course, as well. We have in that film an assassin and a cop who cannot find what I think the film describes as true honor in either of their structures. Mm-hmm. So the criminal structure of the assassin and the honorable, or supposedly lawful structure of the cop, the police, they cannot find true honor in either of them. They're forced to find a middle ground. Where, you know, even like the law-abiding cop has to resort to doing something that's a bit unethical in order to achieve a greater good. And the assassin, of course, is turned away from a life of cold-blooded murder towards something better. But not without going completely, lawful good either. And that, to me, is what sums up also Trigun's approach to morality and power. And this is going to probably end up devolving into a long discussion about the ending. So I'm going to try and not do that right now and instead save that for later. But I will say that I think that Trigun, as I've said, is very much a pro-thinking work, much as the killer is, because it's not about a hard and fast like rule about, you know, thou shalt never kill. That's what Vash works with through much of the show, and it does not work. But one thing I will say, without going into too much detail ahead of time, is although that doesn't work, that doesn't mean it's not tragic that he's forced to do it. That's something that I think is extremely key to understanding the morality of Trigun. And also, I think, is a thing that a lot of people miss when they see about stories like Trigun, which deal with people having to kill, or when people themselves comment like, oh, in this situation, I totally would have caved his skull in. Like, people can say in a very blasé manner, like, that they would kill someone else given the right circumstances, but they never seem to appreciate that that comes with a price of one's soul. And of course the guilt and the the trauma afterwards. You'd have to be a literal psychopath not to have that happen. So I'm just bringing it up now because it ties into.
I'm holding back that I want. There's so many things I want to say about that dimension of the show, but we can't right now. We just can't.
The morality of this show is something that I think is certainly open for discussion. And I think it's also probably one of the show's strengths that even is open for discussion, like that people can have different reactions to it. So that, to me, makes it already a great work of art in its own right. But I appreciate that it isn't black and white about, hey, you know, never kill people, or conversely, and I know this seems obvious, but it's worth noting, don't fucking murder everyone you see. You know, and that applies, as I say, also in turn with the killer. In that, you know, you have two characters in there who in some way are like Vash and Wolfwood, because Wolfwood is the one who also undergoes his own moral arc, of course. Who find that their existing positions, which they feel intractable about, they do move away from them. They move towards a mutual understanding.
Can you
and like something a bit closer?
Just because we haven't really set him up, can you describe or set up the character of Nicholas D. Wolfwood briefly?
I can indeed. He is, well, let's put it this way. If there's one thing that makes all the women on the planet of Gunsmoke sweat, it's him. Because he's hot.
He is.
Quips aside on that, Wolfwood is the original machine gun preacher.
Yes.
No, really. He is a man of God who carries a giant cross, but the giant cross is simultaneously a gun rack and also a gun. Mm-hmm. It is a combination machine gun rocket launcher.
I was always under the impression, like, and this could be totally wrong, but I guess I was thinking of it in terms of video game, like, because sort of there's an early portion where Wolfwood is with them, and then and at that point the giant metal cross is a gun rack, and then he leaves for a while, and then he comes back when they board the uncrashed Project Siege ship just before that, and then from that point forward, it is the cross itself is a machine gun. So in my brain, it was like,
I think he has it as a machine gun a bit before. Yeah, I think he has it as a machine gun a bit before then as well. Like, for example, in the duel and whatnot that happens, that sometime after Diablo, before the siege. But all that aside, though, amusing note, it is also Wolfwood's own Trigun, because the titular Trigun of the title of the show refers to the weapons that Vash has, one of which is, of course, his revolver, and the other two of which we're going to talk about separately because they count as spoilers. But yes, Wolfwood has, of course, the handguns in his cross, the actual machine gun element, and there's a missile launch villain. So that's a Trigun right there. Yes. But yeah, Wolfwood is a man of God who ends up following the group, and he has the opposite viewpoint of Ash, which is that if you have to kill, you should. But his, like, which, you know, might seem like, well, of course, but he's very blasé about it. To the point where they have some arguments over that. Initially, which results in his own moral event horizon happening, and also his actual secret mission, which again, spoilers, we're not going to reveal that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, his preacherness, his traveling preachers is, you know, you come to see, like, you question, like, how committed is he really? How much of a priest is he, honestly? How much of this is just a veneer, and how much of it is really, really true? Because it is interesting that the traveling priest has a, I guess what you might describe as a coarser morality, or a more sort of permissive morality when it comes to lethal violence than Vash the Stampede, who is a godless heathen.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Wolfwood was a fan of Ezekiel 25:17, which of course was from the incredible religious text known as Pulp Fiction.
He's trying real hard, Ringo.
So there's all that's Wolfwood, and also I would note, you're saying that he's is he like truly a man of the cloth? I would actually say the real question here is his mentor a true man of the cloth?
Sure.
And that will tie into something we're going to talk about later with the idea of nature versus nurture. One of my favorite things to get my teeth. I love getting my teeth sunk into that. So we expect us to talk about it. Also, I'm fairly confident, even though it's not confirmed in the text of the show, but I'm just going to assume he bangs Millie.
Oh, holy shit. Of course he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course he does.
Vash can't even say Meryl's name. He doesn't even say her fucking name.
And what's incredible is in Trigun Maximum, it's just more adventures of Vash with Meryl and Millet. So he's hanging out with them more. And he can't even say by the end of the TV show her name. Although he does have a tender moment or two with her. But yeah, holy cow. It was so it under-delivered in a huge way, that dynamic.
Yeah, we'll get to that later, but I mean, let's put it this way. Wolfwood, man of the cloth, actually gets laid versus the godless heathen. Versus Vash the Stampede, who has a woman who will literally jump his Trigun, and he can't. He doesn't even do anything.
I think,
even though he spends.
That's the whole thing. Part of my frustration. You know what? We can't do this right now. We'll talk about Meryl later.
I believe me. I'm going to be in agreement with you, and I've got a lot to say about that as well. But yeah,
she's so
a complicated character, but he. Oh God! But he undergoes his own moral arc, of course, meeting somewhere towards the middle. Like, if there's a center point of an ideal moral solution or moral code, neither Vash nor Wolfwood start there. But they somehow drift towards it. Like, if you think of it as like it being opposite sides of a map, and this place is in the middle, they move towards it. And that's, I think, would be the common element between Trigun and the Killer, because that applies also to John Woo, Chow Yun-Fat's assassin character, and I can't remember the name of the actor who played the cop. But you know what I'm talking about. Like, they similarly start in a place of a moral positioning that is insufficient for both of them, and they move towards like a mutual understanding.
Yeah, it's funny. The way I would characterize Trigun, rather than people moving toward the center, I feel like for so long Vash is like pointed to true north, and then Wolfwood in particular is pointed elsewhere, and he just sort of kind of slowly his needle begins to point in the same direction as Vash.
By the way, just for the avoidance of doubt, when I say center, I am not talking in terms of political center. I'm just merely using it as an illustrative example, like
like a line, just on a line
of location. I don't mean like left, right, center or anything like that, as in political terms.
And I would echo what you would say. I guess the way I would frame it would be like, in the Killer, you have this world that is rejecting the values of these two men, who kind of form a bond, despite their shared outlook on things. That they share these core values, and they're going to kind of make a stand against a world that like rejects them. And Vash is like, I will say that on a certain level, it would appear that the world is rejecting his set of values as well. Certainly Wolfwood believes him to be too naive. A lot of characters think he's too naive. But I think that I don't want to say too much, but I think there's some question about like kind of, is the fundamental nature of the world at odds with what Vash believes via Rem Save Rem. And we'll talk about that more later, but there is this kind of notion of these gunmen with a sense of honor or these principles, and kind of everybody or everything is pushing back seemingly against them, and yet they stand against it. And spoilers here. We're in the spoiler zone. In the episode
Spoiler zone.
Yes, in the episode Paradise that Rackham references, Wolfwood, because he sort of, his moral alignment, his moral compass is now more in tune with Vash's. He does not go through with killing his mentor, and because of that, he lets him off the hook, and then someone else ensures that he's killed because of that. And so, and this sort of similar-ish thing happens in The Killer. So, I would not have thought of that comparison, but you teasing it out, Shadon, and Rackham asking the question does bring that interesting similarity to mind. That's kind of a fascinating idea.
And yeah, we're going to be talking more about the idea of getting out of one's moral framework. I mean, we talked about Wolfwood, for example, being a man of the cloth. Just this show gets like a lot out of the buffalo of Christianity, basically, in terms of like repentance, sin, guilt, redemption, and also I would say the idea that religion does not have a monopoly on morality as practiced by Chapel, for example.
Sure.
So yeah, there is much to talk about.
One
that,
could
later.
I think credibly argue that Vash is a Christ figure of some sort. No literary Christ figure is ever sort of one-to-one perfect isomorphic kind of relationship with Christ as depicted in the Bible, but I think you could make a good case.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, it would have been a bit much if Legato stabbed him in the side with a spear, but still. I can allow that. Right, next one. If the show were to feature Rem singing a song by the band REM, in your opinion, which song would be most appropriate? Notable suggestions include It's the End of the World as We Know It, Everybody Hurts, and Losing My Religion. My answer to that would probably be...
Damn it, you stole my answer! Oh, you stole my answer. It had to be Shiny Happy People. Holding hands. Oh my God. Sure, throw Everybody Hurts in as the second, as the B-side. Why not?
It works. It works. Why not? By the way, I know that REM, the band REM, is of course for REM sleep. I can't help but wonder if that also applies to Rem herself. Like if her name is meant to be a play on the idea of REM sleep, given that she appears in Vash's dreams and all that. And you could argue that when he leaves her morality behind, he wakes up a little bit. I don't know. That's probably pushing it a lot, but
interesting.
Yeah, just food for
She's
thought. Food for thought.
I think I would liken her to Eve of the Bible, and a similar sort of idea that you're saying, that like Vash kind of has his eyes opened at some point, eats the proverbial apple, and does move forward. It's not like a perfect analogy, but she is sort of like, I don't know, she's sort of like the mama of the new Garden of Eden. The sort of, anyway, it's meant to be the new Garden of Eden. The new home of humanity, sort of trying to get a second chance. Maybe we'll talk about this more in depth, because this is a huge spoiler to do with Vash's origin story and all this.
We'll get to that soon enough. All right. Next question comes from Alex Smith. Shouts to Alex,
the chef,
a long-time guest on. Yep, absolute legend of a guy. What would your free guns be? And this, right? Okay, I'm going to avoid the joke of my arms because they're sick. Check. Right, my answer to this is one of them definitely has to be the BFG 9000 from Doom.
Okay.
Because that's an iconic gun, and how could you not?
Ebony and Ivory from Devil May Cry. Why not?
I'm gonna say the shotgun from Terminator 2, the lever action one.
Okay.
And lastly, it's got to be Rick Deckard's pistol from Blade Runner.
I'm going to go the Ingram 98's pistol from Pat Labor as one of mine.
Nice.
The big giant robo pistol. I don't know. I'm not like a big gun fetishist necessarily. So I feel like, yeah, sure. Those are all good answers. It feels dumb, but Vash's revolver is iconic to me.
What about the Macross cannon? From,
it just seems like an order of magnitude of difference, but sure.
Why not?
Sure,
why not?
I'll take it. The difference between that and like that's just like this cosmic weapon, like world altering. The Pat Labor gun is, I mean, the labors are just like basically construction equipment, and so like it'd be like almost like a wrecking ball or just so minor compared to the Macross cannon. But sure, the Macross cannon. Why not?
Why not? Okay, next set of questions. These two come from Go-Go Toy Robot. The first of which is, for the newer anime fan who has not grown up with it, is Trigun still worth your time? Yes, undoubtedly, I would say. You do have to get past the fact that it has not aged particularly well in some respects. But I think that there is a lot to like, and I think that part of the reason it, as I said, that it did so well in the West is because it is accessible. Like, good things are timeless, in my opinion. So what made it accessible then makes it accessible now. You don't need to know a lot about anime to watch, I've seen a lot of anime to like get past the, how do we put it, the complexities of it, the stumbling blocks, the hurdles, like the eccentricities of the medium. You can easily get into Trigun if you've watched Bebop, for example. You can go straight for that. Hell, you could probably don't even need to do that. So it's certainly very accessible. It's still meaningful. The action's still decent. Yeah, I can handily recommend it as a classic, I would say. And I think that given everything I've said about like similarities to other works, such as say Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Solid, like I think it's an easy recommend for a lot of people who would be younger who might still have played like later versions of those games. Like if you, for example, were young and played Devil May Cry 5 and enjoyed like the rivalry between Dante and Virgil, you'll like the rivalry between Vash and Knives because it's got some similar elements.
Yeah, I agree on this. I mean, I think everybody should watch it, and it's tremendous. And go in knowing as little as possible. I would say like try not to be spoiled on stuff if you can help it. I think it has a lot more impact that way, and it comes across feeling a lot more interesting. Like some of the turns that the story takes. I just don't think the story gets enough credit for how interesting it is. Like I think you're not wrong to call it a simple story. And I think this is just interesting that like there's like 2 volumes of manga that they took, right? And we'll get into this more, but like it's just so interesting that they took that and like fleshed it out in this incredible way. Like it's such a good, it's so much better than the opposite where you have like a million books and you try to fit it all into a handful of episodes and you have to cut a bunch of stuff. And I don't know, I like this a lot. I think this turned out so great.
Could have been worse. Could have been adapted from a light novel written by a wanker.
I mean, we didn't. Man.
It seems to be getting more and more common these days, unfortunately.
We didn't even know what the term light novel meant. So, yeah, this predated all that. So no, yeah, watch it. Absolutely watch this for sure. Especially if you don't mind older anime. And you run screaming into the night from a tonal shift. Oh no. This is
my God.
Terrible. This is, I think, it's significant, but it's like, people just act like it's a deal. Some people act like it's like a deal breaker that they had to stop watching or whatever. I'm like, what the hell, man? I don't understand that at all. But.
Yeah. Next question from Go Voice Robot is, does it deserve its status as a classic? Okay, I'm going to be honest. There are other shows out there, probably Sumikahara one specifically, that have a much more complicated and nuanced view on morality, trauma, abuse, the things that you've mentioned, all power structures, all that sort of stuff. And there's even more modern ones that do that as well. Trigun still holds its own on that front, but I have to be frank. The problems I have with it are problems that you can always sometimes have problems as like, oh, it was just a thing at the time. They should have been fixed there and then, in my opinion. This could have still been better. When I get to talking about Meryl, for example, one of the things that bothers me is that it's revealed in the show that Meryl is a competent gunfighter in her own right. In fact, she's known as Derringer Meryl. And if there's one thing Trigun makes clear, if you've got a nickname like that, you're not to be fucked with. And yet, the show doesn't do much with this revelation, in my opinion.
Well, it's a comedy thing only. Yeah, it's like so much involving the ladies is like that sort of relegated into like, okay, this was some silliness, but we can't reintroduce it in the more.
I disagree with Meryl being a gunfire. Like, I think the show was fairly serious about her being capable.
Go listen to the music that's playing when the Derringer Meryl revelation occurs. It's some very silly slapsticky music, and the camera's like zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. Like it's very much like, oh, so look, you didn't know she had all these guns in her cape, and it's a throwaway episode. I mean, like it's a good. That's maybe a little harsh. It's a good episode, but it's an episode that has like no bearing on the larger story, and it's only done because Vash is gone as well. So I feel like the way the show feels about it is that's sort of a more of a comedic thing. You're thinking of Millie being a machine gun fighter.
You're thinking of the later episode after Meryl has been introduced as Derringer Meryl. The one where she is introduced is what I'm thinking of, and that is like dead serious. That's how they solve.
Remind me what happens
by having her reveal she literally reveals she has like 20 pistols.
Sure, but what was the episode? Is that that's the one where all the kids shoot her with the darts, right?
I don't think so. Because there's a later episode where, as you say, Vash is absent for much of it, and he has a full.
That's little, yeah. Like, that's Little Arcadia. That's like right around the recap.
Yeah. That is a jokey episode, so that's I get that. But what I'm saying is, when she's introduced as Derringer Meryl, it's like she's dead, like treated as a threat. She solves the problem by being a competent gunfire. And I'm bringing this up because I'm talking about like missed opportunities here. Again, that arrogant thing that I often kind of like to do, which is Vash and Wolfwood both go through their own moral arcs about the use of their own power, used as a loose term here, like the power to take lives, the fact that they're competent fighters. Why is that not applied to Meryl as well? I'm asking because I think that you could have done some interesting stuff with that. You definitely could have. Like where she's the... Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that Meryl in particular, and Millie to a lesser extent, don't get anywhere near enough to do, even though there's so much opportunity for them to have stuff to do. I'm not saying that Meryl needs to start killing people left and right. That would be stupid. I'm saying that if you establish her as a competent gunfighter, yes, I'll allow you the comedy episode where they make fun of like the fact that she's in the leading role and Vash has to kind of save her from a distance and all that. But if you do that, how about, call me crazy, doing something with it? Especially when you make it like, we're going to get into another question soon enough about Meryl and Millie's roles in the show. And I'm going to mention now, like, Meryl is meant to be like an observer of Vash, like she's in some way like acting as the audience lens.
We're all meant to fall in love with him. For sure.
And then do nothing about it.
We can't. I mean, so she can.
I'm not better. But anyway, point being, so she's often like she has that one episode where she comments like on him seemingly killing that kid, Julius, who's trying to escape with his love. Like so,
Moore and Julius. That's right.
But yes. But shouldn't she like have things to do that might test her own sense of morality? Because this is what the show
Millie
is
got
about.
so much to do in that episode. That's the episode that for me made me think like, here's a real person. Whereas Meryl is just a surrogate for us and also someone to moon and pine after Vash. Whereas like Millie, like follows them into the wilderness and like has all these, values that she inherited from her family. And she's like, saying them to help Wolfwood and help Meryl. And like, I don't know, does just enough to get her over the line for me. But yeah, like Meryl, definitely no.
Yeah, I mean, also to follow up your point, but Millie doesn't even have a lethal weapon.
Yes,
she has a stun gun.
That's right.
So, yeah, so there you go. You have a pair here, and again, we're getting a bit ahead into roles here about these two, because there's another question going, but you have one character who explicitly has a non-lethal weapon, and another character who does. So Meryl surely must be prepared to kill people at some point if she's armed in such a fashion, so you'd think. So do something with that.
Yeah.
Have her learn something from Vash, or have her teach something to Vash. Because part of the joke I made before about the idea of Vash and Wolfwood having so much more chemistry than him and Meryl, even though Vash and Meryl are very clearly, by the lot of the framing, meant to be partnered up in some form or another, is because the two of them, Vash and Wolfwood that is, have this opposing moral arc. But there's no reason you couldn't have involved Meryl and have her like do some stuff that like tests her sense of morality in a way that's different from Wolfwood's. Just waste opportunity. So when I say that it's a classic, it is, but it has that dated element where it is not perfect, and it doesn't do as much as it could have done with its characters, which is a shame. But I can still handily recommend it as a classic.
It does way more right than it does wrong.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
And I think the way that it approaches trauma and kind of takes it on head on feels different than like a lot of anime that do that. Mainly because like I think at least a lot of the anime I've seen is from like, it's weird because a lot of are written by dudes, but they're about the trauma of young women. But this is about like the familial trauma of a little boy, and who like carries it around into adulthood and just remains unresolved for so long. And the abuse is just continuing, and this horrible toxic family dynamic. And I think that just to me as a guy, I don't know, like in anime, I can't really think of a lot of things that tackle these particular issues and certainly in the way that Trigun does. I mean, so that's part of what makes it feel still sort of fresh and vital to me. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's not the best anime ever made. It's one of the most important anime to me. And I think most people, if they give it a shot, whether they're anime fans or not, wherever they sort of are in their anime fandom, if they're dyed in the wool or they're new, like you were when you watched it, and I was when I watched it for the first time, I think there's something for you there. It's so accessible, like you said. It's so funny, but it's got really meaningful shit to say that hits hard. And yeah, I mean, I just think there will be something for you there to enjoy, most likely. And if it's not for you, then I mean, it's not for you. It just, for me, the fact that like it's one of the things that Adult Swim and Toonami took a chance on to bring over and put in that block, to me says all you need to know about it, kind of its mass appeal. And they saw it as something that would kind of cross over and hit with multiple audiences that weren't necessarily the most hardcore of anime fans, you know?
Yeah, agreed. All right, next question comes from Yukinon. Both of you, having seen different versions of the anime, dub and sub, why would you recommend one above the other? Okay, this is a very, like, I have two answers to this, and the first of which is going to be something I freely admit is entirely subjective and I mean, it's all opinions, of course, but this is very much my opinion. I know that you feel differently, as do some of our other Discord members, and that's perfectly fine. For me, Meryl and Millie's voices in Japanese were too young sounding relative to what I thought their characters' ages were. I particularly found Millie's voice a bit grating. Now, that's just me. That doesn't make what I say right on that. And I know that you feel differently on that, and that's perfectly fine. The other thing I want to mention, though, is I like the dub overall. I think it's a really good one. But it does have a problem. And I think this comes down to scripting. So let me just put a positive hypothetical here, Doc, right? Let's say you have a line of dialogue that in Japanese is only, I'll rather say, like 2 seconds long. But it conveys a very complex idea. Because Because in Trigun, in the dub, it feels like a lot of the lines are delivered with characters speaking really fast like this. They're going to get all these ideas out really quickly because they don't have much time to do it.
Gotta match those lip movements.
Yes. And that's a real problem for a lot of the dialogue in the show. Particularly, I've noticed it seems most prevalent with some of the side characters. I think Brad was one example of it as well. Like, where there's so many words being crammed in such a short amount of time that the tempo, the pace of the speaking is way too quick. It comes across very stilted. And I think that a more, how should we say, efficient and clever script would have helped that. Now, that's not to say the script is bad in the dub, but far from it. But they didn't seem to have any, either they weren't allowed to, or they didn't realize that they could change the dialogue up to, you know, be shorter and not have to fit so much into such a short amount of time.
You're making it hard for the actors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't really recommend one over the other. I really love them both. I don't think you can go wrong either way. Although I acknowledge what you're saying about, like, once you kind of get past the leads, maybe the acting gets a little thin in the dub. I honestly, for as much as I remember the voices of Vash, Wolfwood, Millie, Meryl, and Legato, I thought the voice actor for Legato was fantastic in English.
Oh, Legato is
just so perfect.
Can you just imagine? Can you imagine that guy ordering like a Starbucks? That guy is chilling just with every word he delivers. But he also has a similar problem in that sometimes it feels like his words are really sped up quite quickly, and it's a bit too much, like, even with a really chilling voice like his, to explain how he's going to kill the fuck out of Vash the Stampede and make him feel miserable, blah, 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 blah. Lorem ipsum.
Lorem ipsum, yeah. You don't have that problem in the sub, but I can understand.
No.
I hear what I do hear what you're saying about the ladies. You know, I read that, what you said before I started listening to the sub, and I don't know, like, it's I think I just didn't notice after a while. It didn't hit me in the same way. And, like, you know, Millie is meant to be this sort of, you're meant to kind of view her as like big, simple Millie, and that voice sort of plays into it. But, like, that all, you know, it sort of hides the sort of the soul, the deep soul of this character kind of underneath that.
Yeah.
And I think that's conveyed well. I think that's conveyed well in both languages. And Meryl's voice didn't strike me as too young listening, but, like, I hear what you're saying. I just think it's as you often say, your mileage may vary. I think whatever you prefer, if you're a subby or a dubby, just go that way and have fun.
Yeah. One thing I will add, though, we have to again put this in context. This was the 90s, and okay, yes, it was released in the West in the early 2000s, but still, that is the early 2000s. I'm fairly confident when we did Princess Tutu that had a similar problem.
Oh yeah. The dub got issues.
Yeah, where lines feel very compressed. But let's give the show credit here. Like, this was in the dark ages of, like, dubbing, where we didn't have things like simulcasting or, you know, really good, like, where, like, an adaptation and, like, script work has got to the level it is now, where it's actually really, really solid. Mm-hmm. So the fact that it came out the way it did and is still above average, it's not Bebop level, but it's above average, I think is worthy of praise. Like, you can call that, like, you know, well, that's all relative. It still doesn't make it necessarily flawless. And yes, it doesn't. But still, I think that's noteworthy that, hey, it came out pretty decent given the time it was made. Mm-hmm. It was an immature art form at that point, translating to dubs, I would say.
We've come a long way, but I mean, Johnny Bosch is like the heart and soul of the show, and he makes you really give a shit about Vash the Stampede. And that's it. If you do that,
yeah,
I mean, that's mission accomplished.
I mean, to be fair to Bosch, though, like his time on Power Rangers, he was doing voiceover work for all the Sentai footage in it, so he technically already was a voice actor.
There you go.
There we go. All right. Next two questions. Next one comes from Riku. Trigun is littered with Christian imagery. Do you think it has something to say about it specifically, or is it a stand-in for something more general, or even just an aesthetic choice? So I've got a couple of thoughts on this. The first of which is that we talk about like redemption and such, and that's a big part of what happens to both Wolfwood and Vash. And I think that the idea of redemption is tied into Christianity itself, because you have like confession and such, and the idea of sin, and that people are not flawless. They will make mistakes. They will be tempted. Which, if we were the perfect humans we would be, then we wouldn't. Christianity as a concept, as I understand it, wouldn't exist. So I like that that's in there for that reason, because it helps both Wolfwood and Vash. Like it serves as like a guiding idea for them. Like, okay, we're not going to do necessarily a Christian redemption here, where we're going to speak to a father and all that, but we are in with the idea of like that. Hey, these characters make mistakes, grievous mistakes, or they have to do horrible things for a greater good. But they can recover from that. They can be redeemed. The other part of that, though, of course, is that both Wolfwood and Chapel, his mentor, they wear the cloth of the Christian priests and Christianity, but they are evil. They want to, they're lying to Vash. They're under the thrall of a false idol, a false god, no less, in Knives. Knives says that he is a god, but he is not. He just thinks he is. So there's that as well. And I think also, like, we tend to think of Christianity as very, like, passive. But even in the olden days in the Bible, like, I mean, I quoted Ezekiel 25:17 and all that. Like, even, like, a religion that is built on
oh my God, there's so many different kind of...
And, yeah.
Depending on where you look in the Christian scripture, right? Like, the Old Testament, the sort of... like, more, like, Jewish authored... really older texts are very much, you have God acting violently in the world. He tried to destroy humanity with the flood. He wanted his armies to like kill other armies and take over nations. And whereas like by the time you get to the later half of the book in the New Testament and post Jesus coming and like him really changing the game up, and then Paul the apostle like opening up Christianity to like the quote unquote Gentiles, right? Like non-Jews. Like it becomes much more of like that. Yeah. Like turn the other cheek, like sort of deal. Right.
What's funny? You could literally say that Wolfwood's character arc is go from Old Testament to
sort
New
of.
Testament.
Yeah. No, I see it.
Right. But the point I'm making though is like that even a religion that is supposedly founded mostly on tolerance and meekness and pacifism, even that does allow for violence when the situation calls for it, which of course is what Vash ends up doing. Whereas Wolfwood has the opposite problem, where he goes too far, or wants to go too far in a number of cases.
It's like it depends on who you ask. Like there are people in the Catholic Church, that take after St. Thomas Aquinas, who has like a just war theory, right? To like rationalize the Crusades or whatever. But like, then you have other people that just believe that it is and should be a non-violent kind of religion. And so it's like any sacred texts and collections of tradition and stuff like that, written in language that most of its adherents don't speak or know. We all fight about what it means.
Yes. Do you have anything else to add to that, Doc?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's important to point out Yasuhiro Naito is a Catholic.
So we talking a Mamoroshi kind of thing here? Because that when we mentioned like the Christian symbolism, this makes me think of Angel's Egg and the interpretation.
Well, so he wanted to be like a priest or whatever, but he backed out. And he had a lot of grappling with doubt and all kinds of, real deep existential questions. All I know about Naito is that he grew up a Buddhist, but studied Catholicism and did convert to it. But and it's interesting. Like I think you can see both flavors in Trigun in a lot of interesting ways. One of the four noble truths of Buddhism is that, life is suffering. And as long as you retain attachment to the world, you're going to suffer. And that's going to be like an essential part of living. And, this is all like sort of perverted by Legato. Oh
boy.
But there's a whole lot of suffering in there. But there's also, like Riku says, like, I mean, there's a ton of Christian stuff. Like, I think, I mentioned Vash being a credible Christ figure. He wants to save everyone, and he wants to sacrifice his own body and well-being for everyone else. He wants to take the pain. I mean, he's always taking bullets for other people, except in the notable case of Brad. He's putting himself in the way of Mid-Valley trying to shoot people. He's, letting other people beat the shit out of him so that no one else will get hurt. Like he says, sort of sacrificing himself for other people, which I think is like sort of what a core thing when people think about Christ, they think about, him being sacrificed for other people's transgressions, misdeeds, sins, what have you. And so I think there's that. Yeah. And of course, like the overt Wolfwood stuff. I mean, and then you get so much, there's a lot of fun comedy that I think you would have to know something about Christianity to put in your show. Like, it's funny, like, when Riku talks about it being just an aesthetic choice, like that's the Evangelion Christian symbolism. So they say anyway, that the creators of the show say it's just an aesthetic choice. Whereas like to put a joke in your show where these movers pick up Wolfwood's cross and toss it to him and say, God, this is so heavy. Why is this thing so heavy? And he says, well, that, my friend, is because it's so full of mercy. I mean, that's the joke of someone who's like well acquainted with the religion. And so to me, it's clear. Yes. And it's, proven by Wikipedia, proven as a fact that he did know Christianity, that he was a Christian, a Catholic. And yeah, the redemption stuff that you talked about is there. Forgiveness, like the whole, like sort of what little Christians are taught about salvation is that like, no matter what you do, what you've done that's bad, you can, through Christ, like you can begin anew, you can be reborn, you can start over. And that is something that Rem, when she talks about like the ticket to the future is always open. And that's sort of one of the underlying elements of why life is so sacred. If you kind of try to interrogate, why would she think that? Like, why is this so important? And it's because like everybody has this future, and everybody can, if given the chance, atone for their wrongs and begin life anew and be this good person. And so I think that's totally in there as well.
Yes. See also that in the end, Vash defeats Knives using Wolfwood's Cross.
Hey, there you go.
Like,
come on, Needle Noggin. It's right there.
Take a yeah. He uses like he like it's literally like a Christian symbol being used to like cast down a false god.
So funny.
You could read a line to that. Yeah. And the thing is, like, the aesthetic element, like, we shouldn't write that off as well. Like, you can do both, where you can have it be meaningful and aesthetic. Because, like, the idea of Wolfwood holding up this giant machine gun cross, like, it is cool, I'm not going to lie. But it's also a missile launcher.
Oh, can I say something? Because you used the P word. Pacifist. And one of our Twitter correspondents is going to talk about this. Vash the Stampede is not a pacifist. He never was. Vash the Stampede is mischaracterized. Because pacifism, according to every definition I've ever known, is someone who is morally opposed to violence of any kind. Vash the
So it's not
exactly.
killing
Vash the Stampede is pro. I mean, he's not a lover of violence. He would rather have peaceful days and play, dodgeball with kids and eat ice cream and, drink and shit. But if people need to be protected, he will use non-lethal violence to protect them.
Yeah, he'll, like the guy in the very first episode, the big birdie-looking dude with the giant boomerang. He like gets his retracting belt for his boomerang tied around him in such a way that it cripples him. And, well, not cripples him like permanently, but like it does injure.
It breaks his arm.
He does cause injury, right?
He shoots the Nebraska kid in the face. He knows it's not going to kill him. After he shot his big fist, he shoots him between the eyes to collapse him.
Yep.
And he certainly his rage boils over a number of times before he ultimately does, take the life of someone. But I just think to characterize him as a pacifist is like, I mean, he's not Mahatma Gandhi over here, he's shooting people.
No. Yeah. See also what he does with Monad the Gale in Diablo at the end.
Exactly.
But anyway, we will get to that separately. All right, next question from Riku. Wolfwood and Vash present two different approaches to life and ethics, especially around violence. But what do you think the roles and values of Meryl and Millie are? All right, I have two things I want to note. The first of which is something I've not addressed yet. Like, I really like Meryl as she's a hot female character. I'm not going to lie. Like, to borrow again from the Tim Rogers thing, the second thing I said, I'd let it kill
You love
me.
the Meryl, yes.
Like, Meryl's hot. I like her. But on the more serious note,
purple hair, short. I actually want purple hair.
What? But on a more serious note, I'm actually not going to answer this in terms of values, but rather I'm going to talk about their respective functions, at least in the first half of the show before they kind of get forgotten. But anyway, so Meryl and Millie are kind of the audience proxies, I would say, for the first half of the show, or at least even the first 6 episodes, really. Meryl is the straight foil to Vash's comedy. Like she is the audience member. She is the audience member who goes, "I don't believe this for a moment. This guy is definitely not Vash the Stampede." Whereas Millie is the person who is in on the joke. She's loving every second of this. She absolutely believes that he's Vash the Stampede, whether seriously or not. But he's going to enjoy the ride. And so I think that's why they have these contrasting viewpoints, and that provides a lot of the comedy, of course. But I also want to point out that part of my mischaracterization of Millie from my memory, and we talked about things we misremembered, was that she was simple, shall we say. Not so. I don't believe that now. I think that she might come across that way, but I think she's actually much more emotionally aware of what's going on than I would say.
Totally. 1,000%. Absolutely agree.
Yeah. Her assessment of Vash at various points is absolutely right on, based on the information she has in front of her. Whereas Meryl's just like, nope, not buying it. Nope, no way. Yeah. Nope. Even though
it's such a struggle for her to and then, reconcile, in the first half a dozen.
And it makes her some funny. It makes her some funny moments, of course. The other nice thing about Millie, though, is that her family values that she has, because she comes from a big family, we get to see the other side of family as opposed to Vash and Knives. Because Millie, of course, is a lovely person. She's really caring towards all the kids that they meet throughout the show's run. Even the role playing of her with Wolfwood as a pregnant,
so funny, dude. That episode, I think it's episode 11. Tremendous episode.
It's got one of my favorite gags where she goes, "Smoking's bad for the baby."
And it, the way the voice actor in the Japanese Wolfwood is so just full of agony when he's like, "My honey," and he says "my honey" in English. He's like, "Come in, my honey." He's so annoyed. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's more pertinent to see Meryl and Millie, not necessarily in terms of what their specific values are, but more what purpose they serve for the structure of the story. Because they've both uniquely serve as audience proxies, but they operate as different facets of audience reactions. Because you'll have some people who will go into Trigun blind and think, nah, this guy can't be Vash the Stampede. Vash the Stampede was probably someone who died and he's like taking his moniker, which
he Don Drapered him. Yeah.
Wrong when you think about it. Yeah. Or you can be like with Millie and just think, this is a goofy comedy and I'm going to just roll with it and this is going to be a lot of fun. And as it turns out, neither of them are entirely correct.
Isn't it interesting? Like, yeah, Millie's sort of like it's like a cipher for the show. Yeah. Oh,
yes.
So good, man.
So yeah, I think of them both in more theatrical terms as audience proxies and that they have different perspectives. At least for the first half of the show. And then after that point, well, okay, I will make one concession. Like, Millie, in the final 2 episodes, is working on a well. Mm-hmm. And they end up actually getting the well to work. Like, they manage to strike water in it. And I think that's a really powerful, like, parallel coda to the show, along with what happens with Knives. Because even in this desolate wasteland, even despite everything that's happened, Millie remains optimistic, cheerful, a little silly, but also she works hard towards making life better for her people. And we end the show on the note of water, the source of all life, springing from the earth because of her hard work. Like, she's not fallen prey to cynicism.
And Vash has finally gotten the opportunity to now he can try to get through to his brother. Whereas, like, before, it looked like there was no chance in hell. Just like, there's no fucking chance you're going to get water. I mean, like, look at this desert, this dusty, arid, sweaty, humid ball of desert planet. Just nothing about anything would say, like, yeah, they're about to get a ton of fresh water. And, like, they keep working at it and they succeed. Same for Vash.
Yeah. So she still has that even in the end, where she proves, independently of Vash as well, I should say, by the way, they've got no evidence that he's going back, which I think only further enhances this point that in the face of adversity, there are people who will triumph and will make life better for everyone around them. And that's what Millie does. She made Wolfwood's life better while she was, with him for a brief time after all. So yeah. And as for what Meryl has to do in the final couple of episodes,
I mean, it's really threadbare, right? I mean, so she has to. I mean, there's just not a lot there. Like, so she almost feels like she's sort of stuck. Like, you know,
Vash doesn't even know she exists. Like this is. In fact, let me point this out. Right, Vash tells her his entire backstory. That is like. That's the culmination of all the questions she's been asking throughout the show. Like, no, this is real.
You want to know?
Blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Like, so she gets the entire... here it all is. And on the one hand, I don't mind the fact that we don't hear Vash tell her every single sordid detail. Because we don't need to see that, given we're the audience. We don't need to go through all of that again.
Such a good guitar piece when when they're doing the montage and he's talking. Like, it's so good.
Yeah. But there should have been more to it after that.
Yeah.
Something should have happened as a result of this knowledge. And there's nothing. I'm not saying, like, look, I know that, like, Millie and Wolfwood bone in this. And I'm not saying Vash and Meryl need to bone. But I'm saying there needs to be a moment of emotional vulnerability between the two beyond him simply laying it out only for nothing to happen as a result of that
I would say
knowledge.
2 things, 2 very tiny crumbs of a moment occur. And they get to sit on the cliff top together and stare at the night sky and have a nice little moment there, which is barely anything. And he stops sort of telling her to go away. And that's kind of it, right? And Millie has to tell Meryl, like, hey, because Meryl seems to be the kind of person, and the reason that she has such trouble accepting that this man in front of her is Vash the Stampede at the beginning is like, she's very focused on appearances and things being as they ought to be, prim and proper, procedure. She's that kind of person. And like, Millie has to, by the end, be like, look, you just need to be honest with yourself. and you need to like drop the pretense and the repression. And if you want something, you just need to go for it. Like that's where we are. I mean, look, we're out here in the middle of nowhere on our own. Like, Millie that's how she's always lived her life, according to her big sister.
Yeah, Millie got to, how shall we say, pray at the altar.
Oh my God!
Before time was up.
No more of this. no more of this. But
I can't resist. I can't resist.
Yeah. Meryl, not a lot there for her in the second half of the show, but I think you did a nice job sort of pointing out the structural kind of functions that they serve, especially early on. And I think that there's Millie like has some nice moments and is able to kind of serve as a bridge between like Wolfwood and Vash in some ways, communicating their thoughts to when they can't talk to each other. She gets to tell them, but like I don't know, it's so limited. I mean, the show doesn't do great with them in the second half. They're very like, we're worried about you. We're trying to follow you because we like you. That's kind of
what I'd have done? I'd have probably had Meryl fight Dominique. That would have taken away the silly elements with Vash fighting her, and it would have given Meryl something to do. Just gonna put that out there. But yeah, I find it a shame because I otherwise like. This is one of those things where I will freely admit there's not that much in the show, but I do really like her character and her character design.
There you go.
I will unashamedly admit that. And I know that's rare for me, so take that for what you will. But there's so much more they could have done with her.
She is just so repressed.
Well,
like she doesn't like being hugged for a long period of time. And she also has some really dumb, she's such a teetotaler and has some dumb takes about alcoholism. Like the Frank Marlin episode, she's very much like, alcoholics, like they're bad people who only want to escape from life's problems. That's the only reason anyone would drink. It's like, oh man, how dated is this take right here?
Well, me and her definitely wouldn't get on then. That love is definitely unrequited on my part.
And then Frank stops drinking once he solves his problems. It's like, oh man, I don't know about all this. Very simplistic.
Maybe Meryl's Maybe Meryl's like just work tired, like from dealing with like insurance claims due to alcoholism.
That's that's as good a theory as any.
Yeah, best guess I got. Right. Final questions from our Discord come from Kate Rose. From the standpoint that comics and manga have been used as propaganda, what do you think Trigun's messages were? So, from Kate's perspective, I think we should probably clarify this isn't propaganda with the negative connotation that often comes with it. This is just strictly in the neutral sense of a medium or a work
something more didactic, maybe that she's getting at. That's like, as much about like some sort of moral lesson as a story in a world.
Yeah, and I would say to reiterate what I've said before, it is a pro-thinking story about the use of power in that, obviously don't go around like making people's lives miserable just because you fucking can. Like Knives, Legato, all of the various like goons we see in the first half of the show who aren't even related to those two, which is a key point, by the way. Not all of Vash's woes are directly the results of Legato and Knives. That's more the second half of the show, which I think is important. I think it's really key that that's the case. That there are some people who are just independently shit for this because they can
criminals. Yeah.
But conversely, having power and doing nothing with it when people are suffering is not acceptable either.
Yeah. I don't exactly. I think there's only a couple times Vash retreats that much into his shell. I think a lot of times he will do things, but not this. Like the frustration on the part of Wolfwood and Co. is like, if you just shot the bastard, it's the simplest way to end things, and that's not his thing. He wants to do something. He does not want to. I mean, I think it all comes back to, in a lot of ways, when they were kids and Vash is trying to get a butterfly out of the web of the spider, and Knives just reaches up and crushes the spider with his hand and said, "What? That's the simplest solution." And Vash is like, "I want to save both of them." And Knives is like, "Well, that's stupid. Like, someone's gonna get hurt." And he's like, "No, you just didn't think enough. Like, there's a way to save everybody." And Vash always wants to save everyone. And so I think rarely does he do nothing, but he often will do things that just make things much more difficult on him and maybe on other people sometimes, but in an effort to make sure that no one dies and everyone is saved and has a chance to eventually start over and become a good person.
Yeah, I hear you on that. And I think it's an admirable goal, but the show itself shows that there are many people who die because, in theory, Vash could have taken a more direct action that could have
so this is where we
from
have a huge divergence in how we view the show, which we can get into later if you want.
And we'll get to that. Yeah. We will.
There's more to it, in my opinion, than I think that there's more to it than that.
Yeah. I will note, however, at this point, that, like I said before, I think one of the things that makes Trigun still really stand out and feel powerful as a work of art is that I think it's reasonable for people to come and have a reaction to the show's events and its moral viewpoints and come to different conclusions.
So I think, this is another, I think, where did people get this idea that Trigun pushes a particular moral point of view on you? I think that the show is a character has a strong moral point of view and he's the protagonist. The show is always trying to undermine him and always trying to interrogate his point of view. And there's an antagonist that believes totally differently and is trying to convince him to believe differently than he does. And there are all these other characters that are telling him he's wrong. And he gets in these really kind of intractable situations where it seems like there's no really right answer. And so there's much room for discussion. I don't think the show is pushing ultimately a rigid morality on anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that everyone can have their own opinion on even the individual fights. There are some people, for example, who might say, well, Vash should have killed this Gung-ho Gun immediately when they started killing other people. And then some people might go as far as saying, oh, that boomerang guy in the very first episode, should have killed him. Now, we can always, of course, disagree and agree on that, but I think there's latitude for people bringing their own morality and philosophy to the show and offering their own thoughts. And I think the show is indeed in favor of, again, there are no easy answers to this. It is pro-think, as I say. It is not about simply, never, ever, 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 ever kill someone. Because if that were the case, the show would have been written in such a way where, spoilers, Legato would not have been killed by Vash. Again, we always have to remind everyone, the way a show plays out has nothing to do with what happens diegetically, but everything's to do with the writer's whims. And so therefore, Legato's death is meant to serve a thematic point. It's not simply something that happens because it's fated to. Naito chose for Vash to kill him. And so therefore, we have to interrogate what that means. And the beauty of that is we can come to different conclusions about that. That's part of why Trigun is a work of art, in my opinion, because art can be interpreted in different ways. And as long as you come at it honestly and in good faith and with constructive reasoning behind it, like me and Doc will hopefully do so soon, we'll probably come out of the discussion feeling exactly the same as we did when we started, but we'll have our reasons, and that's perfectly fine, and that's good, and it's good that the show promotes that kind of thinking and that kind of discussion.
100%.
I also need to address one other quick thing, by the way. This is in relation to Sailor Moon. I remember discussing it with you on the Christmas pod, and I mentioned that Sailor Moon had a strong moral core. And I want to be clear on something, lest I be called out on hypocrisy, because I'm going to say later on, I think it was right that Vash killed Legato, but I've also said about Sailor Moon, that's, no one, the heroes, the Senshi don't kill anyone in that. I should be clear what I actually think the moral message of Sailor Moon is, and I think it ties in with Trigun well, in that in that show, you don't take the easy route out. That's especially key in, I'd say, Sailor Moon S, because, the Outer Guardians, specifically Sailor Uranus, and to a lesser extent,
leave me out of
Sailor Neptune, they think, leave you out of it. Sorry?
Sailor my anus, and I'm saying no, leave me out of it.
Oh, sorry, Sailor Urane. Never mind. Right. Anyway, like they think, okay, this girl Hotaru is going to destroy the world. What do? Kill her dead. And that's the easy answer. It would solve the problem, certainly. But Usagi, Sailor Moon, is like, no, let's actually try and save her. And guess what? Usagi is right in the end. So the moral message of Sailor Moon is not that you should never kill anyone. I don't even think it even necessarily asks that question, really, about should one kill or not. But rather, that the difficult way out, the one that requires the hard work, is the superior choice. It always is the right thing to do, to work hard for a good outcome for everyone. And I think that is what Vash does as well. So I'm putting that out there because I know people might come back to it and say, like, you're a hypocrite because you think Sailor Moon's got a good moral core, but you think it's okay that Vash killed Legato, and we're going to talk about that fucking scene eventually. Don't you worry. But yeah, I think that it's also okay for shows to have different moral messages that might not necessarily agree with each other, but as long as they're well-reasoned within the show's own text, as in Sailor Moon is, and as Trigun is, I would say.
Yeah, I would dispute like the notion that this is something, I don't know, propagandistic. Because to reiterate though, Doc, like I think the propaganda here is just simply getting a message across. I don't think that it's meant to imply the negative connotation. But I think even still, any kind of like the idea to me is like getting a message across that is clear and undeniable and simple. And I think that, like you said, there's just a lot more room for interpretation. And I don't think that this is pushing a moral point of view on you as correct. I think it has a lot to say about morality, of course, but I think the viewer is always encouraged to like come to their own conclusions. So, I mean, I just don't think this is some simple "thou shalt not kill" story. Like that's not what's happening here. And I disabuse anyone of that notion that thinks that's happening and say, please watch the show and understand that is not occurring. And if that's why you haven't looked at it, you're like, oh, it's about a pacifist who never shoots anyone and never. It is always telling you it's bad to kill, and that's it. It's like, no, there's so much more there. And that's not even touching on like the fucking cool ass science fiction concepts in the show.
Oh boy. Like the fact that there are living people used as batteries, a la the Matrix.
Are those people? They're some kind of. They're referred to as plants, right?
They're plants. Which is what Vash is. Vash is a plant.
But clearly, it's not like. I mean, he's not. He's not like a cilantro stalk. He's not what we think of as plant. I think it's like a term that it's used.
It's meant to be power.
Yeah, but he's some
power
other
plants.
kind of. And we don't ever learn how, but like humanity has harnessed the power of. Brad calls them beings outside of time, some kind of like eternal. These aliens with everlasting life are different kind of creatures with everlasting life that, like you said, can serve as a power plant, can serve as these batteries that will forever power human civilization. There's some original sin for humanity right there, building their society on the back of eternal labor.
Slavery. Basically. Yeah. By the way, I've said before about the idea of the use of power. Again, Vash is literally a plant, a power plant.
Yeah.
He is
somehow he and his twin brother are born anew on the Project Seed's spaceship.
I think my impression was they found them on a derelict ship or world.
Yeah, it was like like a bunch of stills in a flashback. Yeah, they find and Rim is like, no, don't kill them.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's so little detail on like where exactly they come from. So it's just sort of like, well, here they are, and they're the same or similar kind of being to the power plants.
Yes. They don't look
No.
angelic though, like the one that Vash.
Vash calls it
although
little sister in the Japanese.
by the way. But the third weapon, of course, that both Vash and Knives have is the angel arm. So there's
and their arm does look like a tree trunk
anyway.
when it emerges.
It's a full Tetsuo moment, I'm telling you.
It is just, that's so true. That's right on.
I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been called the Cronenberg canon.
Moving on.
Twitter. Final question from Kate. The final question from Kate is: do you think that these messages are translated well to new audiences watching today?
Yeah, because they're not simple.
I'd say so.
I mean, I think like the show gives you a lot of really big questions to wrestle with, and it doesn't offer easy answers.
Yeah. The ways in which the show is dated have nothing to do with its moral message, which remains timeless for the reasons that we're going to talk about in a bit about the extended manga material, and also like the fact that I think you mentioned before, like that just because you've done it the once, like you've overcome one trial doesn't mean more aren't to come yet. Like being, a moral person, an ethical person is not something that you simply are. It requires constant work, effort, attention. You have to really keep at it. It's like faith, hence again the Christian symbolism. You don't simply just keep your faith, you have to work at it. And so by that virtue, the message that was true there is true now, because it's not something that you simply could have watched back in 1998 and gone, yep, I'm a whole and moral person now. Like, no, you've got to keep working at it. If you want to be as good as Vash is, you've got to keep, being moral and ethical, and even sometimes questioning your own morals and ethics.
Yeah, I think it's particularly interesting to grapple with for viewers today, because I think a lot of, run-of-the-mill folks, I'm going to assume, are that the ones that are not Christian, and I like the, people our age and younger, like, are less and less religious, as studies have shown. So I think they're most likely, they're either going to be these ethical pragmatists, that are very much like just rely on kind of the common intuitions about what's right and wrong and focus on right action that way. Or they're going to be kind of a utilitarian, and again, think about right action rather than take as primary like virtue or goodness or being a good person. They're going to think about right and wrong in terms of like right action primarily. And they're going to say like, hey, of course you would kill one person to save 1,000 because there's like a net gain in terms of happiness or goodness or pleasure. Whereas Vash is he's into deontic ethics, or he's a deontologist, which also looks at right action, but judges action not based on he's not a consequentialist at all. The consequences are irrelevant. It's like, is the action itself, does it conform to a pre-existing rule set? Yes or no? And if it does not,
yes,
it's bad. So taking a life is always bad, no matter what the consequences or the whole net gain. If you want to think of it as a math problem, there's nothing on the other side of the equal sign that will make the taking of a life that will make it equivalent. Yeah,
can't cancel out. Yeah,
it's this ultimate value. It's this thing that can't be. It's just a transgression. It's a huge no. So he's a deontologist. I would think that most people, especially people that aren't religious, are not. And so I think it is interesting to try to be empathetic to that perspective and to like really get in those shoes and try to look at the world in the way that he does, and just not dismiss his perspective as naive. Because I think if Vash, other people that don't know him, know how long he's been alive and what he's seen in the show, are going to look at him as this naive character or whatever. Wolfwood calls him a goody-goody sometimes.
Yes.
But I mean, if you look at what he's seen, what he's endured, I mean, he's anything but a naive person. And so I think his point of view, even though on the one hand, it is rooted in childhood trauma that he hasn't resolved, it is still informed by a lot of life experience. And so I think
Yeah.
don't be someone who I guess watches it and just easily dismisses Vash as like, simple or whatever. Like really try to take his point of view seriously.
Yeah, agreed 100%. One other thing I'll note as well, just before we wrap up Kate's question, is Kate's question was about like the idea of translating these messages to new audiences to stay. Let's just bend that a little bit and think of it this way, Doc. You and I have not seen this show for a while between us. Like for me, it's been nearly 10 years. For you, it's maybe a little less.
Much more. Closer to 20.
More, but we are not technically new audience members, you and I, but we still came back to it and had new insights, new perspectives, and new reactions to it. So even if again, this just reinforces my point, even if you've seen Trigun before and you've not seen it for a while, go back and watch it again. Look at it with fresh eyes, with a fresh sense of perspective, with whatever morals or ethics you bring to the table. They might not have changed a lot from when you were younger and you saw it. They might have. But it's a worthwhile experience nonetheless, just to see how far you've come.
Twitter.
All right. Twitter questions. Let's go. So the very first one, this one we're going to have to abridge a little bit because I don't have an answer to this, unfortunately, but you do. This comes from John Ronald at JJRonald71. What do you think of the Trigun Badlands movie versus series? It's sort of like the Cowboy Bebop movie, I guess, a fun side story that doesn't alter the main trajectory of the story. I haven't watched that, so I can't comment, but you have in the past, Doc. So what's your
by the way,
thoughts
John, thank you for your question. And John has donated to the Ko-Fi, but he is not on Discord. So if there is an issue, by the way, you haven't got your invite, John, let us know. And of course, if you just rather not talk to us on Discord, that's also fine. Feel free to remain silent on this front. I just want to know if there's like some technical problem.
You're missing out on the Scythe Master emojis, though. Come on, dude.
Scythe Master, God. What do I think of the movie? I like the movie. I think it's really fun. I think it's like a great episode, a long, great episode of the first half of the show. Nothing too serious. A lot of fun. Probably pulled from Trigun Maximum or a story similar that takes place in that manga. It's really good. I would recommend it if you like Trigun. Very
good. All right, next question comes from Gero the Hero, who is at Gero_the_hero. Thank you for this question, Gero. If a sequel was made, would you want a remake based on the manga or just start up new material right after the first anime started? Okay, so here's the thing, right? I wouldn't mind if it continued the manga after, like, because you said it was the first 2 volumes, basically, that were adapted into this series, and there's so many more.
But those are mostly Maximum. There's only 3 volumes of original Trigun.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind either way, but what I think would be key is I don't want the story to feature another central villain, and I'll explain why. I mentioned before about the fact that, like, the earlier part of the show, many, in fact, not all of the villains had no relation to Knives or Legato. They weren't working under him. And I think that's really key to the series' examination of morality and how there are some people who will fall prey to becoming evil or cruel, or avaricious. That just happens through various like individual experiences and circumstances. It's not all one grand conspiracy tied to, Vash's pissy little brother. And so, having gone through the arc of the show in which Vash has conquered his demons, conquered his brother for that matter, and learned to live with the guilt of killing Legato, like that he had to do an awful thing. It saved the lives of Meryl and Millie, and he's going to have to live with that regret that he did it nonetheless for the sake of the fact that it cost him his soul. Like, having gone through that, in my opinion, I would be fine with a continuation that followed right after the events of the show, provided it was strictly about individual villains on a per episode basis and focus more on Vash in this new mindset of his, where he's trying to stay true to the principle he learned, where, okay, he killed Legato, he didn't kill Knives, he's going to deal with the guilt of killing Legato, but he's going to recognize that, hey, he did a bad thing for a greater good, and now that principle is going to be put to the test again and again in a number of unique situations. I think that would work really well, and it wouldn't make the thing feel cheap, because if it was another villain, like, not even necessarily Laser Knives, like just some overarching villain who was fucking things up, I think it would cheapen the proceedings a lot, because the idea of a pro-think story like this is that you treat each situation differently. It feels like a distinct thing, where you have to bring your own, like, your moral and ethical rules and perspectives and frameworks to each situation in turn. And tying them all together because of some puppet master in the background fucking up the situation. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, in my opinion. But yeah, I'd be more than happy for it to continue afterwards. I actually did read a bit of the wiki summary of what happens afterwards, and the only thing I got was basically that Vash continues traveling with Meryl and Millie across Gunsmoke. And hey, that works. I'm okay with that. Maybe give Meryl more things to do. Maybe actually have her and Vash, like, have some sort of actual chemistry of each other. That'd be nice. But other than that, yeah, I'm happy for it to just continue straight from the anime.
I do not want a sequel. I think, like, while I think it's cool that a movie, like a side parallel story exists that is just like, hey, here's a fun a thing that could happen, at any point in the timeline, or maybe even after. That's all well and fine, but like, and I love that. I love those parts of Trigun, but what makes Trigun special for me is everything that happens during and after the Diablo episode, the second half of the show. And like, I just think you can't do that again. Like, what has needed to be learned has been learned. And like, those character journeys have been so hard that I think it's like, to try to do something like that again would feel like a rehash or just a pale imitation, because Vash is just taken to the limit mentally and spiritually and emotionally. The trauma on display and the things he has to overcome that have been sort of plaguing him his whole life. I mean, I feel like that story has been told, and to explore different emotions and everything, like, just tell a different story. I'd rather, but I'm okay with like occasional little forays like Badlands Rumble. But I don't think I want to see a full on sequel show, because I don't know, Vash has been through enough. Let the poor man rest.
Yeah. I hear where you're coming from on that, actually. But yeah, I mean, for me, like, the idea of continually testing one's faith and principles, like, that could still work. Maybe if they did the sequel show, but it was only like maybe 6 episodes or 12, that would be fine. But definitely no overarching.
Make a Fate Stay for Dinner, but make it Trigun, where Meryl, Millie, and Vash just have fun eating. That'd be dope. I'd watch that.
Yeah, I would be entirely okay with that. In fact, do it so it's set it so that, like,
yes, you bring him back. Yashike, full on,
but
food porn, like, yeah, give it to me.
Don't make the mistake that Fate Stay for Dinner did, though, which was have why can I not remember the fucking? It's Sakura's brother, the prick. What's his fucking name?
Yeah, I know who you mean.
I mean, why am I even calling him a prick? The rapist, because that's who he is. He's a rapist. But they had him and Sakura be chummy in Fate Stay for Dinner, which was a bit crass.
It's
in
fucking
my opinion.
Dumb. That's a mistake.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's that from Gero.
That just reminds me about there being a false rape allegation in Trigun. That's lovely. Like, that's like a weird, like, thorny.
Oh, I was really confused about it, because I thought Knives surely didn't do that. As in, Knives didn't actually literally do that.
I think she just lied and said Steve raped her.
So Knives had them
collude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because we discover that, he's basically the most powerful psychic to ever live, and can manipulate anyone to do anything or say anything or see anything.
Wait, Knives can do that. I thought it was Legato
Knives
was the
too.
psychic.
It never works on Vash.
That never that never came across to me. I thought it was literally Legato was the psychic.
Well, Legato too, but I think Knives is as well. Because I mean, I don't know, maybe you're right. Like maybe but Legato is a sort of a creation somehow of Knives.
Well, I'm going to get to Legato a bit because I think it's actually my theory that Knives doesn't have mind powers. Because I mean, by that virtue, Vash would have too, supposedly, given that they're close to identical.
But they can telepathically communicate. Though. Like Vash and Legato telepathically communicate. When they are sitting, talking with the the tongue in the bag, and when he gives when he gives the girl a hot dog and makes Vash see that he's crushed her head, but he really hasn't. Like, it may not be in the dub, but they're actually talking to each other in the sub, like mentally.
Well, every instance I've ever seen of mind reading is that if someone has psychic powers, they can open the connection for you, and you can talk back to them inside your own.
Sure.
It doesn't automatically make you a psychic. It doesn't make you a psychic as well. I have a theory that I actually think really gels with the idea that Knives is not psychic but Legato.
That would make sense. And now that you're saying that, actually, that would make a lot of sense. But he's in total control of Legato, so he might as well. It might as well be he has a psychic gun. But you're right,
I disagree.
In the ship Project Seeds, that wouldn't have any bearing on what happens with the lady and the guy who frames Steve and have him iced and then killed.
Well, I didn't. I was going to say this to side points, but I'll get it out there now. So there's no because I think it's far more interesting this way. Is it not more terrifying that Knives has working for him willingly with no mind control a mind control power user?
Say again.
Right. Is it not more terrifying that Knives has Legato working under him willingly with no coercion?
Yes.
Just because Knives is a man of vision and charisma.
I mean, I think he fucking created Legato in a test tube. You know what I mean? With psychic powers.
But still Legato's a person of free will,
totally,
supposedly. And I think that ties into the idea of power and its utilization in that, there are people who have incredible power. I'd argue Legato is the most powerful character in the show, but Legato chooses to be subservient to someone else, and that's what makes people truly dangerous. It's not that they have literal, physical, mental, or other actual power. It's their vision that can make people do things for them.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Although he does get he snaps his fingers and gets Vash's angel arm to appear.
Well, he can mind control a Vash.
Maybe so. Maybe it only happens between their race. He doesn't do it any other time. It's just when he's, and then Vash can kind of struggle against it, and Vash can talk to the plants in his own kind of way. So I don't know. It's hazy. The show is not to ever pull out a manual and be like, all right, here's the Wikipedia, here's the lore via Wikipedia about these relationships.
Yeah, but I favor the explanation.
Yeah, I like that. No, I like it. I think that's good. That makes sense to me. But anyway, false rape allegation made me think of the false rape allegation. Because that happens, and then throw her into space.
I have to say, I hope it is the case that Knives just literally threatened with killing her or something like that.
It's pretty. I mean, it's ominous because I don't whatever happened. It's pretty grim, and
I don't like the alternative implication that he did it himself.
No.
One, he's a child, and two, it's just it's way too far. Anyway, we'll leave that aside. Let's continue on with the questions. So, this one comes from Buggy at the Ladybug Man. Shouts to Buggy. The anime doesn't follow the manga very closely, with a lot of original content and a lot of what it's adapting getting compressed. Do you think this shows in the anime's pacing? And if so, does it hurt the anime, or does it still work on its own? Just full disclosure, I have not read any of the manga at all. But insofar as the pacing is concerned of the show, I can still judge it on its own merits. And in my opinion, the one place where it's particularly egregious is the episode we've just been referencing, actually, the Seeds one, where we get the entirety of Vash's and Knives' backstory of how they were found and raised by Rem and the other staff of the Seed ship. And that happens all in the space of a single episode, from the point where they're rescued to the point they're young, like, boys, and then the point where Knives sabotages the ship and almost gets every single person killed until Rem intervenes. That's a single episode, and in my opinion, that should have been a two-parter.
Well, see, what more did you want from that? Because I hear what you're saying, like, because, like I said earlier, I thought that it was a two-parter. But what do you think needed more room to move?
I think it's Knives specifically and how he jumps to becoming the way he is. Like, the process of, like, all the little microaggressions that what's Steve, the guy's name? Steve, was it? Like, that he visits everyone. Like, the couple of instances we see, like the one or two that happen in the space of the episode before Knives becomes cruel. Like, I feel like this is something that should have built up over time, like, more gradually, to really help sell, like, that his Knives wasn't just, like, turns at the drop of a hat to becoming a bastard. And conversely, I think he would have given more time with, like, for Vash and Rem, like, to see, like, that he has, it's a problem in its own right that he spends so much time with her. But it just feels very, very rushed. Especially given, I should note, that we have some of their backstory in the final episode prior to Knives'
it takes up half the episode.
And I can't help but wonder if that would have been better if it had been placed in, like, if we had this theoretical two-part, if that content was lifted from the start of episode 26 and put at the start of this theoretical two-part.
I really liked that stuff. Was more interesting to me than the actual fight. In my opinion, the final fight's anticlimactic. I'll just say it. The fight itself is anticlimactic.
I like the fight. I think the scene, like, for example, when they both got their guns up to each other.
Yeah, that's cool.
The tension is through the.
That is cool. You're right.
When I say, like, moving that particular content out of the final episode, I'm not saying that the final fight would resultantly needs to be longer. I think it's fine as is, lengthwise. Mm-hmm. But you could have done something else. Maybe with Meryl.
It didn't hit me as hard because I knew Vash was going to live. Maybe it's one where, like, honestly, if you just don't know how it's going to go, like, because I remember showing that to people, and by that episode, like, I mean, the tension in the room was pretty palpable. So maybe if you don't know how it's going to shake out, it's better. And then I was watching it by myself, and I just knew, and so it didn't hit me in the same way. But I love that backstory stuff.
Yeah.
So Buggy's question writ large, like, about the pacing of the show. I mean, I have read a couple of volumes of the manga. I think the anime is the vastly superior work from what I remember. The anime is so much better, and whatever they did to adapt it, I think they made all the right choices. And to me, the emotional pacing of the story is totally on point. And that it really does, as you say, seed all the kind of big shifts in the story in earlier episodes. And it kind of moves toward the dramatic and starts kind of lightly questioning in low stakes ways the kind of questions that it goes into later in much more high stakes situations. And it just perfectly, to me, like, carried me through emotionally. And, like, there are some peaks and valleys in the middle emotionally, not in terms of episode quality, but, like, not until, like, that final stretch is it, like, pedal to the metal, here's all the heavy stuff. And then it is that, and it has to be that.
Yeah, I agree. I would say that the rest of the show, apart from that one specific episode and the events contained therein, is pretty much spot on. I think it's meticulous. I think there are indeed two parts, or at least there is one two part, which is, of course, the one featuring Neon. on the sand.
Yeah. Do you know that
train,
was
whatever you wanna call
the
it.
first anime wall scroll I ever bought was Vash and Brilliant Dynamite's Neon facing off.
I like him. Neon's a cool character, and he himself has complexity to him as well. Like he
he has his own weird code of honor that he raised. Like, yeah, I'm sticking to this code of honor, even though I've murdered bazillion people in cold blood.
Also impossible for him to walk.
Oh man, Yasuhiro Naito in the shoulders. Like, if you like the Brilliant Dynamite's Neon character, like Gungrave is just like taking that and multiplying it. The shoulders are just massive. So
it's going to turn into a Rob Liefeld character if he's not careful. Now that's a deep cut. Right, anything else to add, Doc, or should we move on to our final Twitter question?
So you said something I wanted to respond to, but I can't remember what it was.
Was it my request for your credit card number?
It was not that. It was knives turning. Now, I have always, up until this viewing of the show, I've always agreed with the thing you just said. Like, man, he really Anakin Skywalkered this. Like, just suddenly he's bad. Just started killing Jedi kids out of the blue. But when I looked at it this time, it really fell into place for me and made a lot more. Like I was really satisfied actually with the pace of it, because I looked at Vash and Knives like they were these blank vessels, these purely innocent. Yeah, and not just tabula rasas, but like innocence in a way that is almost painful. And they're, of course, not the exact same person, so they're going to respond to things differently, right? And they're only a year old in the scenes that we see of them as small boys. They look about, 8, 9, 10. But they've only been growing for a year, according to Steve. And so they're monsters. But like they are these little innocent children. And that can break bad. In innocence, whenever you have like a sensitive person, when that's shattered, it can break very, very badly. Like whenever someone loves in a way that is maybe not even healthy, and they feel spurned or scorned, that can deeply wound someone. And I think what the way that I saw it this time was, Knives was so jealous for his brother's love and affection, and he wanted to be the one to always protect him, and he wanted to be always the one who was guiding him and teaching him, and he was losing him to Rim steadily, and then he just didn't understand Rim's teaching like it was, and he was already jealous of her, so he wanted to misunderstand, he wanted to contradict her and be correct, but then he demonstrates it to Vash in this way that seems so obvious to him, and Vash is like, no, you bastard, like what have you done? You've done something horrible. And this just makes no sense to him, and I think it just shows that Knives is just so crushed and wounded by it that like the love just sours and curdles and turns to this really awful poison in him, and he hates all humans because he hates Rim, who has taken his brother away from him.
In the dub, he also explicitly like gets on the idea of them being
totally, yeah.
Humans.
I mean, he feels that too, and like, and then the haircut scene, like he wanted to do that himself. Like he wanted to show that he could do anything she could do himself, but then he doesn't get it right, and that just makes him so angry.
See also what happens with Steve as well, because Steve is a
Totally,
strong
yeah.
negative
Steve is like
factor on
you
Knives.
get the impression, I think it's conveyed to me in like the one scene of Steve just beating him mercilessly, that this is a regular occurrence. Steve has just been doing this as he's sort of cracking up in space. He's abusing the kids, certainly abusing Knives. And that factors in as well. And Knives just has this different take on like the plants and what's going on with them. And so like to me, and maybe it's because I've seen the show a million times, but like it just hit me in a different way. And it all kind of came across so clearly to me, and it did not feel as rushed this time. I was like, okay, like I see it. I can comprehend how he made such a far right turn. Not politically, but just turned so hard in a different direction than he seemed to be initially.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, like, I think that more time soon would have just been more interesting as well. Like, it's not, I'm, like, what's there
I don't
is
disagree.
fine,
I do not disagree.
I think more time simmering it would have been good, especially to build on the idea of nature versus nurture, which I going back to my original watch, I thought that just applied to Vash and Knives, but it actually technically applies to every single person in the show. Which I'll explain like later when we get to talking about that as a theme. Can I just address one complaint I have about that's the whole backstory thing and how it ties into Vash's behavior, and this ties into the groping thing. So Steve, amongst
this is a great point.
many flaws. Yeah, gropes one of the other like female like staff, not Rem, the other one, the one who looks a lot like Theo from Metal Slug. I think it's Theo anyway, the one with the glasses. Now, here's the thing, right? Vash, as a kid, is aware that Steve is a bastard, and all his behaviour is not to be emulated. So why does he think it's appropriate, therefore, to unbutton Dominique in a fight and expose her, like, bra and all that?
An excellent question.
Like, this is what I'm saying. This is why I said before, like, about the idea of, like, groping. Like, I'm not approaching this as, like, some sort of, like, dyed in the wool, oh my god, all touching of the boob is wrong, SJW bullshit. I'm not that fucking stupid. I'm talking about how it literally makes no sense inside the actual text.
Well, I
of
will.
The word.
I mean, I'm not going to, do totally the other thing, but I will say that, I mean, I think it's a problem that the show dismisses, people slapping girls' asses like that don't want it, and ogling them and like just like drooling all over them like they've never seen a woman before. Like the show really just sort of categorizes that as like rascally scampery, and it's just I don't know. It's just the show should be better than that, and then the unbuttoning too.
I just find
of Dominique as well, and so yeah, but that is an interesting in-universe thing that you've pointed out there that I had never considered before. I mean,
yeah, Vash is essentially imitating Steve's behavior there, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I don't know.
Well, I mean that also ties just into his general approach. Like, I mean, look, let me just also offer some defense here of this, not the groping itself, but rather its inclusion in the story from a narrative perspective. No one on that ship tries to stop Steve from doing what he does. They just accept it as an institutionalized workplace thing. Like, it's workplace banter, it's workplace harassment, blah blah blah, and that's wrong. Someone should step up to him. Someone should knock the shit out of him.
Which is why, like, I'm totally soured on this, like the way that ends up, because I mean, by the end of it, it's like, oh man, look at the two Megane glasses wearing people. Like, they're so evil. They got this innocent person frozen and then killed. They're so terrible. Poor Steve. And it's like, Steve was a bastard who probably would have, who was doing awful things already and probably would have done something even more awful, not to get Minority Report. But I feel very little sympathy for Steve. But I don't enjoy, I don't enjoy sort of what the whole table turning thing where like he's the innocent victim, because he's anything but that.
Well, that does tie into the show's idea that I mentioned about, like, doing nothing is just as bad as being a Steve. They in the end, a worse outcome resulted because of that, even though he was ultimately punished in some form or another. So I just thought that was worth mentioning because I think, like I say, when I often criticize like the way that women characters are treated, so often I tend to find it doesn't make sense in the text itself. This is the Shield hero problem of slavery is bad, but we're not going to criticize the main character for owning slaves. Like, even if you inexplicably do believe in slavery, like in the text, it doesn't make any fucking sense. So I'm sorry. So I'm sorry to bang that drum again, but that's why. Yeah. Oh, trust me, you'll find some fuckers out there. That's my point. That's what it. But that's what I tend to find with stuff like this. Even when these things happen, they can't even justify in the text why these things happen. So yeah, Vash doing the stuff with Dominique, like I wouldn't be bothered all that much if it was just in a vacuum. But in the context of what we learn later, the fact that he's imitating Steve's behavior is really perplexing to me. Given he full well knew as a kid that Steve was a bastard.
And then it's another kind of,
but anyway,
surface level deflectionary kind of coping mechanism. I mean, it does not fit in the same category to me as the other coping mechanisms he uses.
You know what he should have done if he wanted to prove how quick he was without also demeaning her? How about he stole her eye patch?
There you go.
There's a thought. Sure. Or a hat, for that matter. Yeah, I mean, that took me all of 2 seconds to think of, so there's no excuse. Anyway, moving on. So, final question from Twitter comes from Adam. I apologize to mispronounce this. Sywinski?
At Adam Bomb 7. At Adam _ Bomb 7.
At Adam Bomb 7. Nice nickname. So it says, the anime was produced while only 2 volumes of the manga had been completed. Would you like to see another adaptation that hews closer to the source material, a la Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? If so, who would be an ideal director, animation studio? Now, I've already answered before my feeling on, I wouldn't mind additional material that wasn't about a singular villain, but rather felt more like the first half of the show's run. But if I had to answer the question of who I would pick as an ideal director or animation studio to replace Madhouse's efforts in 1998, I would say it would be Madhouse.
You're sure?
And do you know why I say that specifically? Because, okay, look, I don't think that the animation is all that great in Trigun. The visual design in a lot of places is also very dry, no pun intended, given the desert scenario that they're in. But look at all of Madhouse's work in the past decade. There's some incredible stuff in there. I mean, we've covered some of it for that matter. I think, wasn't Death Parade one of that, if I recall correctly? And whatever you want to say on Death Parade, it looked good.
I think so. Was Death Parade Brainspace? I think it was Madhouse. I'll check on that while you talk.
Anyway, one of the other key properties that they've done, though, the first season of which, at the very least, I think is a key point here, is One Punch Man. And I'm mentioning that because One Punch Man has its cake and eat it with both comedic animation, with how Saitama reacts in his various facial expressions, but also the more action-heavy stuff is done and animated really well, like with a lot of physicality and energy to it and power. And that, I think, would work really well for Trigun, because Trigun is both incredibly comedic with facial expressions, like One Punch Man, but also with the the action stuff, which in some cases is the weakest part.
So you're saying Natsume Shingo should...
Sometimes.
Did he direct the first One Punch Man?
I have no idea. Basically, Madhouse should do it again, is my point.
If he did...
which I found very funny when I thought that.
Animated TV series, directed by Shingo Natsume, who also did Sunny Boy. So there you go.
Yeah.
I think here's my I don't want a sequel. So if you were gonna do a retelling, I don't want something that sticks close to the manga, because when I read it ages and ages ago, before you could get manga digitally, before any of that existed, is when I read this manga in paperback. I didn't like it, and maybe I would now, but I didn't then. I don't know. So if it did exist, and I watched it. My mind could be changed on it. But if you're asking me what I would want, give me. This is going to be weird, but work with me. Do you know how Sayo Yamamoto reworked Lupin the Third for a woman called Fujiko Mine? Give me Sayo Yamamoto taking Meryl Strife and making her the center character, following around Vash the Stampede, and truncate the story, do 13 episodes, have it follow Meryl, and how she secretly is actually really instrumental to this man surviving and going on his big journey. Or you can cut a bunch of the sci-fi shit out of it if you want to, and just make it a Western. But yeah, make Meryl a badass, and have her not be repressed and stuck, and have Sayo Yamamoto take her and that setting and run with it.
You know what? Fucking fund it. Fund that shit. Put $60 billion into it. I will watch the fuck out of that. Yeah. That's an excellent answer. But right, that brings us to the end of questions. So thank you very much to people both on Discord and Twitter who contribute. Again, if you want to get in on the action of asking us questions in Discord and joining our wonderful little community, head on over to ko-fi.com/Warui Deshou. And we'll be moving on in just a little moment to talking points. Okay, let's do it. Let's get into the talking points. Let's see this at high noon. Me and Doc, we're going to take 10 paces and shoot some thought bullets at each other and see how that goes. So I have a point firstly, because I know the big meaty thing that you and I are going to definitely talk about is the morality of Vash's decisions in the later part of the show, or indeed in the earlier parts of Fat Master as well, but principally the later one. But let's just talk about some other stuff first. Let's get the little bits and bobs here and there out of the way. So I want to talk about the first 2 episodes specifically and how they're structured, and how Trigun as a whole, in my opinion, really does very well in expanding on, introducing you to a basic idea of what power is in its own world, and then giving it more shades and nuance and complexities to it. And you can see that in the first 2 episodes. And what do I mean by that? So the villain, or villains rather, but principally the main villain of the first episode, is the dude who has the giant metal boomerang. The one who looks like Birdie if he's been out in the sun too long. Or had bleach thrown on him, rather, I mean to say. Now, he has power, in a sense, but his power is strictly of the physical. He is an intimidating dude with a giant weapon that he can throw at people. That's really it. It's, for lack of a better phrase, a blunt instrument. And now, the villain of the second episode, whose name eludes me right now, he is nowhere near as physically intimidating or physically dangerous as the guy from the first. But he wields infinitely more power, just of a different stripe, because he is a water merchant, or rather, he owns the supplies to the town, basically, and is hell-bent on not letting anyone have it at a reasonable price. So we see how even in the first 2 episodes, we graduate from a very basic depiction of power as shown through raw strength to power as shown through a societal structure, in this case, capitalistic excess. And so you can see how Trigun is already starting to lay out that some people have more power than others, even though they are physically they are physically inferior in every way imaginable. Power is not simply in the world of Trigun just, hey, I've got the bigger gun, or I've got many guns, or I can, dare I say, control people's minds, or, turn people into puppets, that kind of thing. Or, have a sniper rifle that's at least a mile long. It's not that simple. Trigun maturely recognizes that power and the way in which people exercise over us is also about the intangibles, the things that we craft around us in society that allows people to lord over others, when by all rights there's nothing stopping the people from underneath them from overthrowing them, as actually happens at the end of episode 2, funnily enough. But yeah, those first 2 episodes, it's subtle, but that graduation from, hey, big burly dude with a giant boomerang, to I'm just literally the Monopoly man, but with water. Instead of actually, instead of hotels and houses and, Old Kent Road. That's a really neat detail, and it keeps going from there. Like, you look at all the different villains or characters we meet. The anti-heroes, like the guy in episode, I think it's 4, I believe. The one who's, like, trying to get vengeance on the guy who robbed the town. Like, that sort of thing. Neon himself, he's a guy who is ostensibly no better a criminal than the very first guy from the first episode.
Far worse, in my opinion, just based on the text of the show rather than what's implied. I guess the guy with the boomerang, we don't see him kill anybody, but it's implied that he's a scumbag or whatever, but
yeah.
Neon just executes dudes on screen. So
yeah.
he's a pretty rotten guy.
I was going to say that he doesn't, however, end up killing Vash at the end. Like, there's a bit more layer to, he's not just simply a blunt instrument like the guy at the very start. And then we progress all the way to the end, where you have Legato, who, in my opinion, is the most powerful character in the show in terms of abilities, in innate abilities, but he works for knives. So, yeah, it just goes to show, that power is not, in this show at the very least, something that is simply wielded simply and bluntly. Like in real life, people use it in complex ways, and it's a complex organism and structure that exists in our world. So yeah, kudos to the show for that.
Yeah, it's we're far more under the heel of soft power and kind of continually oppressed by soft power than we are by that kind of hard power, like the brute blunt instrument, as you put it, versus someone monopolizing resources or controlling much more of the wealth, limiting opportunities for ourselves, for kids, for different groups of people. That kind of thing. It's sort of, it acknowledges the hard soft power distinction. And it's interesting, like you said, kind of the ultimate expression of it is Legato having the sort of upper limit of the show in terms of raw hard power ability, but Knives is whether it's his charisma or his kind of the way he I'm assuming that he did not find Legato, that he created Legato somehow and molded him to be a certain way, because it's just so freaking convenient how he's subservient to him and in these very specific ways. But yeah, that his that Knives wields influence over him is maybe the biggest example of what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Can I also just add, by the way, how I also love how Legato, he, we can have debates over whether or not he or Knives is the main villain of the show, but there's something deeply insidious about what Legato does in some of the episodes, particularly with innocent people. Not in the sense that he kills them, but he gets them to kill others. So I just wanted
and
to
themselves.
Yes. So for the survivors of that, though, can you imagine if you're being mind controlled and you're still perfectly cognizant of everything that's going on around you?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That would be so deeply traumatic and horrific. Yeah. And so
I forget who it is. There's an author of a horror book that did that. A lot of times when we see things like zombie movies or it's the horrible things that the monsters are committing, even if they've taken over the human body, the human soul is gone. It's just the body. But in this book, it's what if the human being was still in there rattling around in the brain and could observe everything, all the horrible atrocities that its own body was committing, that their own physical self was committing. That would, as you say, be deeply traumatic.
Yeah, and that's why I think that in some way you could argue that Legato is the anti-Vash, because Vash is trying to inspire other people to be better, but Legato forces other people to be worse.
Yeah, totally. He's very much the nihilist about pretty much it. Maybe nihilism is the wrong or maybe not as specific of a term, but he's definitely wants it all to burn, and sees no worth or value in any one person or in humanity, the species, including his own self. And and that is, as you say, like the antipode, the opposite pole to Vash, who believes everyone has a future, and everyone, because they're a person and they have a future and they're interconnected to other people, have value. So yeah, no, they definitely philosophically are at loggerheads for sure.
Yeah. All right, over to you, Doc. Fire your first thought bullet by my way, and I will not dodge it because I want to absorb it and take it in.
Yes. Okay, so you talked about the first 2 episodes in terms of structure, and I want to talk about episode 11.
Ooh.
The title escapes me, and I'm not looking it up, but it is the episode in which Julius and Moore run away, the kids who want to get married to each other run away from the caravan. And Vash is in it a lot less than Millie, Meryl, and Wolfwood. And so I thought this episode was constructed incredibly well. And there were a lot of really neat synergies and parallels in it. And it's sort of emblematic to me of like my experience watching the show this time is like appreciating the first half of the show for more than just its comedy. Because certainly that's what I remembered about the first half was like, it's so funny and it's really silly and funny. No doubt. But there's some real like good, tight storytelling and direction and writing in these episodes that is good in and of itself and also like lays the foundation for what's about to come. So you may remember in this episode, I think at or near the beginning, Wolfwood is playing chess against this guy, and he's struggling. Right, he is mightily in a bind, according to his own point of view. He looks at the chessboard and he sees no way out. He tries to cheat at one point, but the cat, the ever-present Kuroneko, the black cat, prevents him from cheating. And, you know, to his way of viewing things, he's fucked. But Millie walks up and just makes a move almost instinctively, right? You might even think she's just, as we said, simple Millie, just moving pieces around a board. But then the old guy who is Wolfwood's opponent, while Wolfwood is busy reprimanding Millie for messing with his game, he concedes because she's just made the final move for Wolfwood and he's victorious.
Yes.
So he like couldn't see at all how to save himself, how to win, how to get out of the situation. Millie, with her different point of view, a point of view that an expertise and knowledge and experience ingrained into her by her siblings. She said she played her brother all the time, and so she got pretty good. Later on, she says the same thing when going after Julius when Julius leaves the caravan, because Millie's sister told her she should never abandon someone in need. And so because of this point of view, this thing that's been kind of coded into her, she instinctually goes after him without thinking about it. When, you know, Meryl and Wolfwood were like, oh, what do we do? I don't know. She just goes, right? And the situation that she finds is really perilous. Like, Moore and Julius want to get married, but also Julius wants to run away because his dad, he found out, did some horrible things. And so they want to be independent. But Julius himself functions as like a pass of sorts, a sort of ticket for the caravan to get supplies. I guess because of some tattoo or mark he has on him. And so if he leaves, everyone else in the caravan suffers. This is very much like a highly artificial, just a deeply constructed moral moral problem. It's just such a philosophy test kind of a setup here. But yeah, if he goes, the rest of the people won't be able to get stuff, won't be able to feed themselves. And so Wolfwood and Millie and Meryl, like they can't like see a way out of the situation. I mean, Millie sort of goes with them because she wants to be their companion. But Vash in this episode is great because he, like Millie with the chess game, he creates this third option that no one else could see. So Wolfwood, though, in this episode, I think is also cool to point out. So he tells Julius that people will die, right? Like, seriously, if you go, people will really die. You need to really think about that and reckon with it and accept it. Like, I don't think the reality of it is hitting you. And so he shoots himself with an unloaded gun to prepare him for his actions having consequences of death. And Vash pretends to kill Julius and more later in the episode to prepare us, the audience, for, okay, there's going to be some real consequences of the choices that the characters in these shows are making. Now, both deaths are false, but it gets an emotional rise out of us, and it's the show sort of giving us a weather forecast, right? Of what's to come. And Vash in that episode, and it's also sort of like a tease for the kind of big problem writ large in the show, because there's this giant quagmire. There's a big dilemma. If they let him go, he will sacrifice everyone else. But if they don't let him go and bring him back, he can't get married to the love of his life. She'll probably be hurt. Or run out of the caravan, and he'll suffer. The individual will suffer. Someone's always going to suffer. What do we do? And Vash finds this third way, this chess move that didn't appear to be on the board to anyone else. But will he be able to continue to do that? Will he be able to continue to make the ridiculous chess move that sacrifices no one? So I think that is just an incredible episode. The fact that it comes right before Diablo 12, where everything hits the fan. It's a great placement. And then, the episode itself, I think, is just really, really well done.
Yeah, it's really well textured, as you know. And is it not also kind of insidious on the show's part that you really don't want it to be true that Vash has killed that kid? But then when you get to the point where he's got his gun down in Legato's face, you're like, do it! Like...
Are you? I mean, you.
Well,
I don't know. It depends. I think it depends.
Well,
on who you are.
Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves, I suppose, on that, because I don't want to quite, like
you might be thinking, if you're a Wolfwood kind of person, you might be thinking, do it. Just shoot the kid. Just shoot the guy. But you might also be thinking, what miracle is going to emerge, right? Like, what chess move will be made so that Millie and Meryl can be saved, but Vash doesn't have to effectively kill the boy he used to be and kill Rem in sort of metaphorically kill Rem by actually killing Legato.
Mm-hmm. We'll come back to that in a bit. It's not quite time yet to uncork that that little discussion. But yeah, like, I think that depending on, as you might know, depending on your own moral compass and philosophy, you might feel that U-turn, and you might never realize that's happening. Where you're like, "What are you doing, Vash?" And then you go, "What are you doing, Vash?" But for different reasons. It's pretty great. You're absolutely right to note all that. And of course, the chess game also reflects Wolfwood's own situation as he goes through the rest of the show.
Sorry, you finish.
It's not even just like that one episode. It's essentially what he's trapped in all the way through.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. That's totally right. When we find out more, and then I think Wolfwood's character benefits so much from a rewatch because you're able to really think about the psychology that's going on there that you're not privy to at the time, that you just don't know. And like the toll it all has got to be taken on him. But you made me think, like, in some ways we are we're the viewer is sort of Meryl. I mean, you talked about the viewer being Meryl in the beginning.
Yes.
Learning everything that's going on, and sort of maybe even mirroring her reactions to him, like, this is Vash the Stampede, this guy, not being able to swallow it. But and then, like, in like the middle part of the show, or like the third act, she goes from not accepting that Vash the man is the Stampede the outlaw, like, she gets to know Vash the man and like doesn't want him to be the reputation Stampede the outlaw. You know, she's like, whenever he does something, I can't remember what episode it's in, but she's very much like, you know, like, why? Like, how could you do such a thing? It is, when is it? I think it's episode 12. I think it is around episode 12 when he's about to shoot.
Yeah, because he shoots the kid and then like it's a big fake out, so she's like giving him shit over it. And of course,
yeah, well, Millie punches him in the face, I think. And then Wolfwood shoots him with the blank bullets. But yeah, I think it is that episode, or maybe episode 12 too, where they're like, you know, oh my gosh, like, we now know you, the person, and we don't want you, the person, to like be that, even though like how do I put this? Like, we didn't want you to be him earlier on for different reasons, because we wanted the reputation, like the person, to live up to the reputation. But now we don't want you to be him because we love the person and we know that you're not that or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, in some ways you got me thinking like that's somewhat like our experience when we're watching the show, and you know, when you are talking about your experience, how you kind of flipped on Vash, like your reactions to his choices.
By the way, I'll just follow up what you said there about that scene. You'll note that in much of episode 11, Vash is wearing his glasses, and he's wearing his glasses in such a way where we don't see his eyes. Now, glasses, sunglasses in particular, ones with opaque lenses, do make you look like they have a dehumanizing effect. It's harder to emphasize, like with someone's facial expressions and mannerisms when they're wearing sunglasses. This is why, like, you know, agents wear them in fiction so often, or even in real life, that kind of thing. And so throughout all of the show, when Vash is doing something that, you know, is a bit on the, how should we say, the more violent side, or where it seems like he's doing something that will cause, like, you know, real harm to other people, that's when he actually starts putting, like, we see the glasses, we don't see his eyes. It's pretty consistent with that. So they're not just cool, because they do look very cool, don't get me wrong, but it's also there to accentuate, like, the moments that he's doing something that in another world he wouldn't want to be doing at all.
Totally.
Okay, so we're going to, of course, get to the morality stuff later, but let's talk about the other big part of this show, which is, in Big Ben-Hur letters, nature versus nurture. Ding, 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 ding. Fight, 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 fight. So, here's the thing, right? I want to firstly know that the nature versus nurture element of this show, the free will versus determinism, all of that, doesn't just apply to Vash and Knives. It applies to every other character in the show, period. Because they all, of course, came from the Seed Ship in one form or another. A lot of them were like, you know, either...
They're like descendants of those people, right? At the point we are in the show, like over a century after the crash.
Yes, that's right. But they've all still come from that original origin point. They haven't otherwise, like, they've been grown in, like, you know, in test tubes or whatever originally. And so even in this barren wasteland, like, you know, that's why some people are still hardened. Like, you know, you've got the criminal element, and some people are still trying to get by and make an honest living. So it's that question again, like, you know, all these different people, Not all of them turn savage and violent, even though I'd argue it would have made more sense for the place to go completely feudal rather than the Wild West epoxy that we got here, you know. But going back to Vash and Knives, though, what I originally found difficult to reconcile in my mind when I was younger and watched this for the first time is that I don't know if it's necessarily 100% confirmed or not if they're actually twins or if they're just simply brothers.
Mm-hmm.
It's not 100% clear on that to me, but I'll proceed on the assumption that they're not. But regardless, they're very close genetically to each other. They're indeed of a different species than humans. And on top of that, they have, like, you know, very similar characteristics up until a certain point, which we see in that flashback episode when they're with Rem and all the others. Specifically, one of the divergence points that's most visual is, of course, their hairstyles. That's when that represents them going in different paths. But I thought to myself, like, when I was younger, okay, nature versus nurture. If they are genetically identical or close to that, so clearly it's the free will element. But why would Knives turn bad and Vash turn good? For lack of a like overly simplifying the moral elements about all of it. And I came to a realization rewatching this, which is that you can't control the environment 100% to the point where, two kids will be raised absolutely identically all the time. It's just not possible. I mean, I actually know this better than most because my sisters, both of them, are twins. And they are very distinct individuals at the age they're at now, and they have been for a very, very long time, for that matter, since they were in their early teens, if not before that. Even though they were, of course, raised under the same household, same parents and all that. So I think that it really actually does, in the end, reinforce the idea of free will, that even though Vash and Knives were under the same environment for the most part, that they just, the idea of free will is that sometimes people will just process events differently. Because in my mind, if we were always to have the exact same reaction to every single thing that ever happens, that's not free will. Free will, which is the ideal outcome versus determinism versus, like, you know, your genes telling you what to do, some liquid snake shit. That to me is the ideal version, but it does come with that caveat that when free will is involved, even if you have people who are subject to, like, the vast majority of the same stimuli and environment growing up, they can diverge dramatically differently as a result. Mm-hmm. And it's arguable, looking at Vash and Knives' development when they were young, that neither of them really had an even-handed, how should we say, like, moral education. Now, Knives definitely, no doubt about that. He was a little shit. With an understandable background on why he turned that way, because unfortunately he adopted the nastier parts of, humanity thanks to what Steve was doing.
Yeah, he's the only one of the two that we see getting physically abused.
Yes.
Vash gets his feelings hurt because he overhears Steve calling them monster and he's crying about it. But
yeah, and I would argue that Vash, in turn, like, Rem, she has the best of intentions, but the hubris behind that, of course, is that she shields him too much. She coddles him as a result. And her own inability seemingly to take action against Steve, which I noted previously, is in of itself a failure on her part. And so, yeah, I originally thought to myself, like, I couldn't reconcile that because they surely should have turned out the same way. But no, while you are right to note that it doesn't seem like Vash has been abused by Steve directly, and this is also why I'm of the opinion that should have been a two-parter, so more of this could have been fleshed out and really add more dimensions to this discussion of nature versus nurture that is very much present in the show. I still think that now that I've had some time to really think about it, it's just made me realize that, yeah, the caveat to free will is that even when you have people, as I say, like with 98% of the same upbringing, they will have very different thoughts and feelings. And that's actually, overall, devoid of, like, individual context, a good thing. Because when everyone thinks the same, when everyone acts the same, that's a cult. That's dogmatism. That's not free will. So, yeah, I think the show handles that element rather well. In that it does go to show, like, that for one, the residents of Gunsmoke, like, not all of them have turned, like, lawless. There are people who, despite everything, despite having no real, like, history beyond, like, the one or two generations that came before them, they, still try to eke out an honest living, try to be good people. We see that through the many stories we see in the show. But in addition, we get to see that, like, Vash and Knives, they weren't predestined to be, like, two sides of the same coin. They turned out the way they did because they both had their own unique reactions to the environment around them that was broadly the same for both of them.
Yeah, and especially if they are twins, especially even when twins are small, when they're younger, that's when you can have the biggest differences in brain development. I don't even want to say intelligence, but just like how different what's going on upstairs can be is at its most pronounced, if it will be a thing. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but when it is, it will be when they're kids. They're much more likely to end up roughly the same place in terms of that stuff as they get older, twins.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, I would even, yeah, and so maybe it's differences in brain development. But again, I go back to, like, I think in so many ways, like, both Vash and Knives, certainly on Project Siege ship, physically they look like kids, but I mean, throughout the show, I feel like they're very childlike in some ways, even though that they're very old, and in other ways they act like adults. Like, I really do think Knives got set down the path he did because he, in his own childish and unhealthy way, loved Vash and was jealous of all his time and attention and that neediness he displayed. Yes. And it was being fulfilled by someone else, and he was deeply wounded by that. And this other person was teaching him things that Knives didn't think about in the same way. Again, because, like you said, he can respond, like, at they're both kids, their brains are developing at different paces and stages, and he's thinking about moral dilemmas in this different way than Vash processed them, which is very much more in step with Rem. Knives was not. And so I think, and everything, and it just continued from there, and he just never saw, because he never bought Rem's stuff, he just, I don't know, his own particular view on humanity was so dim. And so maybe not even dim, but just like, well,
everyone's a bunch of Steves.
They to us are like ants are to human beings. I mean, you just wouldn't care if you killed a bunch of ants, even though that's not even how in the beginning Knives, you could tell the emotion. I don't know. There's emotional response there that feels like it's something more than that, but that's what he claims anyway, is like, they're just like, just sort of a parallel to how we'd feel about some kind of pest.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
All I'll say is that idea of godliness as well, I know we discussed it previously, but I'm actually going to come back to another talking point in a bit. But yeah, I mean, at the end, of course, like, I know that ultimately it leads to Vash having to kill Legato, having, quote unquote, we'll discuss that later. And
he's,
then he's
forced into it, pushed into it.
His final conflict with Knives. But that's something that he's run from for so long. And eventually he does change his mind. He does come to a new understanding. So, we have the ability for them to learn as kids and the ability for them to change even as adults, even as people who are older than you or I will ever be. Like, they are still, like, at least Vash in particular is able to let go of an old idea in favor of something a bit more mature and nuanced.
And see, I don't even know if he's necessarily letting go of it.
I would say so, given that he abandons Rem the coat at the end, which is his, like, memory of Rem, given the red color that matched flowers.
Yeah, I think it's representative of a change. I don't know if I would call that abandonment, because couple things. One, his sort of epiphany where he says to Meryl, hey, we can always start over. Like, that is what helps him overcome just the deep depression and kind of psychological an emotional block that he's going through after Legato is like, he's like, oh my God, like anyone can make a new start. The ticket to the future is always open. I have to take care of knives. I have to save knives. This is all still what Rim said to him. He's just focusing on a new aspect of it and applying it in a different way.
Yeah.
And yeah, he threw away the coat and he says, like, I'll continue to believe in you, Rim, but I'm also going to look for my own words. So I think it is certainly he's less dogmatic and looking to add to his core beliefs and open to evolving and stuff like that. But I just wouldn't characterize it as him like totally abandoning his old way of thought.
Okay. Well, as I say, it changed to a more mature version of that.
Yeah. Yeah, he sheds, he sheds the cocoon of the coat to become a butterfly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice. All right. Back over to you, Doc.
Man, what do I want to talk about? Well, what do we talk about and not get into just a whole big can of worms? I don't know. I mean,
I can throw another talking point in there about the godliness element that I mentioned.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
So just to expand on what I've said previously about the use of religion in this, Christianity in this show is just one aspect of dogmatism. Like it's not exclusive to religion. That's true in real life as it is in this show. But you only need to look further afield to see like all the relevant details of how that ties into religion and divinity, and particularly the realization of like Vash's humanity versus his supposed godhood. I mean, let's start with the seed ship. Like all the people in the later episodes living above the clouds in a heavenly state of existence versus the people on, the ground living in purgatory. There's that. And then, of course, their heaven is cast down. I would say they are evicted from it by some sort of sin, depending on what you want to look at it as. Of course, Knives, espouses...
How about killing Earth?
There's that, yeah. There's that. Knives espouses that, they are gods, the idea of angel arms, all of that. But I would say also, in moving on from, like, complete dogmatic adherence to Rem's view, that is, I would argue, the equivalence to the moral philosophy that, like, absolute Christian worship provides. Vash takes it almost as a kind of like a commandment, if you want to call it that. And so he stops relying on like this figure that's almost become like mythologized in his mind. This is why the OP has her, for example, with her back turned to him in a like on a lake with a bunch of flowers flying past. Like that's the mythologized version of Rem, rather than her as she existed as a human being, flawed though she was. So like, that faith element in her, even though it's not a form of religion, like is again abandoned in favor. Well, as not abandoned, I should probably not be using that. Rather, he moves on from it to a greater understanding where it's more about his own judgment. Knives, of course, believes he is a god and believes that he is above humanity, and he in turn is shown to be just as fallible as the rest of them and also just as mortal. So there's that. Like, all these elements tie together to try and, like, show divinity in one form or another as transient and false, that eventually will all fall away and that we are only human beings. Even those who literally are not strictly human in a biological sense. Vash is not human, but he has a human soul, I would say.
Right.
And so, therefore, like, all of these divine elements, like, both of, like, the guys on the seed ship to Knives... to Chapel and Wolfwood, all of that falls away in the end. All of it is cast aside so that we're just like all the characters in the end. And indeed, the lesson to us is we're all just people, and we've got to make the best decisions we can. We shouldn't rely on hard cast rules set by mythologized people. We have to think in the moment and rely on our own best judgment and, as I've said before, our free will.
Yes. And I guess it's like just sort of a judgment call or a subjective kind of thing, whether or not you think Vash has been served well by, how he has understood and how he has clung to Rim's teachings about morality and human life and what it means to be alive and all these different things. You could argue it's always held him back. You could argue it's kind of helped him survive in difficult moments, because he's had a lot of difficult moments to where, like, I don't know, maybe that's a thing that has made him able to endure. But eventually, he to help integrate a lot of the trauma he'd been through and kind of accept a lot of the bad shit and really start to move forward in his life, he does have to sort of open up rather than being like out of a closed system when it comes to Rim and all that stuff. And I would even argue that, like, the way, and I'll get into this eventually, but the way that he has clung to Rim's beliefs almost was not like a free choice on his part to begin with.
Yeah, I can see what you mean by that, because if you're that young, it's very difficult to independently.
Oh, that's not even what I'm saying. That's not even the point that I want to make about it. Because I'm not saying he's been steered wrong necessarily, but just the way that his beliefs manifest in his life and some of the things he says, just to lead me on this viewing to think some very specific things about it. And when we start laying out our larger point theories on our points of disagreement, that's when I'll unfurl all of that and what I mean by that. Okay. There's just an important thing to keep in mind when judging Vash, I think, that I never have until this particular viewing of the show.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll add as well, by the way, to what you said before, where you said it was either holding him back or helping him survive. I'd say that applies both. Like, both of those things can be true simultaneously. Because as the show proves, like with all of its myriad little stories, there is a different strategy for each situation. There is a different response required. You can have like general guiding principles and all that, but you need to consider the facts that are in front of you, the situation that's presented, and make the best call with what you know at the time. And so, as you rightly note, say that guideline, that philosophy that Rem imparted on him, it has indeed helped him survive. It's helped him keep his composure and his soul, but it's also held him back, I would say. And I suppose this is probably as good as a segue as any into finally getting into the can of worms, if you're up for it.
Of course. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, boy. Right. Before we do, though, I'm going to make a quick disclaimer, because I think this is something that people really trivialize when they talk about stuff like this. And I don't want to be one of those people who does it as well. So let me be clear here. I think that when we get into talk about, I'm going to say some things about
you like behavior. Murder, and you think murder is good.
Murder to MDK, man. It's my three favorite letters. But anyway, the point is, I'm going to probably come to some judgments about Vash's behavior and his moral philosophy that I will say are wrong, and I think that he should have taken more violent action at various points. Now, it's very, very easy for me in my position to say that, and I want that to be acknowledged up front. Because I feel like a lot of the times when people discuss, like, was it right or wrong that this person did this or did that, that they seem to often say it while also implying that they would happily, like, the thing that they suggest the characters would do, they would happily do in their place without a second's thought. Like, oh, if only you'd killed this person. And then they unwittingly say, by implication, I could have totally done that, which is bollocks. 99.9% of us would not be able to, like, if we were in Vash's shoes, we wouldn't be able to kill Legasso at all, I would argue. And that's a person he does actually kill. Never mind the people we might say, well, he should have totally shot him dead. And I think that's a key thing to point out here, like before we get into discussion, because I don't want to come across as cavalier or casual when I talk about, okay, Vash really should have done this at this particular moment. Because I then realized that in his shoes, I wouldn't be able to do it either.
You don't want to come across like a wolf would midway through the show.
Well,
there is a particular episode. I think it's after the debacle with the people on the floating ship, Brad and Jessica and them, where he is just distraught about it. And Wolfwood is like, it was fate. and I just feel like sometimes he had a tendency to, and maybe this is for self-preservation and self-care on his part, because he's had to do a lot of bad shit, to trivialize, people's deaths and living and dying. And I think, whatever conclusions that we come to about Vash, it's hard to argue that, like, in the show, he is the most empathetic character and cares the most and takes seriously with, like, due gravity, human life, ending human life, the loss of human life. And I think we could all agree that those are actually positive qualities.
Yeah, absolutely. So that, I think, is something that's worth noting. But one thing I also want to note as well is that when people often discuss the idea of, hey, he should have totally killed this person or not, they seem to treat the act of doing so as the only thing that comes out of that and not all the consequences that follow. By way of a comparison, by drawing an example here, and this will be relevant to when I talk about, like, how I U-turned on the ending, or having rewatched it. There's a pretty famous Star Trek Deep Space Nine episode called In the Pale Moonlight. And I'm not going to go into massive
Dancing
details.
With the Devil?
That is literally the reference. Yeah, I believe that is it. So, without going into too much context and detail about that particular episode, because it would involve reams and reams of plot, Sisko, the captain, the lead character of the show, basically, the Kirk, the Picard, etc., etc., he gets involved in basically some skullduggery that results in the death of two innocent people. And he does this in order to try and get the Romulans, who you probably all know of from some form of Star Trek or another, to fight alongside the Federation in a war that is going to probably kill billions of people. Now, it wasn't Sisko's intention to set out and murder these two people to make the Romulans fight with him. That was just something that happened without his real knowledge. But nonetheless, he's also involved in lying to the Romulans as well in general, like basically conning them into going to war. So he has committed a pretty heinous act, I would say. He's done something pretty awful there. Even if it is just literally save the lives of billions of people. I think we can all agree on that. But what happens in that episode is that Sisko himself actually delivers, like, his inner thoughts on what happened and how he's processing the events. He's cognizant of the fact that he's done something incredibly shitty, even if it is for a greater good. And he then comes to terms with that and realizes that, yeah, he is ultimately a bad person as a result, but he's going to live with that guilt. He's going to process it over time and realize that, hey, he did ultimately do it to save people's lives, and by all accounts it will. Now, that episode has a lot of divisive feelings on it from fans, as I understand, even just from people who watch it in general, on whether or not Sisko was right or not. And you might start to see now where I'm drawing parallels to Trigun here.
Sure.
Now, obviously, Vash has not done the things he's done to save lives on that scale. But nonetheless, one of the key things I think is important to the U-turn on my perspective on Trigun is I realized that all of the things that happen after Legato's death is Vash recognizing, yeah, he did an awful thing. He did a truly terrible thing. But he did it to defeat a greater evil. And that does not make that it still tarnishes him. It still costs us, like, him some of the respect of the audience, I would argue. But he's going to, process it over time and come to terms with it. And then that in turn leads to the ending and how he deals with knives. that I originally wrote off as, why has he done that? Knives will get away. He'll kill more people, which is completely irrelevant because that's not what the show presents. That's a thing where I've described before of treating plots as puzzles to solve, which is not important. Rather, it goes to show that, like, of all the other people on the planet that he could in theory want to kill, like, Knives is definitely the number one on that list. He has plenty of incentive to do so, but he chooses not to. He has done it once under extreme duress, and now he's not doing it this time, even when he has all that reason to do so. He can still choose, and that again ties into the idea of free will. He's killed once, it doesn't mean he's going to kill again, even when the stakes might demand it.
Where's the controversial take? I'm waiting for something that I disagree with.
Oh no, I was just waiting for you to follow up on that before I started talking about the morality of what Vash does it previous to that.
Well, so far, I mean, I agree with everything that you have said. I don't think, at least I hope, that what happened with Legato did not cost Vash anything with the audience. I mean, I think it's just he suffered before. Yeah. He suffered more after. Like, I just continued to feel deeply sorrowful and sad for someone who, like, the world was out to break him, and it finally did. And I think if you're really, I don't know, let me start again, because I don't necessarily want to make judgments about people watching the show and feeling differently than I do. But the way that I thought was so obvious you were meant to feel is that, like, we've seen him not go back on his principles under all kinds of just extreme duress, so much intense pressure, and he did not cave. The fact that, you know, we see him do it, I mean, you gotta feel like he was really, really, really pushed beyond what he could bear, and he could bear an awful lot. How terrible must that have been to feel what he felt and live those moments before and after, and then wake up the next morning and, you know, have, you know, PTSD and grieve it. And I mean, it was just absolutely the emotional ringer that you're put through. It's so brutal. And I think, I don't know, to me, it deepened my love for the character. It did not in any way diminish it.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on again, this is why I've said before about the idea that people can have very different reactions to the show. Like I mentioned also with the example in The Pale Moonlight, where people have reactions where they say Star Trek is ruined forever, or no, this is great as a story, that is. So let me expand on that. Let me now start talking about the stuff where I feel like there might be a bit of controversy here. Now, there are times when the villains, particularly the Gung-ho Guns, flat out kill people. Yes. Right in front of Vash's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that I want to believe in my heart that you could turn someone away from doing something like that, but if free will is truly a thing that exists, we also have to accept there are some people who will not be swayed no matter what. If they want to fucking kill people for the fun of it, they will. Or just because they're doing it basically to ruin Vash's day. And there are innocent people dead as a result of that. Now, so I'm absolutely iron cast clear on this. That is not Vash's fault in any way, shape, or form. I don't believe that. The show doesn't believe that because the characters take great pains to point that out to him.
Wait a minute. Can you repeat what you just said?
So what I was saying was, I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Right.
Okay, so you were saying that the show wanted to communicate to the audience that the deaths by the Gung-ho Guns were not Vash's fault?
They were not. No, I mean, that's okay. Some of the characters say as much, yeah.
The character, well, all the Gung-ho Guns tell them they are. Like, that's every single person.
But are you really going to believe that? Are you
no.
really meant to
well, no,
agree
absolutely
with them?
not. No. I mean, I think it's important. So, yeah, I just, like, there is this, overriding perspective that we hear over and over. But even before the Gung-ho Guns come into play, about how terrible Vash is and how he's done all these horrible things. And then I think where it really, the most like kind of sharp point of this is made is like when Hopart the Gauntlet is talking to him aboard, once again, the floating siege ship. And he's just basically saying like, well, all these people are dying because you're here. Why don't you just die? If you would just go ahead and die, no one else needs to die. Like, it's just gaslighting on a grand scale. Yeah. And I could see someone start to, I don't know, that kind of seep through someone's defenses to a degree, because the show beats that drum the whole way through. I don't think the show does think that. I don't think that the writer thinks that.
No, the stand. I don't think the stance of the show is. I mean, clearly
that narrative is there, and it is clearly articulated.
Yeah,
and Vash does not try to argue against it.
No, it is, but that is not meant to be for the audience. That's meant to just basically gaslight Vash.
Mm-hmm.
The show's stance is not that he is guilty of their deaths at all.
Right, I agree.
I should be clear on that. Like, when I say that the show doesn't believe that, like, yes, you're right. The show goes into pains of, like, you know, having characters say that it's his fault, but the show doesn't agree with them. Yeah. So here's the thing, though, right? I do think that Vash is not guilty for any of the deaths that the Gung-ho Guns or Knives or anyone else does in the show. But there has to be, I think, some accountability for the fact that he could have acted and chose not to in a variety of situations. What was the name of the Horn Valley dude? I think his name was the jazz guy.
Mid Valley.
Yeah, he kills a bunch of people in the town square before Vash's eyes. And
I think he tries to, doesn't he? And Vash keeps getting in the way of the bullets or the wind, not blades.
Some of them definitely die. Some of them definitely die eventually. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, Legato's involved too. So, yeah. That's God, the scene that scene right before that happens was so impactful, where he tries to do his whole like, hey everybody, I'm Goofy Vash, I just want to eat some donuts, and then he just starts weeping on a park bench after everything that's, you know, he hasn't killed Legato yet, but it's the episode that happens, and then Mid Valley shows up and Legato starts manipulating people and getting kids to say horrible shit to Vash. And yeah, it's a deeply affecting scene. But yeah, it made me think of it because that's when Mid Valley shows up. Yeah.
So people die from that. The siege ship, how many people are massacred there? There's Brad, of course. And then, of course, all the people that Diablo kills. And I think in some of those cases, it's arguable that if Vash hadn't pulled his punches and literally killed the Gung-ho Gun dead, people would have lived. Forgetting the morality of that, would you agree that would have been the case?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Well, okay, so let me stop trying to be evasive. Let's take the case of Mona of the Gale, right? Just if he had just straight up killed him. I don't know if anybody died. I don't think anyone dies, though. I think Vash runs around getting every... Oh, no. Yeah, they do, because... Yes, they do, because the whole red... It shows it in red and everything. If he'd killed him before... well, I mean, so yes, in terms of a purely domino effect kind of situation, like, sure, if he would have shot Mona between the eyes before that happened, clearly Mona would not be alive to kill those other people.
Okay. And then would you in turn agree that in a real life scenario...
There's no way he could have known, you know what I mean? that was going to happen.
I don't know, if a guy turns up with guns, like double chain guns, like he's a fucking Wolfenstein boss, because for some reason that he reminds me of the guy from Wolfenstein 3D who had the double chain guns. But I mean, if he comes up armed like that and starts like shooting up the place, I think the threat to life is pretty immediate. Unless, ironically, he's doing a Vash thing himself and trying not to deliberately shoot anyone.
Right.
But that's definitely not the case.
That's fair.
I mean, so I would say, though, like, in real life, if there is a person out and I admit I'm speaking in Britain here, like I'm a British guy, so I don't live with the like constant worry, like, you know, if is there going to be a guy with a gun around the corner who might lose his mind or something, or someone who's just a psychopath or whatever. So I, again, speaking for a privileged position here. But if there is someone who has a pretty obvious intent to start shooting at people, even if they don't necessarily like kill them or injure them, is it not right for us to try and at least either like immediately like immobilize them, you know, defang them, whatever you want to call it?
I think he was trying to do that. I don't see. That's the thing, is I think he absolutely was trying to stop him. He just didn't want to kill him or bring you know, potential lethal harm to him.
Okay, because I think that this for me ties into the idea that, okay, I do agree in an ideal world we wouldn't, and again this goes back to what I said before about talking cavalierly about killing people, which is something that I, heaven forbid, will ever have to do in my entire life, and 99% of the people on the planet will ever have to do. I'd say even more than that, for that matter. But I can't help but think like that. And by the way, I'm not criticizing the show for this at all. I think it just forms more of my interpretation of how it all ties together with the idea of that, you know, complete pacifism like allows people to get away with horrible shit, you know, like evil triumphs when good does nothing, that kind of thing. Because Vash has the ability, maybe not necessarily the will, but he certainly has the ability to quickly and effectively end some of these threats before people die.
Again, I would just say it's not that he does. I would never. Not that he does nothing. But there's a time when I think you could point that out when he kind of goes into hiding and becomes Eric's.
Yes.
And even then, it's not like he does nothing, because he begs, you know, naked like a dog for. Is it Nina? I think Nina's safety. But then again, the only reason that those guys back off is because Wolfwood's there and they see him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think like, so you're definitely like coming from the perspective that Chapel the Evergreen does, where he says at one point to Wolfwood, life is a difficult series of problems, brutal ones with a time limit. The worst thing is to make no decision while waiting for ideal conclusions to present themselves. And sure, right? Like this is the perspective that Wolfwood had that he moved away from, you know, and that the chess game kind of foreshadows that he's going to move away from. But like, I just think to say that Vash makes no choices in all the scenarios you presented is
I don't think let me stop. I did not mean no choices. I mean that he seems to have way too much restraint when people's lives are in danger and indeed do die as a result. That's not to say that he doesn't do anything. He just sits there and starts juggling, but like bowling balls, or
right.
Or like playing a slide whistle. Woo!
Yeah, or he's just talking to them, like he's actually shooting them and like, you know, punching them, trying to subdue them in his own way.
Yeah, but I would argue that taking a soft touch against people like those, well, I mean, the results are evident. Those people are dead that got in the way. Now, I again have to stress, not criticizing the show for this, because I think it's consistent with everything else that we see. Like that, you know, in the end, Vash is pushed so far to the wall that after so many people have died because of Legato, like and this, funny enough, was one of my reactions I had when I watched it first time around, and I think I've softened it since. But I thought, you literally only intervened to kill Legato because the people in immediate danger were Meryl and Millie. They were people that you know personally. Now, I've softened on that a little bit, admittedly, since then, because I think I misremembered the events being that the one in which all the people died because of the Horn Valley was actually because Legato killed them, which is not true. But I do think that it goes to show, like, I think part of that is that these are people that he knows, and that's a part, not entirely, but a part of the incentive for why he suddenly does what he does. Which, I would say is a criticism one can make of his character at first, and again, not criticizing the show.
So, but there's
part of it.
so I don't agree with this either, because there's people that he knows and has a much more deep relationship with, the people on the floating seed ship, and he doesn't kill anyone there. And like, there's that scene of him, saying like, oh, like, I don't know, I can't remember the names, but he's like, Greg, I remember when we did this and that, and like Mrs. Jones, or Lisa, like, I can't believe you're all gone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he knew those people too. It's just like his spirit had not been broken in quite the same way, and maybe it's because of those things that he chose to like think, I'm not having this happen again to people that I care about. Like, maybe like that sort of snapped in his brain at a critical moment.
Yeah, I think the problem with that in that case is that this is actually an issue with the show's construction, because we don't know any of those people as the audience. And that's why I think I didn't have that kind of reaction. But you are right to note that. I mean, we've been with Beryl and Millie throughout basically the entire show, save for a couple of spots here and there.
Yeah, they're privileged,
and
in
so
that
that's
way,
what.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that's why that reaction, I think, hits for us, and maybe that again is a fault with the show, I suppose. Now that I think about it, that I mean,
it's a work of fiction with a limited window into a world and an audience. Like, characters in the foreground are going to be privileged. I think that's kind of harsh on the show.
Yes, but you also have complete control over what you put in your allotted time. So you know how I said about the idea of that two-parter for the flashback to the seed ship? Maybe you could have implemented some scenes in that where we got to beat these characters before we...
I mean, but the time is allotted, right? I mean, you do have control of your allotted time, but your time is allotted. And you get a certain number of episodes, and I don't know, at some point there has to be backstory, and people, some characters and things have to be backgrounded and some have to be foregrounded. It's you got to make these tough decisions. So I don't know. I don't know if that would have been a wise investment, I guess.
Well, I say I can only speak for my reaction, and it's just that I didn't even think of what you said about those characters and Vash's personal relationship, because we only get told about it after the facts, after they're dead. Whereas I think that would have worked better.
Well, we also see the flashback before he goes of him hanging out with them and everything, and then we see him coming back. It's
extremely brief, though.
Sure. I'm not saying that we're supposed to feel what Vash feels, but we see his reaction. And it's like, this is a fact of the show that people he knows have been killed right in front of him.
Yep. All right. But yeah, I mean, let's say that my reaction on that has softened anyway with Meryl and Millie. But yeah, I feel cavalier even talking about the morality in this way, but I am of the opinion that, generally speaking, if you have the ability and the will, and maybe will falls under ability, but that's nitty-gritty semantics there. If you have the ability and the will to stop someone from, like, being hurt or even killed, and you don't do it, then I think that's a failing on your part. And I mean, this extends to why I said, like, that one of the flaws of, like, Rem and her crew was that they didn't intervene to stop Steve. He wasn't actually killing anyone, of course. He was still doing some heinous shit. And they just kind of like, oh, whatever. Well, that's me being blasé. Like, they weren't that whatever. They were like derisive towards it, but they didn't take more concrete action when they clearly should have done.
Sure.
And so I think it's a reasonable thing to say about the show that it does say that for those who have the ability and the will, you should do something about these situations before people are hurt permanently. Whether that's, like, as in they die, or they're mentally scarred, physically scarred, you name it. And so, as I say, I'm not criticizing the show for Vash's inaction in those cases where I think he should have been much more forceful.
Inaction, the wrong word. He took action. He did not take lethal action.
All right, wrong word. The ineffective. You know what I mean. The ineffectiveness of his actions then. Because in the end, he didn't stop those people from dying when he otherwise could have done.
That's true. Yes. You are correct about that. I guess I just think, I think it comes back to something that you talked about when you were talking about free will stuff. Like, do you think that it's possible, not that everyone can be saved, but that can any one person doing a bad thing, that it's possible that they be reformed and be saved? And if so, then and you're Vash, then you can't kill them, because that will be the height of sin, for you to take away this possible future, this possible good connection, even if bad things are happening. You know, everyone does horrible shit sometimes, but I guess from his point of view, he is not someone who has the right. I'll use Elden Ring speak. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right to take someone's life because of your own limited perspective. You just might not see the move on the chessboard that will make it so that everyone gets out of this alive. You might see the chessboard and you might see like, oh fuck, like I have to sacrifice my pawn, or you know, I have to kill their queen. But you might just be able to move into an empty space, checkmate. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm deeply sympathetic to this point of view. I know that there are a lot of people who think that there are certain people that can't be saved. And I certainly understand how people could believe that. I'm not here to criticize anyone for what they think. In terms of their personal ethics or whatever, but just speaking in terms of like the way I think Vash thinks. I think he thinks that everyone, it's possible that any one person that's doing a bad thing can be saved. And that potentiality, that possibility, is worth keeping a hold of and is as important to take care of as it is to protect the innocent people, the quote, you know, that might be being shot at on the wrong end of the gun, or on the wrong end of the power play at that particular time. Now, again, this is not saying, I don't think Vash thinks we should do nothing and let powerful people trod over everybody and do nothing. I mean, he has hurt and wounded and violently subdued a lot of bad people. I just think, you know, he will not step over that line, because that will be doing the horrible thing that they are doing. And that, you know, it may sound really self-righteous and selfish, but I think he really is thinking of other people. I don't see him as this sort of dogmatic, like, my beliefs are so important, I have to be holy and true to my beliefs. I mean, I just think he really does value human beings in that way.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think my answer to all of that is, like with what I said about the pale moonlight, and the fan reactions, that people have different opinions on it. And as long as, you know, they accept that people, I mean, this ties into what we said about the idea of free will and people coming up to, you know, to their own conclusions. Funny how this all ties together rather nicely. It's like Naito is actually a really damn good writer and has put some thought into this. It's that I, like you, also don't begrudge people who feel differently than me on this. I think that the show doesn't have easy answers for some of these situations. My opinion overall is that you make the best judgment you can. Like, you know what you said about Chapel's perspective there. I actually do agree with that, but we have to bear in mind that I think Chapel was utilizing that strictly just as an excuse to do the shit he was doing. But as a broad, like, morality-free principle, the idea of, hey, sometimes you don't have a lot of time to make a decision in, and you have to operate with the facts that you've got as quickly as you can, is an entirely fair philosophy. I think it's the right one. It's a pro-thinking philosophy. It doesn't give you license to start doing awful shit to people, of course, just because, but you have to make the best decision with the facts you have at hand.
I think the way Chappell frames it very much does. Like you said, he uses it as a tool to do awful shit because he talks about, life being a brutal series of problems. And that's that's premise one to the argument. And I reject this premise. and if you do too, you might sort of think, well, maybe the rest of the argument can be softened as well. So,
yeah.
Okay. Do you want to hear what I have been making allusions to throughout the show?
Punch it.
Okay.
Do it. Fire those bullets.
So I do not think that almost any of the moral dilemmas that exists in this show are useful or applicable to the life of us regular human beings in almost any way, shape, or form. Not least of which because they're highly specific, but because they are not organic. They are not natural. This entire show.
I would disagree with you immediately on
the half of the show. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yes.
Go ahead. I would say everything.
That was what I was going to disagree with you on.
Yeah, post Diablo going forward is about Knives wanting to abuse his brother, put him through hell, but keep him alive. Hire Wolfwood to make sure Vash lives, that all these horrible things happen around him, that he's put through the most horrible suffering a human could potentially endure, only to continue to live so that he can finally see that Rim's worldview is wrong and he can admit it to Knives. And that's why the Gung-ho Guns gaslight him. That's why they always find him. That's why they're doing the things that they do in the way that they do them, and why they're deployed the way that they are by Knives. And so, I just think that the fact that all of this is just this constructed form of abuse and fuck everyone else. This is, it doesn't matter if all these other people die. It's about my little brother. I guess Knives would see him as the little brother. About my brother admitting he was wrong and asking for my forgiveness. And I never used to think of the show that way, but because I just sort of looked at all the moral dilemmas at face value as they were presented, as these little individual things happening in a vacuum. But they're not. They're all calculated and all meant to give. They're not even individual events. It's all this big cumulative deal. And even things that happened before the Gung-ho Guns showed up, like with his angel arm in July. This was all done by Knives to get Vash to ask for his forgiveness and come back to his side. And that makes Knives probably one of the worst villains to ever be created.
But when you've got 100-year-long grudge like that, that's quite potent.
You wipe out a species basically over the course of a century,
just
to prove a point to your brother. And just by the end of the show, some of those towns they're in are so empty. The world just feels like it's on the brink. It's like the town Merrill Million is the last peaceful town that exists in the world.
After the original incident, humanity on Gunsmoke has worked so hard just eke out the miserable little existence it's got, and already it's not just threatened by Knives. Yeah, I'm to tie into what you said there, because I agree with you 100%. Everything I've said about how power is utilized and whether we choose to use it or not, and indeed all the stuff I was talking about with what I feel Vash should have done is part of that as well, because Vash has his own power that he chooses either to use, to partly use, to use it in myriad of ways or not to use it in myriad of ways. But Knives is the final boss of the show because, beyond being his brother, he flagrantly uses his power to do just that, like for the most pettiest of ends. Just simply to screw with his brother. And his power is not just what he possesses in terms of his own abilities. Like I said about the very first guy we see in the show, he also has a form of the second kind of power, the soft power, which is, that he has Legato and all the Gung-ho Guns working under him, not for any other reason than just his own vision.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think it, maybe I missed this, but it didn't come across to me, for example, that the Gung-ho Guns were doing this for the bounty. Even though the bounty is
I mean, so many of them talk about like that they have basically been trained since birth to do this. That Monev has been like locked in the damn basement for his entire life. I guess it was Hopard also that was like, oh my God, I can't believe that this is what I've spent my life working for. This is too easy. Like, so they, it's like that. Yeah, they were just created by Knives, like for this one specific thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So even then, like he has both the ultimate form of like power in terms of his abilities, save for not being as powerful arguably as Zagato, but that's then trumped by the soft power he holds over him by simply being a person of vision of some sort. Like I mentioned previously, I think the equivalent of or Trigun's equivalent of Dio.
Mm-hmm.
Is Dio the most powerful stand user? Depending on who you ask, probably not. Some say even that Vanilla Ice is more powerful than Dio. But Vanilla Ice serves Dio because Dio has the charisma and the vision that causes, that draws people to him. He has that kind of personality. And the same applies to Knives. Knives has the most power, not the strongest abilities, but the most power of any person in the show. And for him, the fact that he has it, I mean, this is why he says about wiping out humanity because there are lesser species, even just because I say so.
Yeah.
For him, he almost has that kind of fascist perspective of like, because I have the power to do so, I will use it. Like, it's a waste not to use it. Absolutely. And it's in the end only for just, like, apart from just wiping out humanity in general, it's literally just for gaslighting his fucking brother.
Mm-hmm.
The most pathetic of, like, motives.
Yes.
And it's astounding when you just put it on paper like that.
I mean, it's sickening, and I don't know what it says about what the show thinks about governments or institutions that, like, you have all these little different forms of government that are sort of trying to exist. Like you have the secret enclave in the ship. You have this town that is run by the two mob families, and then you have the town that's like basically a fortress that no one goes in or out, like everyone, it's like under martial law, and like Knives steamrolls all of them. They're all just crushed underneath his boot. So
yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but
it's insane. But you're absolutely right to note the familial abuse element. I mean, it's the generational thing. Like Steve abused him, and he's in turn abusing his brother. The cycles of violence just keep on going.
How human,
How human for a self-professed god who is supposedly above the concerns of humans.
Yeah.
How ironic. But the thing I'll note then is that also just makes Vash's victory in the end all the sweeter because he proves he's better than Knives in every way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he has power of his own, maybe not the soft power of, like, having a bunch of mercenaries under his command, but whatever. But he knows that it's not a case of simply, again, talking about what I said before about the idea of meeting in the middle. Like, power in all of its abstract forms is something that should be used when it is appropriate to do so for a morally and ethically good end. Now, that's a very broad statement that I've just made there. Mm-hmm. It's huge and sweeping, but that's by design because we, of course, as I've said with everything else about the idea of this being a pro-thinking show, we have to approach each situation under that framework with the best facts we have at hand and, make the best decision we can using our, limited knowledge and in any given circumstance. Like, so he shows that, I've been through hell and back, but I'm not going to be like you where I'll simply flaunt my power and exercise it over other people, whether I kill them, manipulate them, whatever, abuse them, just because for the fun of it. Like, if I have to do something, I'll do it because there's a reason to do so, and the reason that makes it worth doing as well, for that matter, to make people's lives better or to save lives.
Yeah, and that's the thing I love about this character, Vash, is because, you know, when we think about like why he doesn't kill people, you know, just to get out of these situations or protect other people, why doesn't he take this seemingly easy solution about like taking one life? You know, kill. I guess he just is so different than Knives. Like, he just sees the humanity in everyone. He would love to get to know everyone, even the Gung-ho Guns. I mean, I see him like if they were like in prison, him visiting them, shooting the shit, talking, being silly, having some donuts and a like. I mean, there's humanity in. He sees the humanity in everyone. I don't know if there is humanity in every single person. I don't know. We're not talking about my morality necessarily, but just like that's his view. And I just think, I don't know. Again, I think it's just so easily dismissed because, like you said, people are like looking up plot as a puzzle and they're thinking like, oh, you could have saved this character I really like. Or these innocent people or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know, just so much more complicated. And we're trying to approach it with, maybe we're taking it more seriously than we should or than other people do. Cause it's a story and it's fiction, you know, but we're trying to apply philosophy and ethics, kind of real world to it. So
yeah,
go ahead.
I mean, the discussion for me that would always fascinate me on the show, and I'd be interested to hear what people's thoughts on it, is when I say about like solving plot puzzle, let's take the Mona of the Gale thing. I have no interest in people detailing like, oh, Vash could have used his angel arm or his like hidden submachine gun to do this to a specific point. I'm not interested in the means, the specific like context of the means of how he would do it. What I am interested in is the fact that he clearly was showing restraint, and the debate therefore is, was he showing too much restraint in our minds, or was he not? That is the core, I think, of the debate one could have over the show, and what makes it still stand up, because people will still come to still comes to this with their own like philosophy, their own moral compasses, their own worldviews, and they'll come to independent like ideas about it, much like you and I have, which I was hoping would be the case when we did this podcast, where we might disagree, but we can understand like how we all came to that. Because morality and ethics, like when it comes to this kind of thing, is a complex subject, and it demands like, you know, complex thinking over it. So yeah, I agree with you, like that this show still, as a result, like really holds up in my mind. And I think we have to give credit to the fact that it is written in such a way where it allows people to bring that perspective to it. Like, it isn't very clearly God, am I bringing up Shield Hero again for the second time this podcast?
Jesus.
I guess I am. Oh, he's doing the slavery thing for the right reasons. I'm like, not in the way the show presents it. Not that there are right reasons, basically, but you know what I said before about the idea of, hey, I did a shitty thing and I feel bad for it, but I'm doing it for a greater good. I probably wouldn't have liked Shield Hero if it had put that in there, but it would have been something if it had done. You know, you can write fiction where characters do awful things, and you can still like the work in question. Is a matter of framing and perspective. And that's where Trigun does succeed. Because yes, Vash ends up killing Legato, and that's a bad thing. He shouldn't have had to do that.
I'm glad you think that's the case. Yeah, that it was a bad thing. But you think one that is justified. Well, I guess then it's like, is it really bad if it's justified? Yeah, but like, I don't know. I know it's a very complicated kind of question.
Well, that's exactly it. We could spend hours going on about it. And we already indeed have a little bit. But nonetheless, I will just end by saying like that, yeah, I really do think the show has a timeless element to it where we can, like with what I said about In the Pale Moonlight, where people can come and bring their different perspectives as long as they approach each other constructively over it. And don't do any crazy wild opinions like Vash should have shot every single person he ever saw.
I mean, they just want him to become a monster. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, be a totally different character, but believes it's something entirely different than you do. Because like if he is, if you want him to still be Vash, like, you know, if he killed those, you know, all these guys, like, I don't know. It's like, what happens to him? That's not, you know, he's not a robot.
So. Yeah, and that's why I mentioned before very specifically about how people seem to ignore the consequences of doing such an action, and why the show succeeds in how it handles like the aftermath of Legato's
which I love.
death.
It's so unflinching. I think is the word I used before, and I'll use again because it just is like, hey, here it is. Here's what this did to him. You want him to do it some more.
And and I suppose I should be clear. When I talked before about like, hey, maybe Vash should have intervened like more forcefully or even lethally to save these people's lives. Beyond what I said about like, hey, it's very easy for me to say that. If that were to have happened, the show should also then acknowledge the aftermath of those events in a similar way to what it did with Legato. Not necessarily in the exact same context where he's like out cold for a couple of days, but I mean to say like that there are consequences for his actions, as opposed to what a lot of people seem to say when they talk about characters like this, where they say like, well, why doesn't Batman kill? And I'm like, you know what? Batman totally could kill the Joker in a story. I would be fine with that, provided you explore the consequences of it. Simply, like, people seem to be like, you should just kill him and be done with it, as if that would be the be-all and end-all of it, like that the moment that happens, we cut to credits. Which is not how it works, and would also just be extremely boring.
Yeah. Very cheap.
Yeah, and that's why, like, to go back to Batman briefly, like, I am of the opinion you could totally write a story where Batman kills someone, even though it's not been in the character's credos or ethos for a very long time. Like, since, like, the earliest days when he was basically an XP of the Shadow. I'm of the opinion you can totally write that story. The question is, what do you do with the lead up to that moment where he kills someone, and what do you do with the aftermath of it? That's the interesting stuff. That's the meat on the bone.
Doesn't he kill the Joker in one of the fan favorite comics? Is like the Killing Joke or something like that? Doesn't he kill the Joker?
No, he doesn't.
In one of something?
I
don't know.
If he does, I don't think he does in the Killing Joke. Actually, to be honest,
I haven't read it. I just there was right after we did Phantasm, I read a bunch of Batman comics and was reading summaries of a lot of Batman comics, and I seem to recall one where he did, even though I mean, you know how comics do. They eventually walk it back. But.
Yeah. If that did happen, it was probably like a non-canon story. Which, by the way, I don't mean to dismiss it because it's non-canon. Sure. I just don't recall if there ever was one. I do know that there was a story which was the basis for the Injustice fighting game where Superman kills the Joker. And then, guess what? Superman who kills the Joker, like, he turns into a fascist. He, like, institutes his own world order. There's consequences to his action. He, funnily enough, fails the moral test that Vash passes. In that when Vash kills Legato, he doesn't suddenly become a raging bastard.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean here about, like, how these stories, when they deal with the, like, killing, it isn't just, like, the act in of itself, but it's the consequences thereof. Now, I'm not saying every story needs to do that. Like, you know, hey, we get action films where loads of people get mowed down.
Yes.
And I'm totally fine with that. We don't need to have, like, a long monologue in the hero's head. Like, oh God, I killed Stormtrooper 2. He probably had a wife and a little wee dog. Or something like that. Why did I shoot him?
Can you imagine if Chow Yun-Fat and the Killer had to do that every time he killed someone?
Oh God!
The movie would be like an extra hour long. Just him.
He'd have to get one of those. Do you know, like when you go to like a Starbucks and you get one of those coffee, those like loyalty label things, like, you know, you stamp it for a coffee, and then when you get to the 8th, you get one free. He would have had to have one of them, but for confessionals. Because he was just going so frequently, given how many people he was killing.
Yes.
The eighth one gets you a piece of unleavened bread, my son. Anyway, I don't really have much more.
Oh, I have much more. So, okay. That was part one of I have a multi-part sort of things that I've been foreshadowing, talking about. So, yeah. So, like I said, when I was making my first point, like the moral dilemmas the show presents, as they are presented, to me, there's little value in them because they're a malevolent deity, basically putting these choices before Vash, like putting him into the most horrible situations possible. And I mean, don't believe that the real world is like that. So, but what I do think is quite useful is to abstract, to try to take Vash's kind of core thoughts and abstract them and see if it's like makes sense, if we agree with it, if it's good. So basically, I think if you took Vash the Stampede's personal actions and abstracted them, I think what he wants, or maybe a big question that the show or that he's asking is like, can society exist without murder? By murder, I don't just mean a criminal killing. I also mean the state executing people.
Oh boy.
I think the construct of like, people wanting to kill you and they have hostages and stuff is very far removed from reality, right? So like, I think like broadly speaking, if we're to, again, abstract that kind of specific situation out, like there are criminals that believe they can take lives and take goods from other people of Gunsmoke to make their lives better. Vash disagrees. He wants to protect the innocent. He also wants to reform the criminal, and he doesn't want to kill either of them. It's a very difficult road, of course, but that doesn't mean it's the wrong road.
Yes.
So this is what I think the big question is that we can think about here on this side of the fiction is like, can society exist without murder?
It's funny, like, given the story of Trigun and that it's literally a brand new civilization, in theory, that's been just basically taken out of the fridge. Which I actually, can I just make a side point? I don't know 100% with 100% certainty if the people on the seed ship who like arrive, like after the planet fall, are like people grown from test tubes,
right?
Or if they're frozen, like they're like frozen people from Earth, or whatever. The reason I bring that up is because I thought to myself, if it was the case that they were all literally decanted from test tubes, why has the society formed itself into that of like a Western? Now I know that that's obviously part of the aesthetic of the show and the manga,
sun in the desert,
and I'm
I don't know, yeah,
and I'm totally okay with that, but it just seems kind of odd that they would develop along those lines where so much of the structures of like the world resemble the way, or like approximate the way that you might see it in like the 1910s or something like that, just in space.
Yeah,
which is a very curious detail. But to answer your point, if it is indeed the case that these people are freshly grown, like from test tubes, then I would say the show answers that murder does always exist. So regrettably, a society will involve that because, well, there's free will.
But Knives is meddling in it,
Yes, but there are also all the individuals who have nothing to do with it.
That's true. I mean, we do get that one scene where Knives hasn't done anything and he and Vash are just watching. There's a the big line to get water and someone cuts line and then there's a big fight. And that's the show going like, look at human nature. Like, even when they try to be good, like, one person can ruin it for everyone. And then we see the real shitty side of human nature or whatever.
Now that I think about it, the amount of adults in that line, and given how recently the planet fall must have happened, my only guess is that they must have been frozen.
Well, we get a date that says like X, maybe it's like 50 years later. I don't know. They see that after a great deal of time has passed.
Yeah, and this again is something I wish the show would clarify because it would make for a more interesting discussion that way. If you want my opinion, my honest answer is that I would so dearly love to believe that that's possible. I would so dearly love to believe that you could have a world in which murder never happens. Amusingly, that has actually been presented in at least two science fiction stories I can think of. Demolition Man Yes, really. And Minority Report. And guess what
Right.
the common thread between both of those was? That those worlds were bad. In the case of Demolition Man, because it sanitized away like so much human emotion and experience, you know. And in the case of Minority Report, because it was putting people in prison for things they didn't do.
Right.
Granted, attempted murder is still a crime, so that is a bit of a flaw in that story. But anyway, so yeah, I would love to believe that that would be possible, but pragmatically speaking, I don't think it is. Now, there's something I should be clear on though. Just because I accept or believe that there will always be murder in the world for inside society, that does not mean that you can't reduce the amount of murder that happens, because so much of it is often stuff to do with environment, like living in poverty, for example. You go stealing and maybe someone gets injured, like, education. You don't teach people like morals and values. You don't give them a good upbringing because of the state. The state doesn't like properly fund or educate people growing up inside of it.
Yeah.
So that just keeps going on generationally. So I am not of the opinion you can entirely eliminate murder, because free will always mean that, regrettably, sadly, there'll be people who will kill other people, even if it's just because they might have some sort of mental disorder that does that, which we can't then get rid of unless we either A, assume it to be a genetic thing, and then we get into eugenics and no thanks, or we, basically, to sum up, I think that you can't get rid of murder, but you can really aim to reduce it to its absolute minimal state, or prevalence rate in a society. And if you wanted me to rate at least the UK alone, the country I actually live in and I was born in, are we there yet? Nope. Not by a long shot. And we don't seem to actively be trying.
We're worse off than you,
But
so.
It's, look, being like, having your nose above the shit fuel pool still means you're inside the shit fuel. It's all relative. It doesn't help all that much. So yeah, that's my perspective on that. Very sorry to say, people listening at home, murder will always be a thing.
Sure.
We could at least try and make lives,
and I think
everyone's lives
exactly.
better.
I think that's like, I think that's what Vash would say, right? Is like, I mean, I think he's not an idiot, right? He knows that people are going to do shitty things, but he would very much like them not to kill anyone. And he would say that the state or the law, whatever kind of executive arm of society, whatever you want to call it, it's like reprisal should not be the murder. And so that's where I think he is. And that's where I think, like, again, abstracting from really just like, I don't know, this situation that is so unlike our own, in which, like, again, it's all just this big giant scheme to abuse him. But how can we pull something out of that? And so the final thing that I alluded to earlier in the talking points is that when thinking about Vash and kind of evaluating his behavior and his action, I think it is so important to remember that why he is wedded to the beliefs in such an ironclad, deeply emotional way. And it is not because he's some kind of zealous believer or he thinks some kind of moral code should be held up at all costs for God. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that those beliefs were formed and first kind of tested around one of, if not the most scarring traumas of his entire life. He is a trauma victim. And like, I just think that, like, people sometimes think like, oh, he's wedded to absolutism for its own sake. But like, I think that when he has got his second gun, his hidden submachine gun, pointed at the eye of Mona of the Gale. And he's very angry. He's saying, you killed them. Those people are dead because of you. And Mona is crying and asking for his life to be spared. And then Vash starts talking to someone else. He lowers his gun. And you can go back and watch this line. Again, I've seen this show so many times. This line, so important, I think. He says, if I shot him now, I think he says, you really would die. I don't think he says he really would die. I think it says, if I shot him now, you really would die.
Yeah.
It would be wrong to shoot him, wouldn't it? I just think Rem was killed, underneath knives is, horrible scheming and him killing the spider to save the butterfly in his own twisted way. And Rem wanting to save other people, even at the cost of her own life. And so she dies, and he only has such a few words and things to remember her by. And going back on those, it would be like losing her forever. The last part of her that still lives in him, he would betray that. He would lose his connections to her. He would cease to be the Vash that she remembered from her time. And so the fact that all of that is deeply rooted in his the boyhood Vash's subconscious. And a lot of times, if there's a fantastic book called The Body Keeps the Score. I can't remember who it's by. Let me look it up real quick. It's all about trauma. It is by Bessel van der Kolk. And who's a very, very smart person. She is. I've heard her talk about this book. And and there's great language around it in Trigun. Vash will, when he uses the angel arm, he'll say to someone I blacked out. I have no memory of what I did, but I know it was me. How could you know it was you if you don't remember it? The nature of trauma is like that, man. It imprints on us in a physical way, even more so, on our brains physically, not just on our consciousnesses, not just on our ethereal souls. It's why, I don't know, you might get depressed on a certain anniversary of the death of someone. You weren't thinking about it. Or it's why content warnings and trigger warnings are a thing, because when someone encounters something that brings them back to their trauma, physically they feel it. It's not they're choosing to feel bad. Their body remembers. And so one of the things I've talked about before, my therapist telling me, your body remembers, it stores that. And so a lot of times I think, Vash certainly would be able to rationalize not killing people and everything like that. But man, there's also that much deeper layer in which him doing that is him killing the Rem that's inside of him and betraying the boy that he was and the boy that she remembered him being. And it's just not so easy to overcome that sort of thing. And so
I
the
agree.
fact that he does kill Legato again, I think it just makes that scene even more powerful, because what must he have been going through to finally break through all of that? And I'm characterizing it like it's a good thing, that he overcame something, but that the impulse to make a different decision than the one that had been hard coded into his body by the trauma would usually have him make.
Yeah. I think I have two responses to that. I do agree with you, though. The first of which is, you can also see in the way that his time that he spent with Rem was the happiest that he probably ever was. And that has a lingering effect on him as well. Like when we talk about stuff that lingers with you, it's not just trauma, but also like the desire for comfort, for example, or the desire for joy and happiness. Like if you have been in a place like, or have memories like, of a happier time, and there's something that threatens to soil them, of course you're going to avoid that. Absolutely. The other thing I'll mention is I did say before about the idea of having ability but also having will. And maybe that is in its own way the explainer for why Vash can't take more severe action against his opponents, even when innocent people are threatened, because of the trauma that you mentioned. I mean, I said, for example, about how people generally, in fact, not even generally, like the vast majority of people, couldn't hurt others to do that kind of thing, even if they might otherwise say that they would in that situation. They pretend they can, but they can't. And maybe it's worth reinterpreting Vash's actions in that way, that as a victim of trauma, like, yes, he can, in theory, kill anyone dead if he wanted to. He has, like, he could easily headshot anyone in a room if he wanted to. And if there was a pressing need to and all that. But then there's the barrier of, well, he is a trauma victim. And as you rightly know, doing that would, like, take away, like, or taint his memories, like, of Rem and the time he was happiest. So there is
just imagine his brother pushing that button constantly. It's like a sore on Vash that he's just pressing and pressing and pressing.
Salt in the wound constantly. And the final point I'll make is Legato makes a very specific point, which is he will inflict a wound on Vash, like, or something like that, or leave him with like a permanent, like, source of pain. I don't remember the exact words of the line, but it's something to that effect. And that is two things in my mind. One of which is that, it destroys the memory of Rem. But two, it also means that, like, Vash is now tainted forever with the knowledge that he has killed someone. Like, there's no one doing that. And that ties into then, of course, the ideas that we've discussed about redemption, the other thing that you extract from the Christian elements and symbolism of the show. And also Vash's ability to forgive himself. Because after all, even though there is, of course, a lot of elements of, like, divinity, as I mentioned before, like, knives, thinking he's a god, the Christian stuff, and even, as I mentioned, like, the mythologized version of Rem, like, when I talk about redemption and, like, forgiveness, the person that Vash probably needs to forgive them, like, who needs him to forgive him, is himself.
Yeah.
It's self-forgiveness. And I should stress, forgiving yourself for doing a thing like that does not trivialize the act, unless you forgive yourself in a trivial way.
Yeah.
But that's not what Vash does.
Yeah, I mean, and so ultimately he gets to a place where, maybe he would now be able to, going forward, I mean, I don't know, but, like, maybe he would be able to execute lethal action if he absolutely needed to or whatever now. But like, I guess he, by the end of the show, it feels like he is on the way to integrating all those life experiences and accepting who he is, accepting the things that he's been manipulated to do, like all the consequences in his life, and, like, trying to move forward. And that is, like, the best he can do, but it's not easy. Like, it took, like, this huge journey for him to get there.
Yeah. And that also, I should stress, culminates in one of the best parts of the Vash versus Knives fight, which is when Vash willingly uses his own angel arm. It's, it's a thing that is a cursed part of it. Like, every time he sees it transform, like, it's him losing control. It's a representation of everything he fears that if he starts killing people. Because, he loses control when he uses the angel arm, and it could, in theory, kill tons of people. But you know what might also happen? He could just lose control and start shooting people for the fun of it. Or not even that, like, lose his sense of morality. Someone looks at him funny, bang, dead. He becomes every part, as you said, the fake version of Vash that exists by reputation, the one who drinks the blood of children and all that. Yeah. So seeing him use the angel arm at the end, even if it is just to cancel out Knives' own angel arm and nothing more,
cool.
Like, expresses it, like, it has deep symbolic meaning. It's something that he has embraced now. It's a part of him, and it's something he's going to use. if necessary, in the right circumstances. And it ties back to everything I've said about how one expresses and utilizes the power they have. It's the purest form in terms of like a diegetic sense of power in the show. And Vash like has been afraid of it. And here he finally uses it for something he wants to use it for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's not just a cool gun. It has its use has a significance to him as a character, and as the culmination of it, or part of the culmination of his journey.
Totally. Can I say a change of subject? One thing about Meryl toward the end of the show.
Oh boy. I
actually forgot while we were talking about it earlier, and I just was looking through my notes. I was perusing them. It's like, oh yeah, this happened. Like, one of the cool things she actually gets to do is she gets to be like, she gets to basically reenact what happened with Zazie a couple of episodes earlier, only the outcome is for the good. Like, she gets to be the one to quote Rem's words, no one has the right to take the life of another. Were we born with the inclination to steal things from other people? And like putting herself out there totally as a sacrifice in front of someone who's like, saying he's going to kill this other person. And it works. I mean, she, Wolfwood is not there to shoot Zazie before anything can happen. So we see the flip side, right? We see Millie make the chess move. Wolfwood does not come in and like, okay, someone had to make a decision because there were only two outcomes as I saw them. And that's what you're thinking when you see Meryl walking towards this guy with the gun they've been kicking the shit out of Vash. I mean, didn't they like have him tied to a horse and were like riding him around town or some shit? Like, it was brutal. And because this guy's daughter, I guess, had died in another town, but like, and he's looking to blame someone. So Vash is there. And again, this is like me talking about him as a Christ figure, kind of taking on everyone's, sin and horribleness and not resisting that. But like, you're trained at that point to think, well, she's dead. Like, or, oh no, oh my God, what's going to happen? But like, he doesn't kill her and he doesn't kill Vash. She's able to talk him down and grab the gun. And that it sort of helps Vash have his epiphany. And I thought that was such a great scene.
One thing I'll note as well that occurred to me while you were discussing that is that Meryl has no idea at that point about Rem at all. Like, she doesn't know she exists. But independently, she came to the same philosophy.
Maybe she's like Rem's granddaughter.
Oh, no.
They look a little bit alike. A little bit. Just a little bit.
But the point I'm making, though, is that she came to that philosophy that is similar to Rem's independently of her.
Yeah.
She isn't reciting it for Vash's benefit. It's something she believes and ultimately came to the conclusion herself. And is that not reassuring?
Yeah. And she didn't learn it from like a school. She's not like a book knowledge that she learns as a little kid necessarily. It's like, and if she did, it's been tested. Like, she's seen some shit. Like, she's been with Vash through a lot of horrible, awful shit, and she still believes it.
Yeah. So there you go. That in itself is also a part of the show's message of hope that, that some people will fall into, like, being criminals, being violent. Again, going back to the whole power thing, flagrantly using what power they have in whatever form it is, just for the fucking fun of it. And then there are people like Meryl who independently will say, no, you can't do that. It's not right.
And such a key difference in this encounter and the Zazie encounter, in my opinion. That encounter was the result of something Knives did, but it was not something staged by him. It was an organic kind of encounter, a situation that just came up, not because anyone orchestrated it. It just was a thing that happened in the wild.
Yep, absolutely. It's just a cry shame that she and Vash she never got a hold of Vash's Trigun. Da 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 da.
I have two more things.
Go on.
One, and this is more just like something for you and the audience and me too to keep in mind. A huge thing I took away from the show that was very important to me as a teenager and still is. When on the this episode was so huge for me that when they're on the floating seed ship and one of the plants has been damaged, Brad is like, "Oh my God, everything is over. We are done. We are just we're fucked. We're out of options. Woe is
Yep.
me." Vash, it's like, "No, we haven't tried everything yet. If you're still alive, prove it and think about what you should be doing right now to help other people. Don't give up," basically. And for that was like the way it was articulated in such a moment of despair. And when I was watching it the first time, I was like, he's right. Like, they have every reason to despair, but you have this guy, Vash, who never, ever, like up to that point, gave up. And the way he said it, like, you haven't tried everything yet. If you're still alive, you owe it to everyone else to prove you're still alive by thinking about what you should be doing right now and taking action. So huge.
Yeah.
And I think we would all do well to remember that.
Yeah. There's still, like, don't give up. There's always possibilities.
There's just, maybe consult someone else too. Like maybe they see a chess move that you don't see. And then I wanted to ask you, because we've been talking about a lot of heavy things.
Oh boy, go on.
What are some of your favorite funny moments in the show? Because it would be a disservice to the show not to talk about the silliness.
Oh boy. Doesn't Vash like get beaten up by kids at some point in a playful manner?
Oh,
if I recall
many
correctly?
times during the
they're always good.
Late single digit episodes. They are putting him in various wrestling holds.
Yeah, they're pretty fun because they're, again, in such sharp contrast with the reputation that's been built around him, and in turn, what we like our own coalescing perception of him. Like, we learn he's super good with guns and all that, but then these kids are just like putting him in headlocks and stuff, and he can't do anything about it. Like, it plays against both of those like perceptions.
And he's trying to be like a junior member of their gang. It's like, Captain, what do I do? And he's like, they have him trying to like hit on girls, and when he's in the quick draw competition, they're like, "Oh no, Vash is in it. That's terrible. He's gonna fuck up so bad," because they don't know who he is. It's great.
The chemistry between Millie and Wolfwood is quite fun, good. Especially that scene where she's so into it that like he tries to have a cigarette and she says the smoking's bad for the baby, and that's such a fucking good line because she's into it, and Wolfwood just constantly being exasperated about all of this. And it helps sell their like putting romance. That's episode 11. Really nice.
Such a great episode.
It's such a brilliant moment. All of Vash's various faces are good. Oh my God. The weird cat one, for some reason. The one where he's like got a basketball in his tongue. Mm-hmm.
That one is excellent. Someone threw it and hit him in the face, and then he became Basketball Man or something.
Yeah. And finally, I think this is episode 2. When they're visiting the water baron's place and then that lady's there.
Yeah.
And he suddenly develops this bishy face
so good.
On a hard cut. And there's like sparkles around him because he's putting on an act. And poor Meryl, Meryl provides some great comedy throughout many of those early episodes just by like, this cannot be happening!
Yeah. It's like if only shoot my gun through the heart of a beautiful lady or something like that. And then she falls over. Yeah, he's such a goof mind in the early episodes. It's so good.
Yeah,
when in the first episode, he has like he's basically like standing behind the body of another guy, but moving it around, and he's like walking the guy in a very unnatural way. And the guy's like, "Where are you going?" He's like, "To the potty, sir." But then he knows that it's him. He shoots him.
Yeah.
At some point, he throws a bottle up a cliff at them in a very silly way. There's a lot of funny faces he makes when he's crying milk tears, as we used to say, because they were just purely white. One of my favorite, I will tell you, an unintentionally funny moment, because the show is in dead full-on serious mode at this point, but when Wolfwood and Chapel are fighting, they're having their gunfight. And then like Wolfwood has shot Chapel. It looks like he has shot Chapel from the roof. And then all these various coffins fall down. And then Chapel just climbs out of one. And it looks like a very small child's coffin. Like, how could he fit in it? I lost it. It was unbelievably funny to me for some reason. I had to pause the episode. Like, how the fuck did you fit in there, buddy?
Look. When you're a servant of God, you know things can work in mysterious ways.
Right. Yes. There's the Frank Marlin episode where he wears a garbage can lid on his head like a sombrero for some reason.
Yeah. Of course.
That's really funny. God. I will say, and I'll try to remember to link this in the episode description. If I don't, just look it up on YouTube. I said this on our Discord. I think Kid Rock is an abhorrent individual. But before I knew anything about him as a person, right around the time the show came out, it would have been. This is before YouTube existed. I found this on amv.org, pre-YouTube.
Oh,
there's a Kid Rock Cowboy AMV to Trigun that is excellent. It is incredibly funny. Great lip syncing. The matching of the lyrics is quite amusing. There's some interesting ways that they do that, and the timing of the cymbals and the shooting, and it's a really well made anime music video. And again, despite my loathing for all that guy stands for, it's a catchy song and it's a good music video. For I think of it as the official Trigun music video for some reason.
Nice. Right. Do we have anything else to add? I mean, I'm all talked out on Trigun. I think I'm good. So, anything else from your end?
Kuroneko, best character.
Kuroneko, like if Trigun were a JRPG, Kuroneko would be the secret Uber boss.
Yes. Or the ultimate summon. Or both.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But I otherwise have nothing to say. So
I don't have anything else. I'm exceedingly glad you picked this show because it got me to think quite a lot over the last couple of weeks about all kinds of different things about the show, about the issues it brings up, thinking about my own past. It was a very nostalgic experience. So yeah, I really, really enjoyed watching and talking about this show. It has made me remember, like, holy shit, this is one of my favorite anime of all time. I have to account for that when I make my favorite anime of all time lists now, because this is going to go on it somewhere, because I mean, it's held up for this long. It's been something that I think is important for 3 different decades. So I got to put it on my list.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And as for me, like it's better than I remember it. And I've just found it remarkable thinking like I've had a complete change in like how I feel about the ending and the final couple of episodes. But that's perfectly normal. Like people change, like your opinions mature over time. You grow up. Like growing up is not something that stops when you become 18 or an adult, whatever it constitutes being an adult in terms of like one's like mental and emotional maturity. But yeah, it was still a fun watch all the way from beginning to end. Feels very seminal in my opinion.
If we ever talk about Evangelion, I mean, I had the same deal.
Oh boy!
Like the first time I watched it, I was in love with it until the end, and I just hated the ending. And then when I revisited it in my late 20s, and then I've revisited it many times since then, but like I just had a totally reinterpreted and rethought about that, and it's become like maybe my favorite anime. It's like vying for the top spot. So yeah, you can rewatch things. You might feel differently about them. It's a useful exercise.
100%. Cannot recommend this show enough. I mean, it's got its flaws.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. And and the thing is, they're flaws that were there from day one. Because sometimes I think that one can fall into the trap of like looking back at old shows, and you can rightly criticize it for like being outdated or having like, things that were seen as permissible at the time but aren't now. But there were things that were wrong with it even then, even if you were to try and be generous in that kind of way. But the flaws are minor. And I think that insofar as being a work that one can discuss with friends, like about like, was this right or wrong, where it can generate that kind of discussion, that will keep it timeless.
Mm-hmm.
There will always be like different opinions from my perspective on this. And again, as long as people approach them in good faith, like approach other people in good faith and offer their reasoning for it, like that can make for fascinating discourse that keeps the show interesting and engaging long after you've watched it. And even then, like we mentioned, our own views have changed on it over time as well. So yeah, a definite classic.
Yeah.
Deserves all of its good reputation. Why Meryl didn't get more to do still annoys me, but she's also still one of my favorite anime ladies, despite all the criticisms I've had about her having much to do. Yeah, she can shoot me dead any day.
That's okay. That is a-okay.
Mm-hmm. It is.
I'd let her kill me.
Yeah, I've already. God bless you, Tim Rogers.
I know. What a legend.
Right. I think on that note, then we will wrap up. Do you want to reveal what we're covering next, Doc?
Sure.
I think I've done so on the previous one, but it's worth us bringing up again.
Yeah, I did reveal. We're going to be watching the South Korean 2018 film. Putting this out there, since I watched it, I can't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. Big recency bias here. It's become something that I think of as my favorite film. It is Burning. That is the title of the film. And I'm going to look up really quick who the director is so I can tell you. I probably won't be able to pronounce it. Let's see. Burning, a 2018 South Korean psychological thriller film, co-written, produced, and directed by Lee Chang-dong. I'm mispronouncing that horribly. I know. I am as horrible as I am with Japanese names. I'm 1,000 times worse with names from other parts of Asia. So get ready for that. But
oh boy.
But I see now that this movie is free to watch on Pluto and Tubi and Vudu. It used to be on Netflix in America. It is no longer. I think the DVD or a Blu-ray or whatever is easily accessible. It's one of those you can rent on Amazon Prime for a couple bucks. So, you won't have to resort to the high seas to get your hands on this one. If you either subscribe to one of those services or maybe you have a couple bucks. Hopefully it's a similar situation for the European folks on Pod, on our Discord that many of which listen, some of which host the show. But Yu Ah-in is in this, Stephen Yoon is in this, Jian Jong-seo is in this. They're the three leads, and again, I said this before, I'll say it now. I think you should watch it twice before you pose questions, listeners, or before you come to talk about it, Shadon, because it's definitely, if you're anything like me, I watched it, and when I saw the end, I was like, holy fucking shit, what the fuck? What is this? I have to process this, I have to think about it. And then I read a bunch about it, watched interviews about it, and then went back with all that new information and knowing what was going to happen. Watching it again, it was like this super fresh experience and allowed me to like reinterpret a lot of things. And it is a film highly ambiguous in its storytelling. And so it's one of those where there's going to be a lot of different interpretations, but I really look forward to what your reaction is.
I'm looking forward to
as far as the anime we're going to watch after, I actually haven't decided. So I would normally reveal what we're watching after Burning, but if you're in the Discord, you'll know soonish. But I don't know yet. There's a few things I'm tossing around in my head here. So
yeah. Place to look forward to. Right. On that note, we'll wrap up then. If you've enjoyed this podcast and are thinking to yourself, you know what? I'd like to throw a couple of double dollars their way. You know, I don't need to cash in no bounty for that. I can just give it to them because I like these chaps so much. Pop over to ko-fi.com/Warui Deshou, and you can drop us some money in there that will feed my rampant alcoholism, and also eventually, maybe, if we get enough money, buy Doc a maiden.
Help.
You might get a maiden eventually, my friend. It may very well happen.
If I want to be Elden Lord, I have to have a finger maiden to complete it. It's one of my least favorite phrases. Why do they have to call it a finger maiden? I mean, I know why. I know why in universe, but just saying the word finger maiden or the phrase finger maiden is.
I mean, when you say finger maiden, when you say finger maiden in the same sentence as Elden Ring, and I'm going to move on very quickly from that. There's your nightmare fuel, folks. Okay, so having now completely desensitized people from paying us money from Ko-Fi by combining those two services together, if you want to follow me on Twitter and tell me why the fuck did I come up with that awful, awful thing, you can go to @Shadon1010. I will also gladly accept discourse about Trigun and generally other mind bullets fired my way. Doc, if people want to challenge you to a duel on a desert planet in the middle of nowhere, where might they find you on the internet?
At the Subtle Doctor on Twitter. The account has largely become an Elden Ring fan art retweet account. But if you talk to me, I will talk to you about anything you want to talk about, basically. I mean, feel free to shoot the shit with me about anything we've talked about on pod. Anime, Hong Kong action cinema, Korean movies, Street Fighter, Japanese professional wrestling, whatever your fancy is.
Yep. Final Fantasy 14.
No, well, that's you. That is all you, my friend. That it used to be me, but you have long since passed the point I got to when I played.
Yeah, many faces have been melted. It's been good fun. Anyway, I will leave it there then. So again, to those of you listening at home, thank you very much for joining us, whether you catching this wherever you may be. Feel free to drop us a like and subscribe, of course, on whatever service you may have found this on. It helps our discoverability. That's always welcome. We'll be back soon with Burning. But until then, as always, stay safe. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family and your loved ones, especially in these difficult times. And, I think it's fair to say that if Vash was in the Macross universe, I think he'd be down with this little mantra. I think he would probably say it unironically. And we do too, which is embrace everyone to the ends of the universe. Good night.
Love and peace.
Yes.
Bring back